Chair Carr, I think you're muted.
Rosemary, or am I good to go now?
I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of June 23rd, 2021. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Port 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation, and the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia, Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192. As such, committee members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If committee members lose connection during the voting process, we have staff on hand to facilitate getting you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. The contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. The committee is also reminded that we need to ensure there is quorum during the meeting, so please make sure your video is enabled. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and thank them for having cared for this land. Look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of our City of Vancouver staff who work really hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart?
Present.
Councillor Carr is in the chair. Councillor De Genova?
Present.
Councillor Fry?
Present.
Councillor Swanson?
Here.
Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Wiebe?
Present.
Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Councillor Dominato? Councillor Bligh?
Present.
Councillor Kirby Young?
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Carr.
Thank you so much. I would like to go over the plan for the day. Following the updated guidance issued on June 17, 2021, in-person participation for local government meetings and public hearings is permitted with restrictions of 50 persons or less under the Provincial Health Officer, PHO order on gatherings and events. Therefore, public may participate by speaking in person, by phone, or by submitting written comments to Mayor and Council. Virtual participation is highly encouraged as there are capacity limits within City Hall. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting, so you don't miss your turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. I also want to note that the city's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion includes utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. We have 15 items of business on today's agenda, 9 staff reports, 6 member motions referred from the June 22nd, 2021 Council meeting. We will recess at noon for lunch and in camera and convene again at 3 p.m. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene at 6 p.m. Finally, I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. Please ensure the city clerk has received your amendment. And we're also trying to be very clear in terms of the submission of any amendments that you do have the appropriate strikeouts indicated, as well as the additional language highlighted, so that it's very clear in terms of what you are changing from the original motion. So as chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers, no presentations or consideration items, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. There are no speakers or presentations currently for items 2, 5, 7, and 8. So I'm looking to see if any member would like to hold those. I see Councillor Kirby Young first on the list. Oops, Councillor Kirby Young. I'm so sorry, I advanced Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby Young, I'm just going to put you on again. And I'll add Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you. I would like to hold item 7 and also just confirm, Chair, you said there are speakers to item 9, so that does not need to be held. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Just the 2. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, but 7 you're holding. All right. That's
Yes.
good. And Councillor Dominato, did you just disappear off the list because it was also your item?
I did. Thanks, Chair. I was going to pull report 7. Thank you.
Okay. That's great. No problem. So we need a motion to adopt the recommendations contained in items 2, 5, and 8. Before we do, though, I want to make sure if any member needs to declare a conflict of interest in those items, please do so. I see no one. So a motion then to adopt the recommendations.
Councillor Dominato.
Thank you very much. And all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Great, that motion carries. And so the following items have been approved on consent. That is item 2, 2021 annual inflationary rate adjustment to development contributions and associated DCL amendment. Item 5, Vancouver Heritage Foundation Board annual report 2020. And item 8, the report back on the joint Vancouver City Council, Vancouver School Board Committee to collaborate on capital projects. Great. I am now going to move to the regular agenda. Before we begin, I want to remind speakers that you have 5 minutes to make your comments. Should state whether you are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. Council members, because we are in committee, you have 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, I will go back through the speakers list of those who were not present when their name was originally called and provide them with the opportunity to speak. That is a continued pilot that we have going on. So, Council, we are on to the first item, which is Jericho Lands Planning Program, process update, and consideration of draft guiding principles and emerging ideas to guide site planning. On the line, we have representatives from the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh working as cultural liaisons for the Jericho Lands Project to do a brief land acknowledgement. Although one is not currently on the line, so I'm going to proceed with calling Adriane Charlie from the Squamish Nation first, followed by Dennis Thomas from the Tsleil-Waututh. Adriane Charlie, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Oh, great. Well, go ahead, please, to address Council.
Galatana, Queen, Quishamin, Adrian Charlie, Queen, Tana, Hotten Squallowin, Quis, Plackno Motit, Hotten Squallowin, Quis Taquia, and Tahatsiat Samnish, Ta Ealmoch, Ealmoch. Chenquin Mentomia, Quis Taquia, and Ta Musqueam, Ta Slewat, Ta Skahotmish, Othamel. Chenquin Mentomia, Hayachton.
Thank you. I will move on to then Dennis Thomas from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Dennis Thomas, are you on the line?
Yes, thank you. I had to
Welcome.
move to my stairs office. My wife took my room. Yeah, so I'm on my, okay, each of them is still heights app, because meets app Quitquilum, Musqueam, East Cohomish, East Tsleil-Waututh, Tamil, Wanak, Quanasqui, Talitsan at Tsleil-Waututh, Misteo, Ait, Quanasquelowins, Quanzi, Quitzdala. In translation, I just really wanted to welcome each and every one of you, respected leaders, mayor and councils, and city staff, to the traditional lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. Wanak is my ancestral name, and I come from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation. And it always gives me good feelings inside to do proper protocol for meetings such as this. And before I close, I really want to just acknowledge our our team, our Ayelmo Jericho team, and the work that we've done, and to collaborate with the 3 local nations to have our Indigenous world views leading at the forefront. Collectively, we've been doing a very good job, and with that, and I really want to just set a tone for your guys' meeting today with a song, just to put us in the right mind and the right time frame of the work that you guys are doing. Ho he lo, he lo ho ho ho, ho he lo, he lo ho ho ho, ha hey la ha 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 hey la ha hey ho he lo ho 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 he lo ho ho ha hey la ha 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 hey la ha ha hey ha ha hey la ha hey. OCM, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you so much. Very much appreciate your words and your song. So, Councillor, we have next Teresa O'Donnell, General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability, and Kirsten Robinson, Planner of Community Planning, to present PowerPoint to you and to respond to your questions. Teresa, are you on the line?
Thank you, Council. And I will, it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning, and I'll just turn this right over to Kirsten. She's got some a great update and report for the Council today. So, Kirsten, take it away.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Adriane and Dennis, for your welcome. I'll just bring this presentation up quickly here. Everybody can see that? Yes. Okay, great. So thank you, everyone, for your comments. I'm humbly grateful to be part of this process. My name is Kirsten Robinson. I'm a senior planner in the Major Projects Group with the City of Vancouver. As we begin today, I'd like to start by expressing my thanks to the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people for hosting us on their unceded territories. The Jericho lands are important to the nations, as you've heard. The purpose of the report today is to provide an update on Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the Jericho Lands Policy Planning Program, and to seek endorsement of draft guiding principles and emerging ideas, which will provide guidance for the creation of the policy statement, including a conceptual site plan. I'd like to pass it over to Scott Bell, who will provide a brief presentation, followed by a presentation by the landowners' representatives. Scott.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Thank you. I'm not yet seeing the presentation on the public screen, only on Council's WebEx.
I'm not either, Swanson.
Okay, sorry. If you wouldn't mind just holding on for a second, Kirsten, we'll just make sure that your presentation is up on the public screen.
Sure.
Yeah, great. And Deputy Clerk, if you could just advise me when that happens. I'm not seeing it yet.
Chair Carr, are you able to see it now?
No, I am not. Perhaps another councillor would like to indicate if they can see it yet.
Swanson, I can't.
Okay, it's just the orange cone.
I can't see it either.
Thank you. As we're waiting, all of us can just reflect that it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood.
Chair Carr, how about now?
Still just the orange cone?
That's correct. Are you able to see it?
No, just the orange cone, not the presentation.
Chair, I think that we have an issue with the orange cone. What I'm going to do is send the link to council so they can see it on YouTube.
Okay, council members, can you see it on the WebEx currently, all of you, or no?
Point of privilege is Councillor Adriane.
Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I was going to ask, we're going to view this by YouTube. If you, Chair Carr, that as the clerk, tweet out the link so that the public has access. Thank you.
Chair
Thank you.
Carr,
Yes.
I can confirm that the public can see it. If council can watch it through WebEx while we get the link sent to council, if you prefer that way.
Okay, so Councillor DiGenova, we've had confirmation that the public can see it, just that we can't see it. Would anybody, any councillor?
That's fine.
like
Thank
to
you.
have
I
that?
just wanted to make sure the public could.
Yeah, that's fine. Would councillors like that link so you can see it on YouTube as well as WebEx? Indicate. Clerk, why don't you go ahead
I
and
can
send
see it fine on WebEx.
Thank you. Clerk, why don't you just send it just as a backup for people, but councillors, just watch it for now on WebEx with the assurance that the public is able to see it. And sorry for that interruption, Kirsten, but go ahead now.
It's no problem. I was just about to pass it over to Scott Bell. Over to you, Scott.
Thanks. So thank you. My name is Scott Bell. I'm a planner in the Major Projects Group with the City of Vancouver, and I'm honored to be a part of the planning process to envision a future for the Jericho lands. Slide. So the Jericho lands are a 36-hectare or 90-acre site located on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. For thousands of years, it was part of the lands and waters on which the nation's people hunted, gathered, and followed their cultural customs. Ialmuk, or Ialmuk, was an important village located within close proximity to the Jericho lands, close to Jericho Beach. It was a place to gather, to share food, and to settle. It was connected to other villages and campsites by a network of trails radiating across the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh territories. The Jericho lands are bounded by West 4th Avenue to the north, Highbury Street to the east, West 8th Avenue to the south, and Discovery Street to the west. In June 2018, the landowners, a joint venture partnership between Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, referred to as the MST Partnership, and Canada Lands Company, or CLC, requested that the city initiate a planning program to create a vision and land use policy for the Jericho lands. Staff and the landowners, along with their design team, led by Urban Strategies, have been working collaboratively to advance a vision for the site. Importantly, the landowners team includes cultural liaisons from each the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. The cultural liaisons who provided today's land acknowledgement are providing advice to the landowners design team and city staff teams throughout the planning process. Their contributions will inform the ways that the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh cultures and values will be authentically integrated into the development of the Jericho lands. The policy statement will establish principles, objectives, and policies related to a range of topics, including reconciliation, equity and inclusion, land use, density and built form, transportation, public benefits, sustainability, servicing infrastructure, and phasing. The policy statement, if approved by Council, will be used to guide phased rezoning of the Jericho lands. This slide provides examples of other recent policy statements, including the Heatherlands, which are also owned by the MST and CLC in a joint venture partnership. This report provides a summary of Phase 1 and Phase 2 community engagement for the Jericho lands planning process. It includes recommendations that Council endorse the draft guiding principles and draft emerging ideas, which are the outputs of the first two phases. As with any large site, planning for the Jericho lands is guided by a body of Council policies and objectives. These policies provide direction on everything from rainwater management to public amenity targets, transportation mode splits, and housing affordability. Much of the work associated with Phase 1 was completed from March 2019 to March 2020. During Phase 1, we connected with over 2,000 people to hear about their hopes, concerns, and aspirations for the future of the Jericho lands. We've had over 25 touch points and events, including public open houses, site walks, pop-up booths at local events, newsletters, surveys, and the Inspire Jericho speaker series. Many of these events were co-hosted. Staff have engaged with the local neighborhood and city-serving organizations. We've also convened a working group made up of members of the community and citywide interests. The working group provides advice on engagement and feedback on the site planning as it progresses. Members of the Jericho Lands Working Group have registered to speak at Council this morning. The main output from Phase 1 engagement was a set of draft guiding principles, as listed on this slide. These principles are high-level statements intended to guide the planning process. The draft guiding principles have been adjusted to reflect public feedback received to date. Recommendation A seeks Council endorsement of these guiding principles. However, they are proposed to remain in draft form until the Jericho Lands policy statement is completed. This allows for future refinement as new information is learned and feedback received. Phase 2 of the planning process shifted to establishing a greater understanding of the site and its potential. The work to date has involved technical site studies, information gathering, analysis of city policies, and the review of local and international best practices. The key output of this work is the site planning emerging ideas, which will become the building blocks of a conceptual site plan for the Jericho lands. The emerging ideas were presented to the public in a series of 4 theme discussion guides: natural systems and open space, connections and mobility, inclusive neighborhoods, and sustainability and resilience. In April, city staff and the landowners co-hosted virtual design workshops based on the 4 discussion guides. Over the week, nearly 400 participants attended the virtual events. In addition to the events, 549 survey responses were received. The draft emerging ideas have been adjusted to reflect public feedback received to date. In response to concerns about neighborhood fit, an additional section titled Neighborhood Transitions has been added to the emerging ideas under inclusive neighborhoods, which will be discussed a little bit more a few slides down. One emerging idea influences all others. Redevelopment of the Jericho lands is an opportunity for the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations to express their deep connections to the land while bringing forward new opportunities for prosperity for future generations. In addition to embedding Indigenous values, there are 24 additional emerging ideas grouped under the following themes. The full package of emerging ideas is included in Appendix B of the report. Recommendation B seeks Council endorsement of these emerging ideas, and similar to the guiding principles, they are proposed to remain in draft form until the Jericho Lands policy statement is completed. This allows for further refinement as new information is learned and feedback is received. Planning for the Jericho lands starts with the land. This site has unique physical features, including dramatic topography, which offers views to the mountains and downtown. Planning will also respond to significant trees and biodiversity areas. Approaches to managing rainwater will drive site design, and open space will connect new parks on the site with a broader ecological network. The Jericho lands is envisioned to be welcoming and inclusive, with a priority on walking, rolling, and cycling. A key focus of planning is to provide accessible routes through the site connecting the upper and lower neighborhoods in West Point and Cray. The site will be designed to be car light and encourage transit use through the site. The Jericho lands is envisioned to become a new high-density residential area with a variety of housing choices. New shops, services, and amenities will be provided within an easy walk or roll from homes. It is envisioned that the Jericho lands will become a unique destination within the city to experience Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh culture. The new neighborhood will be designed to carefully consider existing neighborhood context by strengthening connections to important community destinations, creating an appropriate edge transition, and by complementing the existing community. The emerging ideas related to sustainability and resilience seek to ensure that the Jericho Lands achieves a high standard of sustainability, including measures to address climate change and consider design approaches that are adaptable, resilient, and sustainable over the long term. Given the scale of the Jericho Lands and the complexity of the planning during a pandemic, the overall work plan has been adjusted from the timeline presented in the 2018 report. The key change in the work program is that development of conceptual site plan options will be the focus of Phase 3. Phases 4 and 5 will focus on refinement of the preferred site concept and drafting site-specific policies for the Jericho Lands policy statement. Engagement opportunities will continue to provide key inputs into the planning process and development of site concepts. It is anticipated that the Jericho Lands policy statement will be presented to Council for consideration in spring 2022, subject to work proceeding as planned. To recap, the purpose of this report is to update Council on the progress to date and seek endorsement of the draft guiding principles, which is identified by recommendation A on the slide, and the emerging ideas, recommendation B. Representatives from the landowners team are here to provide a few words, and staff are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
And thank you. And is that the presentation? Can we move to questions at this point, or do you have any other?
The landowners have a brief presentation they would like to make as well. So we'll pass it to Elisa Campbell of Canada Lands Company next.
Great. Okay, thank you. And welcome. Yes, we're just waiting for the representative to speak.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Elisa Campbell, and I'm a Senior Director with Canada Lands Company. It's a pleasure to be here together with Dennis, Adriane, and Charlene, who couldn't be here this morning, our cultural liaisons who form a core part of our team, and alongside the city's major projects team, to share with you a few thoughts as the co-owners of the site about this unique process and this wonderful property that we call Inspire Jericho. I'm together here with David Negrin from the MST Development Corporation, who will say a few words following this slide deck. For those of you who don't know, Canada Lands Company is a federal crown corporation, self-financing, with a broad portfolio of progressive redevelopment sites across the country. Our focus is on creating great communities and producing positive benefit for all Canadians. In Vancouver, we have two major sites that we co-own in a joint venture partnership with the MST partnership. And we're really pleased to be working with the MST to bring new opportunities to the Jericho Lands. Scott mentioned the Heatherlands as well, which is a property that we co-own on the Canby Corridor. The MST partnership, which David will speak a little bit more about, is a partnership between the Musqueam Indian Band, the Squamish Nation, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, who've come together in a partnership to celebrate their cultural and family connections and to focus on creating future benefits for their nations and their communities. In 2014, Canada Lands Company and the MST partnership came together in a historic partnership that was the first of its kind at that time in Canada. It has since been replicated in other parts of the country. It's part of a big focus of Canada Lands Company. But in 2014, this was incredibly unique, and we continue to work collectively on focusing on the possibilities of working together to redevelop unique properties. Our collective goal is to recognize the cultural significance of these lands to the MST, while also transforming Jericho into an inspiring, progressive, and sustainable new neighborhood. As mentioned by Scott, we have been working very closely with our nation's partners and with the communities of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. They are owners with us of the site, but they are also a part of this process, and the land originally is theirs. Working with Adriane, Dennis, and Charlene has offered us an inspiring opportunity to listen to learnings and stories from the nations and to make sure that they're thoroughly embedded in our process, and in fact that our process and the design reflects what they have taught us. But equally importantly, they offer us a conduit into the MST communities themselves. And we have had and continue to have lots of engagement with the nations. Right now, at this moment, we have an engagement event happening with the Musqueam School Group. We have similar events and activities happening with Squamish and Tsleil-Waututh, including with the elders, with youth groups, with general community members, with knowledge keepers, and so on. This is continued all the way through the process, and we'll follow the project all the way along. We very much, CLC MST, appreciated Council's endorsement in 2018 of moving forward the policy planning program for the Jericho lands. We have enjoyed the opportunity to work closely with the major projects team, and equally importantly, to engage with the citywide community. Authentic and robust engagement is incredibly important to us, and we acknowledge and understand that the voices of all for this property are important to listen to. The learnings and the stories come from others as well. And we have appreciated the opportunity to co-host events such as the Inspire Jericho Talks with the city staff. We'd like to thank the city for supporting this process, and we look forward to continuing to move forward future plans for Jericho lands in a way that brings honor to our partnership and recognizes the significance of the land to the city, to CLC and the nations, and to the broad community. I'll now pass it over to David Negrin.
Yes.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor Kennedy Stewart and Council. Before I start, I'd like to thank your planning staff for all the work they've done. I think it's important you recognize the work that your team's done along with our team. This has been about a relationship between First Nations and the City of Vancouver and Canada Land Corporation, the federal government. This morning, I spoke to our chiefs, and really the message this morning is this is not just a project about development. It's an important partnership that helps heal the wounds over the past 100 years. And it's about recognition, promotion, implementation, and protection of rights and freedoms. It's about self-determination. It's about land, territories, and resources, economy and fiscal relationships, culture and language, children and family well-being. It strengthens the community, these projects, the Indigenous communities, Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, through developing businesses that contribute to capacity building, revenue generation, and employment opportunities. It's about self-sufficiency. When I became CEO of MSTDC, two major points that the board told me were, David, never lose our land. So in our partnership, it's very important for council and mayor to know that this is a 99-year lease with our partnerships. These lands will remain in perpetuity with the nations for the next thousands of years. Number two, they wanted to ensure to maintain language, cultural, and traditional beliefs through teaching history of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, keeping the cultures and traditions strong. So it's very important. Our message this morning is that, again, it's not just about land. So what is it about? It's about continuing our relationships and working together and respecting one another. And that's with Canada Land Corporation, the federal government, the provincial government, and you, the City of Vancouver. It's about taking a problem that has existed for 30 years. I've been in this business, and for 30 years, we've all been talking about housing. Housing for the needy, social housing, affordable rental, and Indigenous housing. And if the densities appear to be what they are, the nations will become a solution, not a problem to this, and that we could have over 3 million square feet in both Fairmont and Jericho of social housing, affordable rental, and Indigenous housing. And that's important message from our nation today. We want to be a solution, not a problem. And it's about market housing and market rental. So this is a partnership of extreme importance with MST, CLC, and the City of Vancouver working together to become a solution. And this is a project for the world to see. And in closing, I'd like to thank my clients, the First Nations, and to our liaisons and to CLC. I can tell you the partnership between CLC and the First Nations is extremely strong and will remain to be strong. And again, at ending this off, I want to say thank you again to your planning department, to Teresa and her staff. I cannot tell you how important it is what the work they've done to Kirsten and others on her team. This has been a collaboration and a partnership, and one that I want proud in my ending year. So thank you. Thank you.
And thank you. Oh, there is somebody else on the line. I'm sorry. Was there somebody else that was going to be speaking, or is that the end of the presentation?
That's the end of the presentation, Councillor Carr. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Council, there is an opportunity for you to ask questions. You have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff and speakers. So, Councillor Hardwick, you're first. Go ahead.
Could you confirm, is it 3 or 5 minutes?
It is 5 minutes to ask questions of staff. When we come to speakers to motions, it is 3 at that point.
Terrific. So if you'd start my timer now. Thank you very much, first of all, for the presentations, plural. I'd like to dig in and unpack this a bit, starting with how we came up with the density numbers for this location. And what do we think would be driving, what the economic drivers would be to warrant this density of population in this location?
Good morning, Councillor Hardwick. It's Kirsten Robinson speaking, Senior Planner. We haven't determined a density yet for this site. What we've been doing over the last couple of years is listening to the community and listening to the landowners and working on understanding the potential of the land. So the emerging ideas talk about the land, the topography, the views, the
but I heard
existing biodiversity.
Adriane came up with a square footage number that was significant. The reason I'm asking the question about density is it's been emphasized throughout these presentations that we're taking into consideration Indigenous worldviews. And when I think of Indigenous worldviews, and I do understand and appreciate the cultural significance, I don't know where high density factors into that, other than what was described as new opportunities for future benefits and prosperity. So what I'm really trying to get in is the livability and what we are considering as drivers, because it's intrinsic to the way that we approach this development in the future. So I don't know how you can talk about the land without talking about the density. So
yes, of course.
Maybe there's someone on the applicant team that would be interested in answering that question.
Okay, sorry, just before the answer comes forward, Council, I just want a clarification from the clerk. If you're asking questions of staff, it is, so Kirsten, for example, it is up to 5 minutes that you have. Sorry, let me just stop your timer.
Thank you.
But there are 3 minutes. You can ask questions of speakers up to 3 minutes. So, clerk, could you just verify if councillors get both the 5 minutes to ask of staff and the 3 minutes to ask of the speakers, like the Canada Land Corporation presentation, for example?
Chair Carr, that would be the 5 minutes. The 3 minutes is referring to the public signing up to speak to the item.
So we're considering the presentation of the Canada Land Corporation as part of the staff presentation. So it's 5 minutes in total. Is that correct then?
That's correct.
All right, thanks. Sorry for that. And go ahead.
If I could just restate, what I'm getting at is, how do we reconcile our Indigenous worldviews with this dense form of development, and drive that would balance that? I'd like to hear that from the applicant.
Or from the owners. Okay.
The owners. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Go ahead. Maybe somebody from the owner group would like to answer that.
David or Lisa, would you like to speak to that? David Negrin, please.
Hi, it's Elisa here.
Thank you.
If David comes on, he can.
Yeah, sorry, Elisa, I was muted. I'm sorry, technology. So if I may go, Lisa, thank you. You have to look at this. The process that you're following here is no different than any process that you do with a major rezoning throughout the city of Vancouver. This is not anything special that's being done right now with the First Nations or Canada Land Corporation. The public meetings all take place, the process takes place, your staff looks at it, and they'll come to a decision of what's best for the neighborhood. From the nation's point of view, we want to be seen as a developer in the city of Vancouver, no different than any other developer. We're here to work with you, Mayor and Council, and your city staff to get to a point of density that's acceptable to all. As I said, the nations want to be a solution, not a problem. And that's really an important message this morning. I want to go to all of you. We're here to work with you and your staff and make this a successful project. At the end of the day, the density will be what it is. It'll be determined by you, Mayor and Council, by your planning staff, by the public, and by the nations. And so when I refer to 3 million square feet, that's a 1.5 density. If there's a 1.5 density on Jericho, and there's a 1.8 density that's in your zoning or that's been applied for in Fairmont already, therefore that's about 3 million square feet, 20% of the density that becomes social housing, affordable rental, and Indigenous housing. But I can tell you one thing that's extremely important here is the Indigenous housing to the First Nations, right? So I want it very clear. Nobody's asking for favors here. We want to be a part of this process that's successful to everybody. Thank you.
Can I get back on the queue I'd like to move for another round of questions, Chair?
Okay, we've got another round of questions. I'm just going to go with a yay or nay at this point. All those in favor of a second round, say yay.
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 Anybody opposed, say nay. There will be a second round. Okay.
Thank you, and I'll come back on the list. Appreciate it.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. I want to ask kind of just one, I guess, sort of grounding question in the spirit that it's something that I get asked by the public a lot as we see sort of this new paradigm of the nations coming forward with the development partnerships and wanting to, and what I get asked about and where the question is going is wanting to understand the city's role and the role of the landowners and the First Nations. And so I'm wondering if on the record, because I think it's really important for the public to understand, if staff can clarify how these lands differ from, say, Sanok, where they have full self-determination and don't require sort of the approval of city council or even having sort of this type of report come forward. Obviously, close collaboration, you know, because we are coexisting together on the lands, but they have the sort of self-determination, the right to make those choices around density and the nature of development versus this process, and how that is distinctly different. Because we get asked that a lot from people that are trying to understand what the new structure it looks like and what is the role of the city and what is the role of the nation. So can you clarify that?
Yes, this is Kirsten Robinson. I can try. We are working on the Jericho lands, much like the Heather lands, in a collaborative way with the landowners, MSTDC, or the MST represented by MSTDC and Canada Lands Company. We did go through a policy statement process on that site, and we did accept a rezoning application last year, which staff are reviewing now. The difference with the Sanok project is that is wholly on reserve land owned by the Squamish Nation, and we, the City of Vancouver, don't have any jurisdiction over what happens on Nation's land. The land of the Jericho lands and the Heather lands are within the City of Vancouver boundaries.
So the distinction being that it's not on reserve land in simple terms.
In simple terms, yes.
Okay, that's really helpful because I think people are just trying to understand and, you know, sort of how these pieces will all connect into each other. And so that does require, just to be clear, you know, for people that ask, that does require, as some of our speakers said, approval by council and the fact that we have these reports coming forward. So there's a role to play. Okay, that's really helpful. The other thing I want to talk on is I'd like to delve in a little bit more in terms of the principle of respect the land, and I'm really very interested and excited to kind of hear from the proponents and landowners what that really means. So for example, the emerging idea about connecting parks and open space and sort of the vision for greenery of the site. This is a very important site, both to the nations and to the residents of Vancouver as a whole in terms of the greenery in the area on the west side. So if you can expand a bit on the vision of how much open space would be retained, what that would look like? Any
Sure.
comments?
I can start with that, and I might ask for a little bit of help from the landowner team. But from the city's perspective, we've been working with and listening carefully to what the nations are saying through the landowner representatives. The site is very unique of all the major projects that we've done previously. It's not on industrial land. It's got interesting topography. It's got existing mature trees and some existing biodiversity areas. So we are currently mapping and trying to understand those unique aspects of the site as we start to move into concept development. Through that exploration of the lands and the initial site analysis, those have been identified as key features. The nations, of course, have a strong tie to nature, and so we are working to understand and respect that. In terms of the amount of parks and open space, as we move into concept development, which is the next phase of work, we will start to understand how the pieces of the puzzle fit together, what the road network looks like, what the park space looks like. Many of our targets are tied to population estimates, so it'll all come together through a creative process. We anticipate being back out to the public in the fall with 3 concept options so we can start to test some of these ideas on a site plan.
Okay, that's really helpful. And then on housing, in terms of sort of the below market of the social housing component was mentioned in terms of the importance of that for Indigenous people. Would that be the focus? Is there early thinking on that? 'Cause I know there's a terminology around inclusive neighborhood, but would the idea be to prioritize Indigenous peoples for the social and below market?
Maybe I could start this one. It's Kirsten again. We were working with the Sustainable Large Sites Policy requirement, which requires 20% social housing and additional 10% rental housing. We have heard through the Heatherlands project about the importance of Indigenous people's housing, but it's really early days. So I don't think that we have a focus quite yet. As we move through the process and understand better what the needs are, we can assess that. Maybe
Okay.
there's housing
And
staff on the line.
I'm going to have to actually just say that at this point, Councillor Kirby has run out of her time. She can get back on her list, the list again in the second round, and continue with that question and answers to it. But I'm going to move on now to Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Have the MST agreed to these principles that we're being asked to endorse?
MST, yes, it's David Negrin. Yes,
Okay.
we are following through with these principles. They're important to the nations the same way they're important to you.
Okay,
And
good.
so, yeah, we'll continue to work with your staff.
The Canadian Lands Corporation, are they selling this land to MST? Are they planning to extract a profit from it after the development is done? How is that arrangement happening?
So it's David Negrin again. So the nations are purchasing the land off of Canada Land Corporation. I can't disclose what the price is, but it's well under market. And the federal government has been excellent in dealing with the nations in this. Through reconciliation and accommodation, there's accommodation on the land itself. There's a decreased value, but we are purchasing lands at a much reduced price compared to market. And those lands, as I said, will always remain in perpetuity with the nations.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're getting a deal, but I wish it was free for you. You say that 30% of the housing will be 20% social housing and 3% rent and 10% rental for a total of basically 30% rental, which means 70% owner. Is the purpose of that to primarily get a profit to help with other MST endeavors and go back to the feds to pay for the land?
The answer to that is yes, and if I may explain, the nations are no different than any other business, development business in Vancouver. They're there to make money. That money will go to the communities. It will also be used to pay off Canada Land Corporation. And the third request by my board was to bring them to self-sufficiency within the next few years. Getting that profit through development allows nations to go on and develop projects on their own and not have to use a developer.
Okay, thanks very much. Appreciate that.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Next is Councillor Weave, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, my first question's for staff. Under the emerging ideas, it seemed like more than half were parks and open space. Is that something that you were surprised by the outcome of the emerging ideas, or is that something we're seeing consistently in engagement and planning around the city?
It's Kirsten Robinson again. I think part of the reason that the emerging ideas around natural systems and open space are so prominent is because we're trying to understand what the land is telling us. And so those ideas really are about what's there today and trying to work with that. A number of the other ideas under inclusive neighborhoods are really work that needs to happen still. So those are kind of higher level principles that are less land-based at this point, but I imagine that the emphasis will shift into the development potential of the land as we move forward into the next phase.
Okay, and I guess a follow-up on that, what learnings are we learning through this planning and engagement process that we've been taking on and implementing into our Vancouver planning process?
Maybe I'll pass that one to Susan Haid. I think currently on Jericho, we're thinking about how the site plugs into the broader neighborhood. There's certainly movement opportunities and opportunities to connect with the West Point Grey Village and the community at the bottom of the hill. Really, Jericho is kind of a missing piece in that neighborhood right now. So we are thinking about how it can address some of those challenges. I know also that we are thinking about Jericho as a 15-minute neighborhood. And so some of that thinking has been picked up and carried in the Complete Communities work that the Vancouver Plan team is doing. Susan, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Yes, thanks very much. It's Susan Haid, Deputy Director. We're certainly closely liaising on the Jericho project in terms of community engagement and the Vancouver Plan. It's a major building block in the Vancouver Plan, and certainly some of the techniques during the pandemic of the Jericho Inspire talks and the design workshops are working really well, and there's been strong engagement in that. And we are looking at the learnings of that for the Vancouver Plan process going forward. Thank you.
Okay, I guess question to the...
Councillor Weave, we can't hear you.
I can hear myself twice.
I can hear you now. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so I guess the next question is a follow-up on Councillor Swanson, and that is, how does this planning work through the two or the three local nations? It's really hard with me repeating myself. Yeah, so I'm just wondering how it works through going through those three boards.
It's David Negrin here. If I understand your question, you're asking how approvals go through the three nations?
Yeah, I know that there's a representative from each nation, but I'm just wondering how the broader community gets involvement in this process.
So in the process, the most important thing when you're bringing deals to First Nations is that you deal with membership. Chiefs and councillors come and go, as we all know. So the process is that we have a board. That board is made up of 2 people from each nation. My group always responds back to the board. If the board agrees, then we go to chief, to council, and to the community. So in order for a project to be approved, it has to have all 3, chief and council and community. And that's the process that we follow with all 3 nations.
Okay, and then one quick question. Iyalmak is in 2 different it's got both languages, Alkminum and Squamish. So I'm just wondering, how is the best pronunciation recognized? And we will be speaking this word a lot moving forward.
Dennis, I'll leave that.
Yeah. Dennis, if you are speaking, we can't hear you.
Or maybe Adriane could help clarify if she
Yeah,
has
this is Elisa here. I think if both of them could respond, because as you've noted, there are two different languages and two different pronunciations. Adriane, if you're there and you can provide the Squamish pronunciation, and then Dennis.
Elisa, I don't see them on the WebEx anymore.
Okay. It would be most appropriate to ask them to provide the pronunciation because you can then hear it directly. What I can say is what I have learned in terms of the pronunciation. One is Ialmoch and one is Ialmoch. So there's a differentiation just in more of the beginning. So Ialmoch and Ialmoch.
Thank you very much. And that's it for your time, Councillor Weed. So on to Councillor 5 for up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. I'm curious, I guess kind of the elephant in the room, and I see it peripherally mentioned in here about if there's a SkyTrain extension to UBC and stuff. And I'm just curious how dependent this planning and how responsive this planning is to a SkyTrain to UBC, and how does that, I guess, how does this plan respond to that, or does it change significantly, or?
Hi, this is Kirsten. I can start and maybe my colleague Ian can jump in. We are working with TransLink and the landowner team. We've done a study of if it's possible to bring the extension into the site to serve the Jericho lands. The TransLink process is running parallel to this, and no decisions have been made, obviously, by the Mayor's Council on the alignment, but we are hoping that there will be a way to serve the site with transit. We expect to understand a little bit more about the potential in the fall, and so we will work with the planning process and the site design to work with the extension, whether it serves the site or not. We have time to adjust and to coordinate the two processes.
Okay, so there's sort of flexibility. I mean, obviously there's a very preliminary anyway, but there's adequate flexibility built in, so it can go either way.
Yeah, that's right. I should also mention that the site is already quite well served by transit, and if there is a station not on site, but in one of the anticipated locations at Alma, then it would be within walking distance as well.
So I guess what I'm also trying to sort of ascertain is the notion of transit-oriented development and how that plays into this site, and even as far as funding SkyTrain extension partially or through amenity funding. Okay, I guess the other piece I wanted to just touch on is we did get a letter from the West Point Grey Residents Association alluding to the notion that this should be considered part of West Point Grey as opposed to separate from West Point Grey. I personally see them as complementary and kind of analogous, but I'm curious how your team sees this as extension of Point Grey, or is it independent of Point Grey, or is it a complement to Point Grey?
Well, I think we've been seeing it as complementary. There's West Point Grey currently has a high proportion of single-family homeowners, and there's a lack, we've heard through the process, of opportunities for some of the members of the community to age in place in particular. So we are seeing it as addressing some of the gaps that may exist in the community, but also really starting to stitch the community together. The Jericho lands has been fenced off partially for a long time. I don't actually know the date. So we see that there's a great opportunity to bring the community together into and through the site. Also with other large developments such as this, we have an opportunity to provide new shops and retail and services and amenities, which might bring people to the lands as well and give people a new place to gather. So I think we agree that this is an opportunity to augment the existing community and really provide something that's not there currently. We are also sensitive to the fact that this is a significant change, and we will work to address the concerns that the neighborhood has around neighborhood fit and the treatment of the site's edges and transitions and green space.
Okay, and last one from me. And back when, pre-COVID, when we were still having festivals and stuff, the Folk Fest had reached out and have had an ongoing interest in some site supporting infrastructure that could be included so that they weren't running temporary power, for instance, for the Folk Fest in Jericho Park. And I'm wondering if this planning in any way kind of contemplates building in some kind of infrastructure to support festival type activity in Jericho Park.
Hi, sure. Oh.
Awesome. Yeah, go, Kristen. Thank you.
I could jump in here. This is Kristen Lambertson on the Cultural Spaces Planner and Cultural Services. So yes, there are definitely considerations for outdoor spaces. I think we are considering a range of infrastructure. So there's a range of uses, including ceremonial, occasional event, celebration, and performance uses. So I think it's to be determined with parks, the scale and opportunities, but we are definitely looking at what can be landed there and trying to provide occasional use for certain types of celebrations.
Great, and that's it for Councillor Fry's time. So thanks very much for those questions. And Councillor Fry, if you need to go back on the list, we are proceeding now with the second round of questions. Councillor Hardwick, up to you for, in your second round, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to go back to the density question. I believe it was Kirsten Robinson that said that you're operating on targets of population growth estimates. And what are those based on precisely?
Hi, Councillor Hardwick. Sorry, I meant amenity targets are based on population estimates. We haven't got a density target yet, so we don't have a population estimate in place. As we move through the process, we'll balance those things.
What, again, this is really fundamental. What population growth estimates are you using, regardless of whether you're using them for amenities or density? What are you using for that information? What's your source?
We haven't established a site density.
But that's not answering my question.
I know, yeah, because you're asking me what the target is, but we haven't created a target. We usually do the site planning work first in order to determine what the structure plan is, where the parks go, where the roads go, how we service the development parcels. And then we establish the building heights.
Councillor Hardwick, could you please allow the staff person to respond before interrupting? It would be, I think, just
but it's not answering my question and it's taking up time. So if I can't find out, I picked up on the word target and population growth estimates, and I've asked from where you would gather them, and I haven't got an answer on that. So I'll switch my course of questions to the guiding principles. I'm looking at them on the slide. I think everyone would agree that reflecting and respecting the past, present, and future legacies of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh is an absolute number one, and respecting the land number two. When I go beyond that, welcome all cultures, cohesive community, connect within and beyond, a place to call home, designed for the future. To me, I find those more nebulous, and so I'd like at least if you could do a quick rundown on those other priorities from 3 down on the guiding principles that we're being asked to approve today.
Yes, sorry, I'm just trying to bring them up so that I can refer to them as we speak. So the welcoming all cultures is really about ensuring that the lands are welcoming and inclusive to all people of all cultures and all income levels, is what we have evolved since this was done. A cohesive community is really about creating a complete new community that's well served by shops, amenities, schools, all the things you need to have a complete community. Connect Within and Beyond is about making sure that the Jericho lands fit within the West Point Grey community and are connected to the site, and this also is a nod to the potential of an extension of the SkyTrain to serve the site. A place to call home is a bundle of ideas around housing related to what we've talked about, the 30% being social housing and rental housing. And then Design for the Future is a bundle of ideas around future planning work that needs to happen and how we evolve the plan in terms of new information we learn about sustainability and resilience and climate change, the things that we've been adapting to, like on projects like EFL that are very long term, and we need to be nimble and adapt.
Okay, for my last minute then, how do you reconcile those with built for mass and height density?
I think the core of your question is we see this site in the same way you see many of the other major project sites. Most of them range in a relatively high density from, I'm going to put a number out there, 2 FSR to 3 FSR. How the density precisely lands, we are not sure because of the grades, because of the views, because of the community interest in the neighborhood. Like, that's all work that needs to happen over the coming months and years, is to really establish what's possible in terms of a supportable form of development.
And those wouldn't change under the guiding principles. That's what you're saying. The guiding principles would stick no matter what the
that's right.
Density,
yeah,
etc.
Yeah, those are our high level guiding posts. Yeah.
Okay, and that's it for your time, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby, I'm on to you for a second set of questions, up to 5.
Yeah, thank you. I want to just pick up on this sort of notion of the feedback from the public engagement and amenities, and recognizing that the provision of amenities ranked as one of the highest emerging ideas at 76%, and in response to the commentary from the owners that they want to be seen as any other developer. So my question and affirmation, because we're having a challenge obviously as we shift to different tenure housing types in the cities, of bringing in those amenity dollars to support the population growth and livability with that. So just confirming to staff that, again, from a policy perspective, if there's any of that market housing would be subject to CACs as any other development in the city. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. And as we go through the process, we will do some preliminary financial analysis to test the ability to deliver amenities on the site.
Okay. And so also, do you see any difference with sort of the uniqueness of this partnership with the amenities? Is there any early thinking amenities being delivered on site versus cash for city delivered amenities in kind for them delivered off site and in the surrounding area? Has there been any early thinking about that?
Not yet on Jericho, but on Heatherlands, there are some differences in how we're approaching the amenity package. For example, as David mentioned, the nations intend to hold the land in the long term. So we are looking at opportunities for them to retain ownership of the parks, for example, while we secure public access and maintenance over them. So we are thinking about how the amenities are delivered within the context of a government to government relationship.
Okay, so with a very, I'm just reflecting some of that back for clarity. So there's a very strong emphasis on retention of some of those key ecological areas in the green space that could comprise and end up becoming part of the public amenities.
Yes, part of the park and open space network on the site, yeah.
Okay, that's an intriguing thing to think about, given the fact there seems to be such public positive engagement about that. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And Councillor Weeb, for your second setup at 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just have one quick one, and that's on the natural systems and open spaces. When you look at a lot of the community consultation, it talks about creeks and how we're going to reconnect, recognizing that the Jericho Pond has been drying out during the summers. I'm wondering, because I don't see it reflected, is a creek looked to be part of this natural space systems and open space work? And is that something that the MST Corporation is looking at incorporating into this site, is a way to connect the Ridge and Jericho Beach with a creek-like infrastructure project?
Hi, thanks for the question, Councillor Weed. This is Katie Amon with the Park Board, planner of the Park Board. So we will be looking at a variety of strategies for managing rainwater on the site. The historic streams no longer exist as they were. They've been diverted or engineered over, and so daylighting itself may not be technically feasible, but we are looking at ways of exploring ways to enhance the site's ecological function and connectivity, connect into rainwater management features. It's pretty early days, but it is looking to be one of the main drivers of the site. In terms of connecting through to the park, is definitely something that we've heard a number of times. We are trying to set up the opportunity for that to be a possibility in the future. But at the same time, any decisions around any significant changes to the park, including the conveyance of water through the park or to the ponds, would be determined through a future park board-led park master plan so that we can properly run a full engagement process, liaise with stakeholders, and in light of approved park board policy.
And do we know if Park Board will be working on a master plan renewal that would align with this work, recognizing Councillor Fry also noted that they were looking at opportunities to bring electrification for events. So I'm just wondering, do we see any opportunity for funding to be provided to the Park Board to ensure that there is an ability to align the two projects?
We'd be looking at upcoming capital plans in order to determine when we would embark on a master plan. I think there are a lot of reasons why we would like to see it happen in the near term and begin in the near term. So that's something that we'll be working through the capital planning process that's upcoming, and hopefully starting to think about if it could be included in the next capital plan.
Nice, that's really exciting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Councillor Weeb, and thank you, councillors. That is it for questions. We are going to now hear from speakers, but just my thanks, Kirsten and staff, David, Elisa, for those presentations. So moving to speakers, we have the first speaker as Nathan Davidovich. Is Nathan Davidovich on the line? Nathan Davidovich is on the line. We cannot hear you. I understand
hello?
The speakers are on the line, but
yes, hello.
Hello? Yes, Nathan, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Carr and members of the committee. The reason I'm speaking about this issue is because the city of Vancouver will make the same mistakes again that they've made on other big projects in Vancouver, like the north side of Falls Creek and the Fraser Lands. The city voted for a change in 2018. This is a vision policy, and and most of you councillors don't support the vision development policy. You need to decide about the density and the street network, and in order to have a better plan, NTS should buy more properties up to 10th Avenue in order to consolidate and have a big parcel of land. You need a new north-south secondary arterial, as the present arterials, Alma and Blanca, are over 2 kilometers apart, and in most part of the city, we have arterials that are about 1 kilometer or 0.8 kilometers apart. Once the street system is agreed upon, we can develop a transit system that provide additional transit service to the current service. When the SkyTrain is extended to UBC, a new station should be constructed near Trimble Park. The people who are going to live in that area should all be within 5 minutes walk to the nearest bus stop or the nearest SkyTrain station. But the big issue is would this project will be car free, and that's again a decision of council to make to designate that as a car free project, where all residents will not have a parking space. They would not be allowed to have a parking space. There'll be spaces for car share and scooter share and so forth, but not for residents to actually buy a car and park it in this project. There's similar projects like that in other cities now. So the main issue is really the development. The development was set up by Vision, and all of you don't support Vision, or the majority of you. And this is just, the staff is presenting the same development as Vision, and the staff don't understand that the 2018 election is gone, and there's a new council and a new way of doing things, but they don't care about it because it was approved by the old Vision Council. So I don't know, but it's up to council to decide how they're going to tackle this new development with all the problems that we have with other developments that were approved by Vision, like the Fraser land, where originally they estimated the population to be 10 to 12,000 people, and now it's up to 20,000 people. The same thing is going to happen here. Thank you for your listening to me.
Okay, thank you. And you do have questions. Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Nathan. You touched on something that I've been trying to get at, and that is the population projections and anticipated density on the site. Do you think that it's appropriate to just be putting forward general guiding principles without having some of those I mean, we are talking about land and money here, having, those main things determined up front. You're saying that you think that there have been determinations around density and population. Where's your information coming from?
Well, I mean, any developer, has a business plan, and in order for them to make a profit, they have to know how many units will be there, and the square footage, and all the details in order to go to the bank and loan money or whatever. Now, this is somewhat different, but this development basically follows the headerland development, and there's a whole bunch of problems with the headerland because they never talked to the school board about Eric Campbell's school and the traffic in the area and so forth. And when I asked the developer there, which I presume it's the same developer, NTS, they considered that there are traffic problems, but the city doesn't want to deal with those problems. And they produce a 400-page report of traffic impact for the headerlands, but the city doesn't want to deal with them. And so it's going to be similar here. It's just a bit bigger than the headerland. I think it's, whatever it is, three or four times the size of the headerlands. But
Okay, well, thank you. I was really looking for an answer on population projections and density, and ultimately what would be the economic drivers to justify this, but I guess I'll have to keep asking those questions.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. And that's it for your questions, Nathan. So thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And next we'll move to the speaker 2, Murray Hendren. Murray Hendren, if you're on the line, you can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm a retired environmental engineer, a director of the West Point Grey Residents Association, and the Community Center Association, and co-chair of the Jericho Lands Working Group. I also happen to live across the street from the development. I'm an avid cyclist. I'm not speaking here today in any official capacity for the mentioned groups, but rather as a private citizen wanting the best for the city, the development, and the neighborhood. There was a suggestion that the working group make a submission on the project, but there was simply not enough time to adequately make a submission that reflected the many views of the members. I recognize this is a valuable opportunity to create a unique and high-quality that honors and conveys Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh culture, and an opportunity to make a valuable addition to the city and the neighborhood. I also recognize the importance of site topography, particularly as it pertains to dealing with water, creating an appropriate skyline, providing access for all ages across the site, and protecting views. Views are valuable in a city. Let's use the topography to protect them. Site hydrology is important, but not for the usual reasons. There are runoff problems caused by the fast flow of water down 8th Avenue and potential ponding and flooding in the 7th and Highbury area. Taking some of this water flow down through the development will certainly help the neighborhood. Also, the Quadrasands aquifer that underlays the site may or may not feed the ponds in Jericho Park. But the studies currently underway must be completed to ensure the development does not rob the ponds.
Take the bus? Sometimes. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, not always, but well, yeah.
Just one second, Maria, if you could just hold on. I think that is Nathan Davidovich still on the line. Nathan, if you can hear me, please mute yourself. Marie, go ahead. We'll see if it's okay.
Okay. The studies currently underway must be completed to ensure the development does not rob their ponds of their current year-round water supply. And transitions and connections between the development and the local neighborhood are critical. And the development will necessarily be different from the surroundings, but no one wants an island of high-density housing simply inserted into a residential neighborhood. The mixture of traffic and bicycles on Highbury is already a problem. Let's try and fix it, not make it worse. Likewise, the development should support the local businesses on 10th, 4th, Elma, and Broadway. And strict codes for universal access will help those in the neighborhood who would like to age in place. It goes without saying that the development will overwhelm the community center activities, and planning for these on-site facilities should start sooner rather than later. Much has been said about the SkyTrain to UBC servicing the Jericho lands, but we must think long and hard about when or even if such a service will be available. We do not know the extent of post-COVID working from home or, as it pertains to UBC, learning from home. Major density decisions in such an uncertain environment can lead to extremely poor outcomes. Even though this project is served by transit, the difference between an existing bus service on 4th or 10th and a SkyTrain station on site is dramatic indeed. Your staff have worked diligently to obtain public input in incredibly challenging times. They are to be lauded for their efforts. However, there's still much to do to ensure the development fits the needs of the proponent, the city, and the neighborhood. Regular updates from the site consultants would help keep stakeholders up to date, but perhaps there are other methods as well. Presenting 3 possibly similar site plans as the proposed next step may not be an adequate process for such a complex site. In a project as complex and important as this, constant communication is key. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you. And if you would remain on the line to answer some questions, you do have questions. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. We are being asked to endorse draft guiding principles and also to endorse draft emerging ideas contained in the staff report that we've received in Appendix A and Appendix B, respectively. What is your opinion of the guiding principles and the draft emerging ideas, presuming that you've read the report?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've read the report from several angles. And there are some very good ideas in those principles. They are, at this time, very, what I would call high level. The weakness in them, I think, is it comes down to the very large and important issue of transit on the site. And there is a massive difference between whether or not we have a SkyTrain or not and where the station is. So that is a big problem. And it makes planning very difficult. But some of the other issues that they've touched on, they've done a good job. There is a major hole still to be developed in the sense of what's the groundwater on the site. There's a lot of discussion on surface water, but in my view, the groundwater is the more important issue. So that's a long answer to.
Well, no, that's helpful. So generally your comment was they were high level and you thought that the transportation piece and the groundwater piece were the most important to you.
Well, yes, there is recognition of the itch treatment, and I see that a lot of those in the end will depend on the details of what that means. But if I do believe your staff at this point are taking that into account and are working hard on those issues. So yeah, I think the big item still is density and on the site, which hasn't really been developed. We've had some discussions on that here. And the density as it relates to is how is it going to be served with transportation?
Terrific. Well, thank you very much for your insight. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And that's it for your questions. I appreciate you coming to speak to council. Councillors, there's no other speakers and no other questions. So we are now on to the need to move the recommendations.
Chair Carr.
To move the recommendations.
Sorry. Yes, fine. Just stay in your position, Councillor Boyle. Sorry, somebody interrupted. I wasn't sure.
Chair Carr, just to remind you, we have other speakers on the line.
Oh, we do. Oh, I'm so sorry. My list only had 2. So I'm terribly sorry, Councillor Boyle. I'll clear you from this queue. And yes, very sorry. My list was, as I say, only 2. So perhaps, clerk, I don't have the names of other speakers. If you, Randy Sharp. Is Randy Sharp on the line then?
Yes, I am.
Ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Thank
hear you clearly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to speak and to be involved. I'm a member of the Jericho Lands Working Group, but I'll be speaking as an individual today. I am very supportive of the emerging ideas and the guiding principles that are proceeding forth. And I just wanted to say that we recognize and support the Jericho Lands as a site of reconciliation and prosperity to support the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. The staff did an amazing job on the workshops, the participatory breakout sections, in the public survey identified broad support for views, natural areas for passive recreation, opportunities for family housing, and provision of parks to support health and well-being. I want to speak about one of the guiding principles, designing the site to be Carr light, and how the site follows the climate emergency policies passed by Council. I strongly urge Council to adopt the following principles for Jericho lands and policies for the rest of Vancouver. This site is unique, and it's a great place for innovation and to set a precedent for the rest of Vancouver. I'd like to speak about road layout and streetscape. I realize the next phase is designing site concepts. I would very much advocate reducing vehicular pavement and overall road right-of-ways in the neighborhood. Typically, in the city of Vancouver, 30% of the land area is taken up by road right-of-ways. We would like to limit private vehicles by minimizing parking and maximizing active transportation, and of course providing universal access to all sites. And I would strongly urge Council to consider allowing only zero emission vehicles and construction equipment on site by 2035 as per the climate emergency policies. Certainly providing easy access for emergency vehicles and locating laybys for deliveries, rideshare, and passenger pickup. An important part of this is eliminating curbside on-street parking except for short-term spaces in commercial areas. We find that in typical neighborhoods in Vancouver that on-street curbside parking become virtual parking lots day and night. So we're recommending district parking where fossil fuel vehicles are limited to the site perimeter and in underground parking structures, and minimize parking under units. Residents can purchase or rent spaces, but it's a separate cost from buying a unit, and providing charging for electric vehicles and front entry bike storage. As well, we're proposing central hub for deliveries and waste management so that courier deliveries arrive at a district facility that are dispersed via electric or pedal power, encouraging behavioral change to reduce consumption and excessive packaging, eliminate garbage bins and fossil fuel powered garbage and recycling trucks on site, and that residents sort and compact garbage and send to a central hub in pressurized tunnels. District energy and infrastructure. There is a massive trunk sewer that flows by the site in the Highbury Tunnel, and that would be a great place to utilize 1 million liters of sewage for district energy. And zero emissions in neighborhoods, as I mentioned, is very important. Lastly, smart utility corridors and canopy street trees need to be integrated, and to locate shared utility tunnels for hydro, cable, and communications on private building sites. Allow only public utilities within the road right-of-way, that is water, sanitary, and street lighting. Public utilities are coordinated with continuous tree trenches along streets and building sites, and to plant high canopy trees supported by structural soil and incorporating the stormwater runoff. There's a great opportunity to consider new metrics for road right-of-ways, 20-meter typical residential road right-of-ways, as I say, take up 30% of the land area in Vancouver. That can be cut in half. and working with the topography and coming up with a finer density of road right-of-ways will make a big difference. This, as well as the form and density of buildings, working with the public realm, streetscapes, utility corridors, will have a major impact on the form and character of the Jericho lands. And I'd like to also reiterate Murray's comment about connecting the surface and groundwater through Jericho Park to serve the Jericho ponds. That's an important consideration, and incorporating green infrastructure.
That is it for your
Okay.
time. However, we do have questions, so if you wouldn't mind staying on the. Yeah. Oh, Councillor Weeb, go ahead for up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, quick question. You've talked a lot about how this could be a place of innovation. So do you believe that, I think the MST quoted that this could be part of the solution moving forward? So do you see this project as an opportunity for us to really pilot innovation and how complete neighborhoods could be car light and really kind of showcase to the rest of the city what we could look like in the future?
Absolutely. The Inspire Jericho Speaker Series presented some great projects. Yes, Jericho can set a precedent for the city of Vancouver, a place for innovation. It's a relatively clean slate, and there will be a lot of support for that. Yes, I fully support it.
And as someone that's been part of this project, do you see that the way this has been done has brought people along that might have been standoffish at the start, but because of how inspiring these ideas and concepts are that were being brought forward to us, that you think more people will get excited about get behind these ideas, even people from the neighborhood that might have been opposed early on?
Yes, I think early in the process, comments about Jericho lands is that we didn't want a car usage to overwhelm the neighborhood with traffic. So I think coming up with a car light and encouraging zero emissions will build a lot of support for the development in Vancouver. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for coming today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb, and thank you so much for coming to speak. And that moves us on to the next speaker on the line, number 4, Devin Hussack. Is Devin Hussack on the line?
Yes. Good morning, Chair Carr, Mayor Stewart, members of City Council. My name is Devin Hussack, and I'm proud to be here, well, on the phone at least, as a member of the Jericho Lands Working Group. To be clear, I'm representing my own opinions and experiences and not speaking on behalf of the civic body, as I don't think any one person is capable of that task. After all, although most of the group are homeowners like myself, or have the privilege to be able to afford to live in West Point Grey, we're not the most diverse bunch. But we are very opinionated. Which is why I first wanted to thank your staff team, particularly Kirsten Robinson, Sam Cameron, and Zach Bennett, who now works for another municipality, and which is a huge loss for our city. They've not only been professional, but have gone the extra mile to ensure we understand the information presented to us, and have even arranged meetings and site tours for us to go on with the proponents. More than that, being able to participate in a workshop held by Brad Marson on the impact of residential schools and colonization was a lesson I will never forget. To say this has been an extremely rewarding experience would be an understatement, and I honestly believe the contribution of all our time will help in building a better, more just city for people of all ages and abilities. Which is why I feel confident in supporting this report, as well as the draft principle and emerging ideas it contains. Granted, they don't represent all my opinions and feelings, which is understandable, as they're a collaboration of the thoughts of my group, as well as the hundreds who have submitted surveys and attended meetings in the old normal times. At a glance, that can be seen in the draft principles that emphasize respect of the historical past, community values, and the need to respond to the future. I remember submitting the notes posted on a wall that were then grouped into these large ideas, and feel honored to see them refined and reflected in this document. Of course, I think it's clear to anyone how those have influenced the natural systems and open space, as well as the sustainability and resilience groupings. Maybe it's because I've spent so many evenings at West Point Grey Academy, but I can easily pick out how they also relate to the connections and mobility and inclusive neighborhood points too. Then again, a place to call home is pretty self-explanatory. And there's no doubt in my mind that West Point Grey is ready to welcome this with arms wide open. This isn't just about wanting to ensure they have an accessible place to safely grow old in their community, though that does play a large role in it. Rather, it's about wanting to keep their family nearby with homes they can afford, about seeing stores close and wanting conditions and connections to support them instead, and even about creating new economic opportunities that allow businesses to thrive. There will be tough questions to come, and we can't shy away from them. The heat outside proves we need a discussion on how SkyTrain can connect this community to our green, active transportation network in a way that also respects those with different levels of mobility. We must ponder how the surrounding neighborhood will change to reflect the future, rather than just how Jericho can respond to it today. The same is true for the yet-to-be-planned build forum that will surely generate much dialogue, and so will the ongoing speculation about the hydrology report of the site. With these foundations laid out, those questions can now be answered by future consultation, if you're willing to listen to it. After all, what's most important is keeping these conversations going. There will not always be agreement, but our efforts, your efforts, are shaping a better future. I understand a former city council started this process with a loose, high-level directive, but it's you that have the opportunity to own what I truly believe will be a huge success. Our city has learned from Falls Creek South, the Olympic Village, the East Fraserlands, and the Heatherlands. Each has been better than what has come before it. And by approving this, you'll be starting the next great legacy that will be remembered for decades to come. Literally, as the time frame for this process is in the 10 to 40 year range. By then, our SkyTrain cars might be on Model 13 rather than Model 3 like they are today. That's a long time from now. And like our lives, the freedom for this process to evolve will be of paramount need. Frankly, I gasp to think that I will be in my 70s by then. Though I urge you not to see that as a reason to further delay or give up this opportunity. Don't destroy our groups, our community's work. Let's create a future together, which won't be our individual versions of perfection, but something we can all be proud of. Thank you for your time, and I hope your vote today will ensure that I have many more busy nights of productive meetings to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no councillors on the list to ask you questions, but again, thank you very much for the work you've done in your community and for coming to speak to council. So we're moving on to, yeah, you too. Fifth speaker, Franz Heinzelman. Is Frank Heinzelman on the line?
But something we can all be proud of. Thank you for your time, and I hope your vote today will ensure that I have many more busy nights of productive meetings to come. Thank you.
We are hearing the delayed. Thank you, and there are no councillors on the list to ask you questions, but again, thank you very much for the work on your community. Perhaps we can verify if speaker number 5 is on the line, or if they're or not.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Frank? Yes, Frank Heinzelman.
Yes, it is.
All right.
Yeah,
Could you please be sure? Can you please be sure your computer or however you're listening to this is muted in the background or turned off, because we can hear the delayed recording of this.
Okay, 1 second.
Great, and then you up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
How is that now?
That's perfect.
Can I do?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk today. My name is Frank Heinzelman. I'm a member of the Jericho Stewardship Group and the Jericho Lands Working Group. However, I do talk as a private person here. My background is in biology and forestry, and I just wanted to make you aware of something that you've already heard to some extent, and that is the fact that Jericho Lands and Jericho Park used to have up to 3 salmon-bearing creeks in the past. I'm very interested to see some of these creeks recreated with the possibility of with the idea of possibly reintroducing a salmon population. I deliberately don't say daylighted, although I could, because of course we don't really know where these creeks used to be, and of course development will do what they have to do, and the creeks could be recreated in a very flexible way wherever it is most feasible. Now, I envision green corridors going from the higher elevations down across 4th Avenue, down to Jericho Park and into the ponds, and then from there out to the ocean through an still to be established channel. The idea is to have a potential salmon stream habitat, but of course there is a number of additional benefits. One of them is it would be an incredible boost for biodiversity, even if salmon could not be sustainably established on site. The second, an additional point is it would be a fantastic recreational corridor for people to walk up and down, for people to possibly bike along those corridors. And I also believe that the possibility of having salmon on site would be an incredible boost for the, how can I say this now, the native cultural heritage of the site. Now, the reason that I'm making this contribution today is, number one, of course, I want to excite you and inspire you about the idea of having stream channels and potentially salmon on site on Jericho lands and in Jericho Park. But the second reason that I'm talking today is that I want to make you aware of a possible roadblock, and that was already mentioned earlier on. To allow a fair assessment of recreating streams and the possibility of reintroducing a salmon population, we have to make sure that the planning efforts of the Jericho Lands consultants and Vancouver Park Board with regard to Jericho Park are synchronized. I know that there's a master plan for Jericho Park in the works, or at least it is planned. However, such a master plan is apparently years off. And it will, even if it starts next year, it will, I don't know how long these things take. It could be 2 or 3 years. My concern is that the Jericho Lands planning team cannot wait, because the idea of not having your normal storm runoff drainage system, putting all the water into the pipes, but instead possibly leaving the water on the surface and routing it through stream channels, through the park, into the ocean, that all those questions, the feasibility of that has to be addressed as soon as possible, because the planning team, the Jericho Lands planning team, has to have the assurance that in principle it is possible to route water through Jericho Park. So what I'm asking for is that you would consider a special task force or whatever mechanisms you have for these occasions, so that a mechanism is in place so that an organized, timely, and collaborative planning effort between the two teams, the Jericho Lands planning team and the Parks Board team, are actually in place so that they can truly evaluate the feasibility of daylighting streams or recreating stream channels on site and possibly reintroducing a salmon population. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm sure that your suggestion is duly noted. There are no questions for you right now. Just to very much appreciate you coming to speak to us. And that, I believe, is it for questions. For speakers, Council, which now I believe that.
I'm happy to move the report, Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move us to the main queue for that. And Councillor Boyle, if you want to speak to that now, it's absolutely fine. But Council's now it's time for debate and decision.
Sure, I'll speak just to say, really appreciate the huge amount of work that has gone into getting it this far and getting to hear from some of the folks who have been involved in that community planning. As we heard in the introduction from staff and the landowners, the significance of this project in terms of partnership with MST and in terms of really prioritizing and making visible the presence of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations on this land and across the region is, I think, a really great and exciting opportunity. The principles laid out as well are exciting to see move forward, and I look forward to. I'm glad to be endorsing them. I look forward to seeing it move forward and be able to support it as it does. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. And I do not see any other councillors on the queue. Okay, there is another now. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes to the motion.
Unmute
Yeah.
yourself. Thank you. First of all, I wanted to emphasize that I 100% support the MST and Canada Lands in their movement towards developing. On the MST's side, as David Negrin described, a self-sufficiency and future ability to develop projects themselves. I think that's terrific. And I love the design potential and the whole spirit behind the design concepts that I think have found their way into these design, the high level of what we're being asked to look at today. But what we are being asked to do today is to endorse principles, guiding principles, and emerging ideas. And when I go through the report, first, right off the top, it asks us to suggest that this decision is based on council authority and previous decisions. These plans, of course, all of the dates that I see between 2010 and 2020, as one of our speakers pointed out, were all developed under the former Vision regime. And one of those in particular, the Housing Vancouver strategy, I have questioned repeatedly, calls for data to support the targets that have been created. And I've not received that sufficiently. And I continue to ask the question about density, about projections versus targets, and where we're going in the future of the city. And haven't had those questions answered, as well as some questions that I asked today. And so again, this is going to be putting me in the unfortunate position where I feel I have to abstain because I have doubts and cannot make an informed and reasoned decision based on what's presented before me. But I wanted to, in saying all of that, again, emphasize, because I don't want this to be taken the wrong way, that I do support the MST and Canada Lands in their development of this property. I just want to see it done properly and constructed in an evidence-based manner, because I believe that's the important, the most sane and important way that we can be planning for the future of the city. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hardwick. And Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead to the motion.
Yeah, thank you. I will be brief, other than to say I really appreciate all of the work, and I appreciate the diverse voices that have sort of appears to have coalesced around a vision for the site. Took to heart the comment from the nations that this project needs to be obviously viable from a commercial perspective, but it does represent a movement towards self-sufficiency and the ability to do further projects on their own. And I think that's a really important thing to note. I'm actually very hopeful. I'm going to putting my faith in, sort of trust in sort of the ethos and the principles of the nations to really bring forth in a way that we haven't seen before, perhaps in some of our developments in Vancouver, this notion of protecting the land and doing that in a very thoughtful and way that really speaks to what the public have said loud and clear through the engagement process, which is the protection of green space, ecological areas, making that sort of a significant part of the site, the desire and need for community amenities there. And I think that there's a real opportunity to do that in a way that is innovative and sort of leads the way and sort of sets the stage for being able to couple that with the much needed housing that has to be delivered in order to sort of support those needs, whether it's from social to rental and others. So I'm really interested to see how this could be show some sort of be a bit of a beacon, if you will, for how that gets represented and executed in the development. And I think that the nations are really well poised to provide that insight and guidance. And I'm really pleased to sort of see that alignment between that cultural ethos and what we're hearing from the public. So I do think that there's a really big opportunity to come out of that and create a bit of a legacy development that will help sort of set the tone and guide for future projects. So that reason I'm happy to support it, and I appreciate the work and the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. On to you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and I'll also be brief in the interest of time, but just to say I've really appreciated the discussion today and the questions that have been raised by some of my colleagues, as well as the presentations by the MST partnership and the opportunity that this presents. Particularly what really resonated with me is there's obviously been extensive engagement over the last year around defining these principles and potentially a path forward, but that this is very much grounded in partnership and exploring opportunities to really benefit all citizens, both with respect to diversity of housing opportunities, but as well amenities, and then sustainable practice and really considering the existing landscape and the history with respect to the area and ecological context. And so from my perspective, we're on the right path. And so I really appreciated the dialogue this morning, and I'm happy to support the ongoing work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say good luck to the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and I hope you can get some housing for your members and some dough for your other endeavors. And yeah, just I hope it works out good.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And that's it, Council, for speakers. So, Clerk, if you could move us to a vote. Councillor DiGenova, I don't have you as voted. Are you on the line? Do you need a vote assist? Clerks, could you just check to see the status of Councillor DiGenova in this vote?
Chair Carr, we do see her on WebEx. We'll try and contact her shortly.
Okay, Council, we are just in the middle of a vote, but as per our rules, we are going to try and reach Councillor DiGenova on this vote.
Councillor DiGenova, are you on the line?
Council, just your patience, please. We are trying to, clerks are trying to reach Councillor DiGenova.
Chair.
Yes.
It's Councillor Dominato. I'm advised by Councillor DeGenova that she's had to step away.
Okay,
I don't believe
clerk.
she'll be rejoining at this time. She'll be back after lunch.
That's great. Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Clerks, if you could note her as absent. Thank you. The vote is complete. This vote has passed with no one in opposition. Great. So, Council, we are not having to deal with item 2 because we passed that on consent. I remind you all that item 3 was withdrawn from this agenda and was dealt with at yesterday's council. So we are now on to item 4, which is the Hastings Park PME Master Plan Program Amphitheater Renewal. We have Harry Keller, Manager, Strategic Business Advisory, Business Planning and Project Support, and staff from Parks and Engineering Service, as well as Real Estate and Facilities Management, on the line to respond to questions. I believe there is a PowerPoint. Is it Harry Keller that's going to be presenting? Anyway, staff can indicate who it is that could proceed with this. Councillor, just a second. Councillor Boy, are you on the list for a reason?
No, it's a holdover. Thanks,
right.
Chair.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Staff. Perhaps City Manager, you can indicate.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. So we do have, just looking at the list here, we do have John Brody, and I believe it's John Brody from the PNE who's going to be presenting the content. And I think our aim here is to run through this presentation before your lunch break. And we've got about 25 minutes, as I understand, so hopefully that works.
Thank you very much. Okay, John Brody.
Hi, thank you, Chair, and good morning, Mayor and Council. I believe there's a presentation that should be coming up soon, so we'll wait for that.
Great. We're just waiting for that to come up. Councillors, it'll probably take us to our lunch break at noon to hear the presentation. So questions to staff will be done when we reconvene after our lunch break in camera, so at 3 o'clock.
Okay, thanks. As mentioned, my name is John Brody, and I'm the Manager of Strategic Projects at the PNE. And today I will be presenting the Amphitheater Renewal Project to you, which has been jointly led by the City of Vancouver and the PNE. I'd like to acknowledge my colleague, Harry Keller, who's a manager in the city's business planning and project support team, as well as colleagues from the city in real estate and facilities management, finance, engineering, arts, culture, and community services, planning, and the park board. We've all been working collaboratively with the PNE to bring this to council today. So these colleagues, as well as Shelley Frost, President and CEO, are on the call today. So before we get into the details, I want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We thank them for having cared for these lands and waters since time out of mind, and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together.
Chair Carr?
Yes, go ahead.
We just need John to share the correct screen.
Thank you very
Give
much.
him it, thanks.
Those were words about to come out of my mouth, so we're not seeing the presentation yet.
Yeah, Harry is manning that, so
okay.
We'll wait for him to.
We can now see it, and Council, I'll just remind you, and perhaps the clerk can verify, the public can see it via the public screen and live stream, but we are watching it on WebEx as Council.
That's correct.
Okay.
Go ahead. Yes, thank you.
All right. Per the report that was circulated ahead of today, staff recommend that council approve in principle the amphitheater renewal project as outlined in the report, that council direct staff to proceed to the planning and design phase of the amphitheater renewal project and provide council with an update prior to construction, and that subject to approval of the recommendations A and B, council approve the addition of $7.1 million to the multi-year capital project budgets and annual expenditure budgets. The sources of funding to be $6 million from the Capital Financing Fund to be added to the 2019-2022 capital plan for the planning and design work and preliminary project infrastructure upgrades, associated with the amphitheater renewal project and 1.1 million from the approved 2019-2022 capital plan from the Hastings Park Reserve for implementation of site-wide infrastructure renewal. Today's agenda includes providing an update on the Hastings Park P&E Master Plan program, highlighting a central component of the master plan called the Heart of the Park, summarizing the key components of the amphitheater renewal project, including why this project is important and what the project will bring to the community. We'll share the outcomes from the analysis completed before allowing some time for questions. It's helpful to provide a quick recap on the P&E and the overall Hastings Park P&E Master Plan program to provide some context. The P&E has been a Vancouver institution for over 110 years, and its impact on the community is felt in many ways. First, the P&E is home to over 4,200 staff, including over 4,000 employees that serve in the 4 unions that are active on site. The P&E is the province's largest employer of youth and provides an opportunity for younger generations to gain work experience, develop personal responsibility, and earn income. The P&E is proud of the role it plays in shaping today's youth and providing entry into the job market. The P&E plays an important economic role in the city by accounting for more than $200 million in overall economic impact to the region through its lines of business. The P&E hosts a variety of events on site throughout the year that include farmers markets, concerts, cultural performances, sporting events, the Playland Amusement Park, and the annual P&E Fair. The site hosts over 2.5 million visitors per year and has been a long-time destination for the community to gather and share experiences. The P&E removes barriers with a dedicated focus on affordability, access, and education to the local community by accepting Access 2 cards for guests with developmental disabilities, hosting free days and promotional days. And the P&E also allows local elementary and high school students to experience science at work by showcasing the attractions at Playland. The P&E doesn't just serve the community as a host of events, but also contributes over 1.5 million in community grants, subsidies, and donations throughout the year. The diversity of experiences available at the P&E makes it a hit with the public, as shown by the P&E being selected as BC's 10th most loved brand in 2020 by BC Business. And although the P&E has been around for over 100 years, it's still loved by today's younger generations, as 18 to 34-year-olds named the P&E the 7th most loved attraction. The P&E has also been recognized as a leader for the environment, winning the Recycling Council of BC's 2018 Environmental Award for Nonprofits in recognition of the P&E's efforts towards zero waste. And targeted outreach to low-income, minority, and marginalized groups is a cornerstone of the P&E business model, including an opportunity for rights recognition through engagement with the Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. As mentioned, the P&E creates a significant economic impact to the Hastings Sunrise neighborhood and overall city. Its events draw people and their dollars to the area and serve as a key economic driver to the region, supporting retail, dining, and service providers. It also serves as a tourism draw, pulling in more than 185,000 annual visitors from outside the city, region, and province to its events. The P&E is able to draw guests through a diverse offering of music, amusement, culture, passive recreation, sport, festivals, family shows, and community events. These events provide an opportunity to bring people together for shared experiences, helping strengthen the fabric of our local and regional community. But the P&E also invests in the community through a community grant fund, hosting a free neighborhood party in Playland, subsidized community programming, and by donating access to tens of thousands of guests through more than 400 local charities, schools, and community organizations. As a nonprofit organization, the P&E doesn't seek profits over people. Instead, a focused effort is made to prioritize affordability, access, and education to the local community. The P&E builds accessibility through programs like the Leisure Access Pass, accepting the Access 2 card, for allowing special access for people with disabilities, and free visits for their care providers. And the P&E has brought over 25,000 students to Playland over the past 3 decades to see science at work. The P&E has made equity, diversity, inclusion, and access a cornerstone of their business model, as targeted efforts are made to low-income, minority, and marginalized groups. This includes providing animal sensory experiences for kids with autism at the annual fair, working closely with the Binners program, being a 2S LGBTQ+ safe site, and by showcasing over 1,000 local amateur performers every year of every age and ethnicity. As mentioned, the PNE invests in today's youth by providing access to entry-level job opportunities where youth are trained, supervised, and supplied with feedback to develop their strengths. And through the PNE Youth Council, where local teens have access to education, mentorship, and skill development. Together, all of these things drive toward the PNE's vision to create memorable experiences for guests throughout the year. It's a place where quality time with family and friends is prioritized over screen time at home, and where creating and building community is the top priority. Hastings Park is a 165-acre site that lies on the unceded territories of the Coast Salish Nations. The PNE is the main operator, but shares the space with several other organizations operating within its boundary. The slide highlights the overall site and shows where different organizations operate. The PNE operates 105 acres in the area outlined in purple. The Park Board operates the areas outlined in green, which includes space south of Hastings Street and the area at the southeast corner of the site where Empire Fields and Slidey Slide Parks are located. The Hastings Community Center Association works in partnership with the Vancouver Park Board to operate the area outlined in yellow, and the area outlined in blue is operated by Great Canadian Casinos through a separate lease with the city. The vision of the master plan is focused on the areas north of Hastings and includes a series of projects identified for development. The site also has a unique governance structure. In 1889, the Hastings Park land parcel was donated in trust to the city by the province for the use, recreation, and enjoyment of the public. The intent of the use of the land was clarified via the PNE Enabling and Validating Act passed in 2003. This legislation deemed that the types of activities taking place on site currently and historically are consistent with the intent of the trust. The Enabling Act also confirmed the authority of the city to use Hastings Park for these specific uses and activities provided for in the Enabling Act, and to authorize the other uses and activities that are consistent in compliance with the trust. In 2004, the province transferred ownership to the PNE, of the PNE to the City of Vancouver, and the PNE is now a city entity on city land. The PNE operates at arm's length, but is governed by a City Council appointed Board of Directors. Council has provided direction on several components of the Hastings Park PNE Master Plan in the past. This includes the original adoption of the Hastings Park PNE Master Plan in 2010, approval of an updated governance structure for the PNE in Hastings Park in 2013, and approval in principle of the Playland Redevelopment Plan to revitalize the amusement park within Hastings Park in 2016. Related citywide direction from Council was received in September 2019 when Council approved the Culture Shift Strategy, the Vancouver Music Strategy, and Making Space for Arts and Culture Strategy. The Hastings Park PNE Master Plan seeks to improve service to Vancouver residents through four main objectives. First, it seeks to establish a public park space where people can enjoy the natural beauty of our region in an urban setting. To do this, the master plan calls for increasing green space at Hastings Park from 27 to 76 acres. In addition, the master plan calls for daylighting the historical Hastings Creek down to Burrard Inlet. Second, the master plan aims to increase physical and social connections in our city by improving the ways people can connect, share experiences, and enjoy the public space and events hosted by the PNE. The master plan also calls for providing improved access for pedestrians and cyclists to access the surrounding community. It also seeks to provide to ensure Hastings Park continues to be a destination for events into the future. These anticipated upgrades will serve as an investment into the east side of the city and the Hastings Sunrise neighborhood. And finally, the master plan aims to provide a site of economic strength and stability for the PNE and Hastings Park's future. Investing in revenue-generating facilities will help pay for the increased costs associated with maintaining the redeveloped areas of the park. Some projects as part of the master plan have already been completed. The first phase of redevelopment had a focus on green space and recreational facilities as listed on the screen. Other efforts have focused on improving connection within and around Hastings Park, including temporary greenways and improved parks and trails. Work has also been completed in various buildings on site, and at this point, no work has been completed to improve the economic circumstances of the site. However, the focus of our current efforts are to fill this gap. As mentioned, there are a series of additional projects planned to achieve the goals set out in the overall master plan. A host of projects are intended to expand the green space and plazas on site to allow residents and visitors the opportunity to connect with nature. In addition, site improvements are intended to enhance the connections through the park and to the surrounding community and enable venues for people to connect in public settings. Major building system upgrades and new buildings are also planned to improve the facilities within Hastings Park. And the amphitheater renewal and playland redevelopment projects are considered to help improve the economic future at Hastings Park. The master plan calls for the creation of a celebratory space in Hastings Park called the Heart of the Park. As you can see from the image on the screen, the Heart of the Park is located at the geographic center of Hastings Park. But the name also represents where the energy and vibrancy will be centered within the future state. The Heart of the Park consists of several key components. On the eastern edge is the footprint of the amphitheater venue. The existing venue was constructed in 1966, and it's showing its age. The venue is outdated and lacks permanent back-of-house facilities. The current need to use temporary structures increases setup costs for users, making access for arts, culture, and community groups cost prohibitive, even at a discounted rate. Adjacent to the amphitheater is the area planned to be the home of daylighted Hastings Creek. And to the west of the future creek is where you can find Festival Plaza. There are several projects currently contemplated within this area. The first project is the amphitheater renewal, where our attention will be focused today. Envisioned to be a world-class outdoor venue, the amphitheater will serve as an anchor for events, connections, and energy at Hastings Park, and is anticipated to have the biggest impact within the heart of the park. The daylighted creek will create a wetland area with a focus on habitat, trails, and boardwalks, and is intended to run from the existing sanctuary pond down to Burrard Inlet. In order to inform the amphitheater project, staff will undertake high-level planning to identify the proposed creek alignment and required environmental setbacks. Future phases of work may include the creation of an aquatic and terrestrial wetland with a strong focus on the habitat, trails, and boardwalks mentioned previously. The Hastings Creek stream restoration is intended to be part of a large watershed analysis that will meet drainage needs while improving biodiversity and water quality to Burrard Inlet. The amphitheater site work can contribute to the overall watershed health by ensuring that the design adheres to the Rain City strategy principles by treating and managing rainwater close to where it falls. Festival Plaza is a future project to serve as an outdoor urban plaza capable of hosting year-round programming and will be considered as part of the amphitheater planning and design so that it is future-proofed. And there's an unseen component related to site utility infrastructure. Planning to date has included a renewable energy strategy to reduce site-wide greenhouse gas emissions and preliminary scoping to replace utilities nearing their end of life, such as substations, electrical transformers, communication cables, water mains, and storm and sewer pipes. The amphitheater renewal, infrastructure, and daylighted stream projects are interrelated and have a host of dependencies. I wanted to show the high-level schedule for the three projects. Preliminary work on the business case and infrastructure planning has occurred over the past 3 years. The next phase of work will be sequenced in a specific order, beginning with the design and construction of site utility infrastructure. While this infrastructure is being built, phase one design of the amphitheater project will be conducted to identify and prioritize the detailed user needs, functions, and space requirements.
John, I wonder if I could just interrupt you for a second. My understanding from the clerk is that this your presentation will likely go about 5 minutes past noon. Council, I need a motion to extend past noon to complete the presentation. Thank you.
Councillor Dominato.
Yes, Councillor Dominato, I do recognize your voice. And so I'm just going to call for yeas and nays. All those in favor say yay.
Yay. Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Great. Okay. Thank you so much, Council. John, go ahead. Sorry for that interruption.
No, thank you. After that, I was talking about the phase one project schedule. So the design of the amphitheater project will be conducted to identify and prioritize the detailed user needs. Preliminary design work will also be done on the daylighted stream. After that, phase two detailed design on the amphitheater venue will begin. Correspondingly, on-site utility construction will begin and will be completed by 2024. Once the phase two amphitheater renewal detailed design and infrastructure construction is complete, construction will begin on the amphitheater venue. Further design will also begin on the daylighted stream. While the preliminary outline schedule may seem long, the project team has worked closely with the city's real estate and facilities management team, engineering, park board, building and development team, permits team, supply chain, and consultants to determine the schedule. The project team recognizes that there's urgency to this, and we want to accelerate the schedule in any way that we can. And we think the options to do that will become more clear during the phase 1 of the amphitheater renewal design. At this point, I'd like to pivot our attention to the amphitheater renewal project with a reminder on the rationale and benefits. A renewed amphitheater venue will serve as a growth catalyst within the city by driving commercial and community event growth, providing increased access to the arts and culture scene, and becoming a significant revenue generator. Not only will the amphitheater spark growth, but it will also eliminate existing barriers within the city. By filling a void in the local venue market, it will create increased space for the events industry, providing access to arts, culture, and community groups who are currently priced out of many venues. A renewed amphitheater is aligned to many of the city strategic priorities, including culture shift, the tourism master plan, economic action strategy, and healthy city strategy. The project also provides an opportunity for rights recognition through engagement with Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish Nation, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. The project also brings arts and music to the forefront of community building through increased public engagement and participation in music and arts. The amphitheater is a smart business decision as well. It will help increase revenue and margins at the P&E, allow the P&E to meet the increased costs associated with future projects on site, and enhance the local music and event industry, which faces a long path to recovery. The amphitheater will help play an important role in the economic recovery of Vancouver. Many industries have suffered from the impacts of the past year, but the music and events industry have been hit particularly hard, and the amphitheater venue will help enable recovery in this hard-hit industry. This boost will be seen initially through the economic impact of the design and construction, but also realize consistent annual benefits with a world-class venue that can host over 49 events each year and draw visitors from outside the city, region, and province. Analysis shows the new venue will provide a host of benefits. By providing covered seating, events won't be susceptible to the local weather and will be able to operate throughout the year. This will enable more events and allow guests to engage with the arts and culture in all seasons. One of the primary objectives of the project is to enable nonprofit organizations and community groups affordable access to venue space. It's anticipated that the new venue can host up to 22 community events per year through dedicated site access and reduced rates. In addition to the community events, an updated amphitheater will be able to host an additional 27 events to total 49 events per year. Proposed upgrade would also expand the seating capacity of the current venue to meet some of the critical gaps in the local venue market. Feedback received from the local events industry indicated that a flexible floor space that can scale performance from 2,000 up to nearly 10,000 guests will provide opportunities for a host of community and commercial events. From a business perspective, the new venue is anticipated to grow events up to 49 outside of the annual fair. That increase in the number of events corresponds to an $8.3 million increase in annual revenue. The P&E is proud to offer its venue to a variety of users, ranging from local amateur performers, community groups, and national tours. The amphitheater will continue to provide the same accessibility and diversity, allowing local performance and cultural groups access to the same venue as chart-topping artists. This represents a key step in the music growth ladder within the local music scene. By providing a new, flexible, scalable venue, the P&E can help support up-and-coming artists through smaller festivals on site. They can grow into a venue like the P&E's Forum that hosts 3,000 to 4,000 people, then move to the amphitheater with a capacity of up to 9,000 guests before moving to larger venues like the Coliseum or Rogers Arena. The increased number of annual events also results in an increase of employment on site. It's estimated that the development project will result in approximately 100 jobs during construction. In addition, the events at the new venue will result in over 40,000 hours of additional annual employment for union members at the P&E. Analysis of the events industry showed a strong performance track record, which contributes greatly to the overall economic health of the region. As noted in the Vancouver Music Strategy and in a report commissioned by Music BC, the music industry has the following impacts. Music is a big impact in Vancouver, including an estimated economic impact of $2.2 billion. The music ecosystem also supports 14,540 jobs, including nearly 8,000 direct music jobs in the city. These jobs result in over $520 million in employment impact annually. And musicians, music festivals, and music venues generate an additional $172 million per year in additional revenue through restaurants, parking, and accommodations. With such a large labor force involved in music, BC has become the third largest center for music production and live music in Canada, including 160 recording studios, 285 music companies, and more than 400 festivals that take place across the province each year. The industry also anticipates increases in attendance, infill rates, and additional events in the future. The historical strength and anticipated growth of the local music and event industry was a key finding in the business case work that was completed. This effort also included engaging with local nonprofit and commercial event promoters and revealed that a venue that is flexible and can host events with a capacity ranging from 2,000 to 10,000 would fill a gap in the local venue market. Findings also showed that a large venue capacity and an extended operating season provided an optimal level of both financial and public benefits. The business case concluded that there was a strong positive return on a recommended mid-level upgrade. This mid-level upgrade would provide permanent back-of-house facilities, new seating, a roof to enable year-round events, guest suites, and improved guest amenities. This redevelopment scenario is estimated to cost $64.8 million in 2025 dollars and revealed the 12-year payback schedule, a $49 million 40-year net present value, and a 9% internal rate of return. The business case also looked into the potential for partnership at the venue, and multiple redevelopment scenarios were assessed. Although a P3 partnership was discounted for the potential labor relations issues it would potentially trigger, there are several other options that will continue to be explored relating to sponsorship, naming rights, and booking access rights to the venue. These opportunities to pursue private sector funding represent an important element to reduce city funding pressures and will continue to be pursued by the PNE. Overall, the business case reveals that the amphitheater renewal will be a foundational part of the economic recovery of the PNE and overall events industry by enabling a year-round venue that fills a gap in the current market. All of these findings of the business case and funding strategy were reviewed and approved by the PNE's Board of Directors in October of 2020. These summary headlines are the culmination of work completed over the course of 2 years from staff of the city PNE and consultants, which are highlighted in the next few slides. A key piece of work involved conducting a market analysis of the local event market. The findings showed an industry with a strong track record and anticipated continued growth. Despite this consistent growth in demand, the supply of local venues was seen as a concern for many in the local event industry. This gap revealed a market opportunity that can be filled with a redeveloped amphitheater. Specifically, the analysis found that a flexible venue space that can serve between 2,000 to 10,000 capacity events will fill a huge gap in the local market. It also revealed that a large venue capacity with an extended operating season provides the greatest financial opportunity. And when local, commercial, and nonprofit event organizers were surveyed, over 70% indicated they would be interested in hosting events at the amphitheater. This same survey also asked event organizers what design elements would meet the needs of the industry, provide a financially sustainable venue, and provide first-class guest experience to ensure that the local community is not negatively impacted by the venue. The first design priority is to implement improved sound management through acoustic design to minimize the impact to the surrounding neighborhood. Providing a covered stage and covered seating will benefit ticket sales and enable an extended operating season for outdoor events. Having flexible floor plans and scalable ticketing options will offer the flexibility to event organizers to produce diverse events ranging from small capacity up to 10,000. And building permanent back-of-house infrastructure was cited as a need to reduce setup costs for the community and cultural groups and to provide modern facilities and amenities for artists and staff. These include storage, dressing rooms, production offices, security, and a catering area. Improving front of house infrastructure will enable an enhanced guest experience and provide greater financial opportunities for venue users. These facilities include washrooms, box offices, food and beverage concession areas, prep kitchens, and improved accessibility for guests. As mentioned, several potential redevelopment scenarios were assessed, and a mid-level venue upgrade is recommended to optimize public, financial, and economic benefits. This upgrade includes several key design features, including an increased capacity to 9,340, implementing covered areas for the stage, floor seating, and bleachers, the addition of 2 permanent facilities to provide the back-of-house infrastructure and improved guest amenities. And within the capacity mentioned earlier, the scenario also includes areas that can be used for flex space or suites for up to 590 guests. The diagram on the screen is a preliminary rendering of what the site layout could look like. And this is a preliminary conceptual rendering of what an upgraded amphitheater venue might look like. It provides a world-class venue that enables guests to see the natural beauty of our city, but the roof provides relief when nature might not cooperate with an outdoor event. The new venue roof and sound mitigation elements would help minimize the sound that impacts the surrounding community. A new amphitheater also provides an opportunity for the PNE to become a better neighbor through improved sound mitigation. Options to consider during the design phase include a backstage wall that can act as a backstop for sound, noise walls, suspended noise reduction panels, and directional speakers that can focus sound exactly where it needs to be. These design considerations will be in addition to existing noise monitoring procedures that the PNE conducts. Traffic and parking is another item to consider. To ensure that redevelopment of the venue with a larger capacity and more annual events doesn't have a negative impact, a traffic, parking, and access study was completed in 2019 and found that the increase in seating and events from a redeveloped amphitheater would have little impact on on-street parking in the surrounding community. The study also recommended several options to assist in future mode shift and reduce parking demand, including dedicated passenger loading areas, carpool-only lots, improved on-site bicycle storage, and enhanced pedestrian and bike greenways. A key piece of any new development is to ensure that the supporting utility infrastructure is built to enable future growth and meet the sustainability goals of the city and PNE. To aid with that, a capacity assessment was conducted to determine the needs of the amphitheater, and a renewable energy strategy was developed to lower greenhouse gas emissions at the site. The renewable energy strategy built upon a preliminary assessment completed and will help the amphitheater meet the city's zero emissions buildings plan, which calls for buildings to be designed to the Passive House Energy Performance Standard or an approved alternative zero emission building standard. The study looked at various options to optimize investment and took a more detailed look at the electrical needs of the amphitheater. The result was a recommendation to proceed with a hybrid approach to greenhouse gas reduction at Hastings Park, including electrification of the amphitheater venue and implementing renewable natural gas in other parts of Hastings Park and installing solar panels on site to meet some of the electrical demand. These efforts are anticipated to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 521 tons of CO2 per year. In addition, there's required replacement of some site-wide utility assets, including electrical assets, communication cables, water mains, and sewer pipes. A host of partnership models were assessed based on industry benchmarks, market sounding to the private sector, and a formal request for expressions of interest to understand how potential partners might add value to the amphitheater. After assessing what would add the most value while maintaining public benefits, a recommended partnership strategy was approved by the Hastings Park PNE Board of Directors. The recommended partnership model proposes the PNE pursue naming rights and sponsorship for the venue and also negotiate with potential partners for booking priority access rights while maintaining access for community and cultural groups at the venue. Any sponsorship would be aligned with the city's sponsorship and naming rights policy. In terms of project delivery, the planning, design, and construction would move ahead with an RFP that outlines clear and detailed requirements through the city's normal procurement path. The PNE's financial circumstances have been in the news recently in the effort to to receive provincial assistance to help mitigate the impacts the PNE has faced over the past 15 months. The event industry was one of the hardest hit, and the figures on the screen shows how much the PNE's finances were impacted. Revenue decreased by approximately 75%, with projected annual loss of $8.9 million before the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy is considered. The impact of COVID-19 made last year's financial performance an anomaly compared to performance in recent years. Before the pandemic, the PNE consistently recognized an annual financial surplus. I'll provide a brief overview of the proposed funding sources and project costs. The funding sources contemplated include two internal city sources in the Hastings Park Reserve, which will provide funding for site-wide infrastructure upgrades, and the city's capital financing fund, which is a repayable loan to finance the amphitheater project. As touched upon earlier, partnership options through sponsorship, naming rights, and booking rights are a potential private sector funding source, while funding assistance from other governmental sources is another potential source, which would reduce the reliance on the CFF loan. To reduce pressure on that CFF and other city funding, PNE staff are actively exploring partnership opportunities now, and these will be in line with the city's sponsorship and naming rights policy, and preliminary discussions are underway, and an update will be provided to council later this year. This slide summarizes the project costs for the amphitheater renewal, infrastructure, and daylighted stream projects. The total project costs are estimated at $69.7 million. The amphitheater renewal project is estimated at $64.8, which includes $10.8 million for the next phase of planning, design, and infrastructure. $4.8 million of this funding is already approved from the Hastings Park Reserve, and an additional $6 million in funding is required from the Capital Financing Fund. $54 million is estimated for future construction costs, and this construction cost estimate includes $2.2 million in targeted value engineering cost reductions. In total, the project is estimated to utilize $60 million in CFF funding. $4.6 million is estimated for site-wide infrastructure upgrades, with $3.5 million of funding already approved. An additional $1.1 million is needed from the Hastings Park Reserve. Planning for the Daylighted Creek is estimated at $300,000, and this funding is already approved from Parks DCL. The impacts of COVID hit the PNE in a hard way this past year. Last year saw nearly 75% drop in annual revenue, triggered by the reduction or cancellation of events. This resulted in staff furloughs and layoffs at the PNE to minimize operational expenses. To mitigate those financial hits, the PNE increased their line of credit by $10 million. This additional line of credit hasn't been needed so far, as the PNE was able to make some quick adjustments to their business model, including adding drive-through events and shifting venue rentals to the filming industry. The recent guidance from the provincial health officer has caused some reduced capacity for summer events this year, and also caused some requests for $8 million in provincial aid to mitigate these economic impacts. These discussions are ongoing. There is some cautious optimism for the future. Many in the events industry see a recovery beginning this year, and this outlook is echoed by forecasts for growth in BC. The Economic Forecast Council predicted growth in BC of 4.7% this year and 4.3% in 2022. As the city charts the road to recovery, the PNE wants to invest now to ensure that recovery is a stable and long-lasting one for the PNE, the city, and the broader event industry. A wide range of stakeholder engagement has been undertaken. This effort began with extensive community engagement as part of the 2010 Master Plan. It has included engagement with the PNE's Community Advisory Group and Neighborhood Focus Group several times over the past years. In addition, outreach was made to the arts and culture community in 2018. 89 attendees attended 3 public info sessions related to the master plan in February of 2020. That same month, nearly 8,000 people responded to a Talk Vancouver survey focused on the PNE. The survey results indicated strong support for the PNE and the goals of the project. The unions operating on site at the PNE have also been updated along the way. The PNE recognizes that Hastings Park sits on land originally occupied by Coast Salish nations. A preliminary archaeological overview assessment was completed in 2019 and shared with the First Nations communities within whose territories of interest the assessment occurred. The project will continue to engage with the nations through the city's intergovernmental group, and we see a great opportunity to incorporate input from the nations into this initiative, and we're looking forward to their perspective on the project in the design and planning phase. The Japanese Canadian community, whose history intersects with Hastings Park during the internment of World War II, as well as other community groups, will also continue to be engaged. The upgrades of the heart of the park, with its 3 projects, is an exciting opportunity with big rewards to be had for our city, region, and people. The project represents a unique opportunity to provide increased public engagement and participation in music and arts, remove barriers of access for culture and community groups, and it will fill a gap in the local venue market, drive growth in the commercial and community event industries, and provide an opportunity for the event industry to recover from the COVID-19 downturn. Implementation of this project will take place over many years, but the legacy will be felt for generations. To close, staff recommend that Council approve in principle the amphitheater renewal project as outlined in the report, that Council direct staff to proceed to the planning and design phase of the amphitheater and provide Council an update prior to construction, that subject to the approval of recommendations A and B, Council will approve the addition of $7.1 million to the multi-year capital project budgets and annual expenditure budgets to be sourced from $6 million from the Capital Financing Fund and $1.1 million from the Hastings Park Reserve. That concludes this presentation, and just want to thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, John. And as I noted, we will be waiting until after our break to have questions to staff, but we are running just a slight bit late now. And questions, as I announced, questions from councillors to staff will happen after. We also have after our break, and also speakers will happen then. So Councillor Dominato, are you on the list then to ask questions of staff?
Chair, just before we recess, I wanted to propose that we consider hearing speakers when we resume at 3 o'clock and doing questions to staff after that, given that we have a number of speakers to this report.
Right.
So I'd like to move
I would
that.
I would need a motion, and let me just be clear about the timing. I've been in conferring with clerk. We don't have that much left on our agenda for in-camera, so my suggestion is going to be that we start our in-camera meeting an hour from now at 1:15, giving us a 1-hour lunch break, and then reconvene at 3, our normal time to reconvene. Councillor Dominato, if that's your desire to hear speakers first, you are within your right to move a motion to that effect, that we would start with speakers at 3 p.m. and then follow that with questions to staff by councillors.
Yes, that's the motion I'm proposing.
Okay, clerks, do you have that motion captured?
Yes, Chair Carr, we have it.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to do verbal. All those in favor of that, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Okay, we do have consensus on that. So council, we will be reconvening, as I said, in 1 hour at 1:15 in camera, and then returning here to committee at 3, and the clerks will notify speakers they will be up at 3 for this item. And have a good break. Great. Council, I'm going to bring us back to order and remind everyone that we had made a decision prior to our lunch and break for in-camera meetings that to hear from speakers prior to asking questions of staff on this item. And I've got Councillors Dominato and Kirby Young on the list. I'm not sure if that was to ask questions of staff, but Clerk, perhaps you could just keep those names. I think that they may be there. They were there before we made that decision, and perhaps we can add them back in when we do get to questions to staff. But meanwhile, we'll clear the list so that questions can be asked of speakers. We will now hear from speakers, starting with our speaker number one, Andrew Ledger, who is president of QP 1004. Andrew, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Wonderful. So thank you, Madam Chair, and my name is Andrew Ledger, and I'm the president of QP Local 1004. As you know, the PNE is a unionized employer with over 4,200 union members across 4 unions, the largest being QP 1004, who represent over 3,000 of those workers. This project will add 100 new jobs during construction and at least 40,000 hours of additional work, largely for the members who work and operate and run the venue. We encourage use of many of the current PNE members as possible during the construction. Our members include not only fair time and event staff, but many skilled tradespeople who want to see a brighter future as we come out of what has been a devastating year for our members. As you all know, COVID has had a dramatic impact on the PNE's finances, and we have many members still not working. While we continue to push for COVID financial support, it will be projects like this one that provide long-term financial stability for the PNE and employment stability for our members. This is an opportunity to increase the breadth and diversity of shows at the amphitheater, as well as increasing our overall number of shows that our members are going to be working at. We know a lot of work was done in contemplating various sources of revenue for this project, including consideration of a private partnership to offset the investment that's needed to make for this to be made. I think it goes without saying that QP is adamantly opposed to any type of private partnership.
Sailor Tooth. I am speaking here today to support this motion before council. We believe it's extremely important to support the PNE and want to really emphasize the importance of the PNE to our community and our business community. Not only has COVID reduced the number of people coming here, but with the reduction in the use of the PNE in Hastings Park, we have been severely impacted from an economic point of view in our neighborhood. So we're looking forward to the slow opening and the safe opening. We're looking forward to projects like this moving forward and bringing more people into the area. It's very important. And we see it as a huge part of our recovery moving forward. We also see the advantage of doing this and doing this over the next little while will bring more people into the area. It will open up this area to more music, culture, arts. It will lend itself to more public engagement and also allow our community more access and more availability at the park. So we're very excited to see this happen. And of course, we understand that revenue that is created through the PNE is then reinvested back into the park, both into the greening, into the continued upgrades at the park, to daylighting the stream, to making sure that we can still access it for walking and biking and enjoyment. So from our point of view, this is a win-win. And so we really would love to see council support this moving forward, to support the revitalization of the amphitheater at the present time, and 100% give it our support. So thank you very much.
And thank you. Please, if you could stay on the line, you've got questions from a councillor.
Okay.
Councillor, yeah, great. Councillor Weeb, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks for coming today. My one question, we've heard from some members of the community that they would like to see the Daylight Creek done at the same time as the amphitheater, recognizing it's a huge benefit for the neighboring community. I'm just wondering if you could speak about what that would do to the neighborhood to have such a biodiverse connection to allow more residents that opportunity to get a natural space.
So I would agree, Councillor Wiebe. The daylighting of the stream is an essential part of the plans moving forward. I do understand that there are a number of financial implications, and I understand that not all the work can happen at once. So I think it's hard to pick one over the other. If they could both happen at the same time, I think that would be a win-win again for everyone. But I do understand that today I'm here to talk about the amphitheater renewal. But as I said, we support the daylighting of the stream.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Great. Okay, and that's it for your questions. Thank you
Okay,
again
great.
very much.
Thank
On to speaker. Thank you. Speaker 2, Jordan Coleman. Jordan.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes to address council.
Wonderful. Hello, council members. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My name is Jordan Kalman. I am the co-founder and partner of the Social Concierge. We're a well-known event design and production agency here in the city. We've been producing large-scale cultural events since that infamous magazine cover, No Funcouver, made its debut in those late 2000s. Since then, our goal has always been to make this place, our city, a more fun and vibrant place to live. And I think we're going to make it through the pandemic, which is amazing, and we're super excited to bring back our festivals like Dinner on Blanc and Dayton Cup in 2022. I have to speak in support of the Peony Amphitheater renewal for a number of important reasons, but mostly to provide a firsthand account of the challenges someone like me, someone with the desire to bring culture to life in fun ways, faces in trying to do so, and ultimately how the Peony Amphitheater, I believe, would overcome some of these challenges in a major way. Over the last decade plus, I have produced experiences in nearly all of the city's indoor and outdoor event venue assets, including large-scale, complex locations like Canada Place, alongside Port Venture, Vancouver, David Lamb Park, George Weyburn Park, Jack Pool Plaza, Harbour Green Park, and Van Dusen Botanical Gardens, just to name a few. What I can tell you from producing experiences in these places is that the process to do so is incredibly complex. It involves multiple layers of decision makers and regulators. For each of the events that we have brought to life in these venues, it takes a full year of planning, negotiating, designing, and aligning just to be able to do it. And for a city that needs more experiences to liven up its culture, which is a big belief of ours, and sort of shake that no fun city moniker, this is a huge problem. So a turnkey, easy to produce in venue at the PNE with this size would help the industry so much. If the vote is to support this new venue, you're really voting to increase the speed in which events can be deployed in our region. Secondly, with the rapid acceleration of building development in our area, so much of the easy to access venues have just disappeared. You know, take the covered amphitheater at the Plaza of Nations as an example. It's no longer, and it's about, that whole space is about to disappear entirely. What we need, especially if the process to produce publicly owned venues remains super complex, is access, easy access to affordable venues. Venues that can be easily found with proximity to the urban core, and venues that people just love attending events at. So this is incredibly important to our experience economy. And we just honestly don't have enough space to bring large groups of people together. So a vote to support this new venue, you're really voting to dramatically increase the access, the ease of access to a commodity in really scarce supply, that being large event venues. Having worked with the team at the PNE over many years now, I can tell you that this team is tuned into the cultural needs of this city. Most, if not all, of the directors and leaders of the organization have been with the organization for 15 plus years, some as many as 30 years. Incredible stability, long histories in Vancouver, and each of them understand their role in bringing it to life, the city to life each year. Second, they're event people. They understand the complexities and challenges we face, can talk our language, and work together with us on projects to deliver on our needs. They're super flexible and adaptable. And really, truly, they're bona fide venue operators. They understand how to program their own events, but they're also seamless operators for event producers to bring large crowds together, which is what we need. If you're going to run one team to fund a new venue, I say support the PNE. This venue is so critical, and you're supporting one of the best venue operations teams in the region. And finally, the event and hospitality industry has been totally ravaged. We're going on 16 months without a chance to earn revenue of any true scale. And honestly, it's going to be 6 months or probably longer before we can really get back to building our businesses back up. Not only does the public need positive things to look forward to right now, but the event industry desperately needs wins. The announcement of a venue like this would inject spirit back into our industry, but would also aid massively in the recovery we need to make. You need to think of all the people from the event industry who have been without income for so long. We're talking musicians, artists, technical staff, skilled production labor, vendors, festival suppliers, and event organizers of all types. We're talking about creatives at the lower end of the economic opportunity spectrum. And a venue like this would provide a huge economic boost. So voting for this new venue, you're really voting to assist in the economic recovery of the entire live events industry. So in summary, Vancouver needs more event venues. We are in short supply. Vancouver needs event venues that are easier to produce in, run by experienced teams who know the challenges of event producers. And the live event industry needs economic recovery as quickly as possible if we want to have any chance to getting back to the mission of making Vancouver, the place we live, more vibrant and enjoyable for all. So I stress, please support the vote for the PNE Amphitheater Renewal Project. It's such a needed solution to a wide array of critical cultural and economic problems we face right now. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you so much. If you don't mind staying on the line, you have questions from a councillor. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Hi, yeah, thanks so much for being here. You kind of channeled my line of thinking when I read this report, and reflecting something back that you said. You said, we need this as soon as possible given the shortage of facilities and venues. And, you stated that this is an economic kind of recovery project and a cultural recovery project. It's not slated to be delivered until 2026. It's 5 years out. Do you think that there's more urgency than that?
I mean, it's a great question. I'm obviously biased, having produced large-scale festivals and events in Vancouver for so long. But I mean, what I've seen over 12, 13 years of doing this is just a massive reduction in the available space to do so. And, so I would say the urgent need for cultural space is exponential and has been going exponential for the entire 13 years I've been doing what I do. And so, yes, urgency is so critical in this, where we stand today. Yeah, for sure.
Like, for each year that we kind of continue this crunch of not having sufficient venues not available, what happens to the cultural scene and the music scene in the city, especially, the local level in the meantime? What are the impacts of not having that space year after year?
I mean, it comes down to venues that we can operate in with a reasonable amount of time. The complexities of producing an event at David Lamb Park takes a full year. So, let's just take a look at conferences, big citywide conferences that come to our city. They're looking for unique spaces to produce these large scale gatherings in. These are destination drivers. These are massive revenue drivers for our city. And, they take a look at some of these iconic locations and there just isn't the time to produce large scale events in these iconic locations. So, we need space that, work on a 3-month or 6-month timeline so that you can produce events in that are really destination drivers and, togetherness drivers for our city. We're known as a no fun city, and, that has permeated our whole culture of how we embrace events in Vancouver. And it's complex, it's hard, and we just don't have enough space. And that's the cold, hard truth of the situation.
Great, thank you. Thanks for making time to speak. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Great. And yeah, thank you very much. And there are no other questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Moving on to speaker number 3, Howard Blank. Howard Blank on the line?
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. No problem. Up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Council. My name is Howard Blank. I am principal of Point Blank Entertainment.
I also sit on a number of not-for-profit boards, including Coast Foundation for the Arts, which is known otherwise as the Vancouver International Jazz Festival, and the BC Entertainment Hall of Fame, Variety, and Zajac Ranch, to name a few. I have had a long history of producing events in Vancouver and the Lower Mainland, and have also been a part of raising over $900 million since 2000 for various important organizations. I think it's important to talk about this venue not only as an amazing cultural opportunity and a venue for world-class artists, but also the opportunity for not-for-profits and other organizations to seek new opportunities for revenue flow and for producing cultural events. I think it is phenomenal. There's not a better setting in the world than the Pacific National Exhibition, and that venue looking north towards the mountains is spectacular. And I think it's a real win-win for everyone. Obviously, the PNE needs this upgraded venue to keep bringing great shows and supporting the creative economy in BC. And as I mentioned, and not-for-profits, people don't normally, think of. There are not a lot of covered venues, as the speaker before me mentioned, in the Lower Mainland, particularly in Vancouver, for any events where you're looking at more than 2,500 guests. And this is a great opportunity to have something that would be state-of-the-art and would be able to meet the needs of promoters, not-for-profits, and really the community at large. And I think there's no better location in the world for this. Not only that, it's a great transit location. My first job was at the PNE in 1979, working in the Bird Buildings for first full-time job in the summer. And I worked there in various capacities for 21 consecutive years up until 2000. And, the PNE is a second home to me, and it means a lot to me, that property. And obviously, going through the greening process was important, looking at the way Playland is going to look and revive itself, and the other buildings. And, of course, this opportunity here, I think, is really second to none. I think this space is really, truly worth investing in. The PNE has had a long history of bringing the most diverse range of shows to guests, but the venues are aging, and this is truly an opportunity to make some transformative changes at Hastings Park. Also, the PNE has a long-term sustainability is important, and this project will go a long way in helping to secure the future of the PNE and supporting local arts and culture. And I sort of started off with that. I know, and we talked about how the pandemic has sort of turned the world upside down. We've gone into producing virtual events and lotteries and things that, many organizations wouldn't think of. But my favorite of all is live in-person opportunities. And just thinking outside the box when I put on my variety hat, imagine hosting our annual Show of Hearts telethon from that venue. Would just be spectacular. And we'd be able to include more of the public to be a part of the event like we used to do many years ago at the Queenie Theatre. This is a significant investment at $65 million, and I applaud the city for loaning the PNE the funds, if you approve it, to make this project a reality, knowing that the PNE will pay back the investment in full through the increased business this venue will bring. I can tell you as one entrepreneur and promoter that I would be one of the first to sign up to bring in events to that new venue and to the facility of the PNE. The PNE has been around for over a century. I believe that the team under the helm of Shelley as their president is amazing, and this investment will help it succeed for the next century and beyond. As a producer, I encourage Council to please approve the PNE Amphitheatre project today. I believe it will benefit so many. If you think about the front and back house, as we heard earlier, of some of the employees that would be hired, key organizations and philanthropy, which is close to my heart, the arts, again, an important venue to be able to showcase new acts and also promote British Columbia talent. I think this venue is perfect. It's a great opportunity for multicultural celebrations. And I love the fact that you can have outdoor seating without the worry of weather, with the beautiful canopy that would be above it. And of course, the public and those who live in Hastings Sunrise will have something that they can be very proud of on that beautiful park property known as the PNE. I thank you for your time, and I please ask Council to vote in favor of this proposal.
Great. Thank you so much. If you don't mind staying on the line, you do have questions. Councillor DiGenova, up to 3 minutes. You may be muted. We can't hear you. Clerk, is Councillor DiGenova on the line? She did add herself to the question queue.
Chair Carr, yes, we did an audio check and she was able to hear us. Councillor Genova, are you on the line? Chair Carr, if you wish, we can give her a call.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm trying to get creative. I have some issues with my camera. I know others have today. And I've just got
that's fine.
and my audio. So as long as you can hear me, I'd like to proceed with questions. Is that all right?
Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Thanks very much. Well, we don't use gendered honorifics. So Howard, thanks for being here today. Just had a question. Would you be concerned that if this didn't move forward in the way that it's proposed right now and the city didn't issue a loan, that we could actually see the P&E change completely, that it would lose that culture and that heart and that history and heritage that you'd spoken so passionately about?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. I would say yes. I think we need to look at not just, what our mission is today, but what our vision is for 10, 20 years. And this project is critical in securing the P&E property as a venue for not only cultural celebrations, but for all types of celebrations and festivals and events. And this amphitheater is critical to continuing on that. And I think without it, we would really lose the cultural part of the P&E and those grounds that we know and love.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate you spending the time to speak with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and that is it for your questions. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Great. And we are now moving on to speaker number 4, Dave Fortune.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Again, my name is Dave Fortune. I'm a longtime resident of the region. I live actually just a few kilometers away from the P&E, and I am a longtime promoter of concerts in the region. I've had the pleasure of working with the P&E over the last 20 years, producing shows pretty much every possible spot you can put a show at the P&E, including the Coliseum, the Forum, the amphitheater, and even the gardens. My bona fides also include producing hundreds of shows across North America with promoters Live Nation and AEG. I produce stadium tours, generally speaking. My latest tours have been with Ed Sheeran and Taylor Swift. I've also had a career of a highlight of being able to work with the City of Vancouver and with the Four Host Nations Society to help produce Live City Vancouver for the Winter Olympics. It's exciting to hear that you guys are talking about this amphitheater. We've been talking about it for an awfully long time, and it's heartening to hear that you guys are going to bring this forward. Our region has long discussed building an amphitheater to fill an existing inventory of shows and experiences. And I think what I wanted to talk to you is to tell you that, if you build it, will it come? And the answer is yes. Any given year, amphitheaters, or what we call shed tours, represent a significant portion of our live music touring in North America. Hundreds of acts route through the amphitheaters annually across North America, including amphitheaters in Canada, such as the Bud Stage Amphitheater in Toronto, which will host upwards of 70 or 80 performances a year. And then there's facilities just south of us in Washington and in Oregon. Those facilities promote similar types of volumes of shows, but most of them turn away because we just currently don't have the type of venue options in the region. Current local venues include civic theaters, which are generally too small for the type of inventory we're talking about, or the venues are too big, the arenas, they just don't make financial sense. Or, frankly, due to hockey, the venues are just not available due to NHL holds or other experiences that are being held at the arenas. So again, a lot of inventory of shows just doesn't come to Vancouver for no reason that we just don't have this type of facility. We have been creative in the industry, my colleagues, who I think you're going to hear from today as well. We have been creative in creating different types of experiences in the Lower Mainland. Deer Lake Park was a project that I was lucky to be a part of. In Burnaby, a temporary stage out at Deer Lake Park, and I was also involved with the PNE Amphitheater, the temporary version that exists today. Again, unfortunately, these temporary solutions are wrought with costs, expenses that are just make it too difficult to do what we do for a living, in part because of the cost of constant install and removal costs. The PNE would be an ideal home for a regional amphitheater. There's just really no better place to put it in the Lower Mainland. You have great staff that already exist at the PNE who have consistently delivered world-class experiences. And everyone knows the PNE. I mean, we all enjoy it. Every year we all go and we see what an experience can be like. We can see what a live concert experience can be like at the PNE as well. And the leadership team at the PNE, including Ms. Frost, really truly understand what we're trying to do as an industry and have always been a leader and a good partner in working with us. They understand live experiences, the benefits to the community, and definitely to the industry by having a scalable, flexible, covered facility to accommodate the countless amount of shows that currently don't have a home in the market. Cities like Nashville, Tampa, Portland, Toronto have all had similar moments in time as councils have sat together to figure out how they're going to finance these types of experiences and facilities. And they've all been successfully created in these city center amphitheaters, benefiting the stakeholders, residents, visitors, and artists alike. I know it's been a tough year for the industry, and there's going to be questions about whether or not the industry is going to still be coming back. Well, we've been waiting for 30 years for a facility like this. I think another 5 years is okay. And honestly, it'd just be an exciting moment to see something that would be, become a critical fabric, part of the fabric of the city, and host live music and events for years to come. We need an outdoor facility with permanent infrastructure and a place to do the shows where it can be programmed year-round and not just in a short window of time or with the hope that the weather gods are going to hold up for us. I'm very much in support of this.
Good. And you are on time, but I'm definitely hearing your support being expressed. So
thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thank you, and we appreciate yours. There are no questions, but again, thank you so much. We're moving on to speaker 5 on the list, Patrick Roberge.
Good afternoon.
Yes, we hear you clearly. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Great. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Patrick Roberge, and I'm the president of PRP Inc. We are an event and show production company based here in Vancouver. And thank you for the opportunity to participate in this process today. My company has been responsible for producing festival events, large-scale major events across Canada, the United States, and Asia for the last 35 years. And some of my projects include producing the 2010 Paralympic Winter Games opening ceremonies, the opening for FIFA Women's World Cup, as well as shows at Universal Studios, Legoland theme parks, just to name a few around the world. I've produced many shows at the PNE over the last 25 years, including working with the PNE team to produce the summer night concerts at the annual PNE Fair, the best 15 outdoor summer concerts in BC. Now, I got my start in the business while working for the entertainment department of Expo 86, and where Vancouver was introduced to shows and concerts in many amphitheater settings. And literally ever since Expo Theatre closed, Vancouver has wanted and needed proper outdoor celebration venues. And in fact, there's been hundreds of conversations about creating a shed amphitheater just like this one ever since Expo. And I'm here today to fully support the amphitheater project of the PNE. It's a perfect outdoor gathering location, which you've heard from other speakers, to bring together guests from across the Lower Mainland. The view of the mountains and the inlet are unsurpassed, making the guest entertainment experience amazing. I've produced many events in the temporary parking lot style amphitheater currently available on the PNE site. When we have produced events there, the main challenge is, if you've heard, the lack of weather protection, the lack of proper backstage infrastructure, and the guest experience is lacking with much needed repairs to landscaping and seating areas. Despite all that, many artists have said this is one of their favorite places to come and perform. Imagine what it could be for the event producers and artists alike. The Lower Mainland needs a venue like this to produce a wide range of special events and festivals. On many occasions, we've had clients desperate for outdoor facilities in Vancouver with proper capacity and proper production infrastructure. We have all watched and experienced the events, music and arts and culture industries be decimated during COVID. The renewal of this facility is a much needed investment into bringing these industries back, not just immediately, but supporting them long term. We all know outdoor events will be back and stronger before indoor events, and the Lower Mainland does not have outdoor amphitheater with the potential and scale that this one could provide. The ability to expand the venue space into the adjoining plaza areas for larger events, or the ability to do a joint event that includes the amphitheater and access to playland and other areas of the PNE site, is unmatched anywhere. Now, as a proud Vancouverite, I'm a huge supporter of the PNE. I think it's fantastic that the PNE is willing and able to make an investment like this and support not only their business, but the events, arts, and cultural industries at large. Now, I understand that the city will be financing this project, but the PNE will be paying back for this project in full with interest to the city through revenues generated by the PNE. That's a perfect relationship. The PNE team is well known for hosting a range of promoters, supporting up-and-coming local talent through shows in various venues around their site. And this new amphitheater is a perfect answer to additional flexible performance space. I know the PNE team well, and this institution has been around for over a century. I believe it's the right team and location to steward such a venue in our city. They are conscious and very supportive of their local community and have the expertise required to make this venue a huge success. Now, I'm sure you've already heard from other speakers today about the lack of outdoor venue space, but the PNE Amphitheater project will make a huge difference. Building this as a flexible venue to address different show sizes is very critical. And right now, food, drinks, artist dressing room, production, backstage support are all done with temporary trailers and tents and parking lots. The current temporary infrastructure makes it costly and inefficient. Permanent and flexible infrastructure will make it more cost-effective and more accessible for a broader range of not-for-profit and community cultural groups who are desperate for a venue like this. As an event producer in Vancouver and a Vancouver small business owner, I hope my city council will approve the PNE Amphitheater. And I encourage a timeline that makes this available as soon as possible. Basically, the message is, please don't delay. We don't need bureaucracy to slow this down. We need to get this going. So let's invest in the immediate rebuilding of our tourism and event industries and create a venue to be a long-lasting anchor in our community. I just got my second vaccine yesterday, and we are ready to start filling Vancouver venues again. So thank you very much for your consideration.
And thank you. And great on your second shot. That's wonderful.
My arm's a little sore, though.
That's what I've heard for the second one. Mine's tomorrow. So thank you very much, though, for coming to speak to us.
Thank you.
And that moves us. Speaker 6 has withdrawn. Speaker 7, Catherine Runnels. Is Catherine Runnels on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor. Yep, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Catherine Runnels, and I'm the president of Brand Live Management Group. We are also a production company based in Vancouver, and I am here to happily support this application. Many of you are familiar with Brand Live, of course, because we produce some of the largest public gatherings in the province, including Canada Day at Canada Place and the Honda Celebration of Light. We also have a corporate division, so we work with promoters, corporate clients, nonprofit groups, producing dozens of different types of events every year. What you might not know about me is that I used to be a roadie. So I had the great good fortune of working with everyone from Chantal Kreviazek to the tragically hip and Sarah McLaughlin. And I mention that not to brag, but to tell you that I've been in literally hundreds of amphitheaters all over the world, and I've seen how they can become the hub of a thriving economy and creative sector. I support this project because I think the preliminary design, including permanent infrastructure like new seats and a roof, will reduce event costs for those renting the amphitheater, and importantly, extend the operating season, which will allow access for even more both community and commercial events. As so many of my colleagues have already articulated, we have a shortage of venues overall, but specifically flexible venue spaces at this size. And what's exciting about the preliminary designs here are that it can go from 1,000 up to 10,000. And when you think about that, in Vancouver, we have clubs, we have theaters, and then the next venue is an arena. So having something like this at this size for up to 10,000 guests addresses a significant gap in Vancouver. Companies like mine need a space like this. I believe the city needs more arts and culture facilities overall, and upgrading an already iconic spot will lead to more cultural events for Vancouverites and visitors. It also aligns with key city priorities, including the Music City strategy and making space for arts and culture. This new venue will help sustain the creative economy and drive increased economic impact for the region through suppliers, contractors, and support for surrounding local businesses. I can't echo strongly enough the words of my colleagues who presented so far that we need a space like this. Finally, COVID has been devastating for the PNE, and I want everyone to be reminded that it's the largest employer of youth in the province. I believe that this new amphitheater will go a long way to ensuring that the PNE not only survives, but it thrives. I'm impressed with the PNE for making this investment, and I applaud the city for financing it on their behalf. Like Howard, I can promise you right now, Brandfly will use the space. I lent it today. So I hope it will receive your unanimous approval. Thank you.
Great, and thank you so much. There are no questions for you, but again, appreciate so much you coming to speak to council on this.
My pleasure.
And thank you. So that moves us, council, to speaker number 8, Corinne Asayag.
Hi.
Hello, we can hear you. Go ahead. Yes.
Excellent, thank you. My name is Corinne Asayag. I'm a longtime Vancouver resident and a technology business owner. I'm here today because I love the PNE and everything it stands for. I love the events the PNE brings people together to enjoy, and I come to the PNE in Hastings Park many times a year since I've been living here 30 years. For a couple of decades, I brought my son every year to Playland and to the PNE Fair, as well as other events and activities on site like the Farmers Market, Fright Nights, Disney on Ice, and other events. We always have great experiences, and although my son is now in his 20s, I still come many times a year with him and bring along my friends and colleagues. And during the fair, I come at least 6 to 8 times a year to enjoy the summer night concerts. I usually take in at least 6 to 8 of them. Watching a show from this venue on a warm summer night with a glass of wine is one of my favorite experiences, and thought that if there's an opportunity to improve it and invest in the space so that it can be used year-round, rain or shine, while also supporting the PNE as a business, is really a fantastic opportunity. I hope the City Council hears this loud and clear. For me and so many others, it is very hard to watch the impact of COVID-19 on organizations like the PNE and other arts organizations that I support. The PNE is very important to me. I support the PNE however I can. I buy prize room tickets each year. I'm thanking business clients by buying them tickets and inviting them to shows. I have often hosted friends and clients in those tented suites that they currently have for the summer concert series, and I look forward to doing that again in the future. This is a great space, and it could really be improved by having proper concessions, bathroom seating, and also increasing its capacity. I really do believe that we need to support the PNE's recovery, and supporting a project like this will allow both the PNE and the arts and culture community to thrive into the future. I'm a large supporter of arts and culture locally, and also a donor to many arts organizations. And I take in as many live theater, music, and other performances that I can. The PNE is an amazing venue. and in such a great location. I am very excited to see that the city will hopefully approve this project today. I can't wait to see what kinds of new shows and performances this venue will bring to the community. And I was really happy to hear some of the other speakers talk about how many shows will fill in the gap because the venue can accommodate smaller sized audiences and very large audiences. I could tell you that I will be first in line to enjoy the shows, enjoy the new covered seating and other great guest improvements you will be making, hopefully for more than just a few months a year, because having it year round would be just so amazing. I'm very glad that the PNE will have this venue as part of its building moving forward so it can also thrive and recover from the almost 16 months we've had of closures. The City of Vancouver is fortunate to have an organization like the PNE as part of its family. I strongly urge you to approve this project today. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the time you've taken to address council. There are no questions, but again, appreciate you taking this opportunity to speak to us. Thank you. That moves us along to speaker number 9, Paul Hagginson.
Hi there.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead to council, up
Great.
to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Paul Hagginson, and I'm the president of Live Nation Canada. I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council for listening today. I'm going to echo many of the themes that have been brought up so articulately by a number of the producers and promoters who have spoken here earlier today. So on behalf of Live Nation, I'd just like to voice our enthusiastic support for the redevelopment and expansion of the amphitheater with this plan. This is exactly what the industry, music fans, and the community desperately needs. Like several who have spoken before me, as somebody who's born and bred in Vancouver and attended the PNE all my life, and again with my kids, I'm well aware of the PNE's impact on the community as a destination for celebration and spirit. And with this proposal, the city now has a phenomenal opportunity to build on that legacy with a world-class concert venue in a world-class location and bring a new level of excitement and engagement to the Vancouver and BC music communities. For background, Live Nation produces over 2,000 shows a year and over 400 per year in Vancouver and BC in the years prior to the pandemic, upwards of 800,000 fans at our shows in BC in a year pre-COVID. We produce concerts all the way from 200-person club acts that are emerging through the hallowed venues like the Orpheum, the Queen Elizabeth, Malcolm Bowl, Deer Lake, and up to the arenas and stadium shows that people are familiar with. In addition, we operate the much revered Commodore Ballroom, for which it's been our honor to do so for the last 25 years in presenting the best of local, domestic, and international talent to music fans of Vancouver. Globally, the company operates over 40 amphitheaters in the United States, including, as Dave Fortune spoke about earlier, the Budweiser stage on the shores of Lake Ontario and Toronto. So with this background and the intimate knowledge of both the history of the venue and the local markets, I believe this opportunity is the single best one the city has seen in decades to reshape and elevate the concert experience in this city. The market has been yearning for a marquee outdoor amphitheater play in this vision and with a plan to match the demand that the fans and artists have been asking for. To be able to watch your favorite artist perform against Vancouver's stunning backdrop will be an experience that is second to none, and I say that on a worldwide basis. Full stop, it's that special. Every year, artists ask for the premier outdoor facility to play in the city, and until now, there simply hasn't been one to offer of this quality, this vision, the service, the technical orientation that has gone into this plan. In some cases, they'll play indoors. In some cases, they'll play temporary sites, which, as we've listened to, are not cost effective, and in other cases, they will just skip the market, and this does not serve the fans of Vancouver in the optimal way. This venue, this plan will ensure that Vancouver has every opportunity to capitalize on its growing musical and arts footprint. We will absolutely see a market increase in the number of and a broader base of the international, domestic, and local talent keen to play, sporting from across all musical spectrums. In addition, the inclusive and community-oriented approach of this plan will super serve the fans and artists. The flexibility of the venue capacity, its year-round access, will all contribute to diversifying and expanding the shows that producers can offer. It's been noted as well that the facility will also be a much needed boost for the music and event industries that have frankly been ravaged by the pandemic. As I like to say, we were the first to close and we will be the last to open. And this has come at great economic cost for the music and event industries who are now in desperate need of a revitalization and investment after being sidelined for what will be going on 2 years. And to an earlier point, if the timeline of development was to move up, I think that disserves everybody. Not necessarily knowing all the specifics of that, but in my mind, 2024 is better than 2026 just because the demand and the appetite is there. Benefiting our cultural industries in this way, in addition to providing great employment for service, design, operation, and construction sectors, is a win-win for all. The PNE and Live Nation have a long history of presenting shows at a variety of venues at Hastings Park, Coliseum, the Forum, the current amphitheater. It was just a few years ago that we hosted an up-and-comer named Billie Eilish. That career seems to have gone fairly well. We regard them as a highly professional and culturally aware organization who will be great stewards of this development. In closing, I would just like to say that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make a lasting difference for culture and music in our city, the likes of which we have not seen in a generation, and I simply cannot overstate this. May this be the beacon of light and the hope that music fans have been clamoring for, that music may thrive in our community and be shared and experienced by all, that it may touch and inspire all of us, and that our children may grow up with music in their midst. This is what great cities do. The time is now. I strongly urge you to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time to come to speak to us. No questions for you, but again, very much appreciated. We are moving on to our second to last speaker, Speaker 10, Gwendol Castellan.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and councillors, for taking the time to consider this proposal. I would like to start by acknowledging that I'm coming to you from downtown Vancouver, which is on the unceded and ancestral lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh. So my name is Gwendol Castellan. I'm the Manager of Sustainable Destination Development for Tourism Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of the PNE proposal for the funding and renewal of the PNE Amphitheatre as part of the PNE Master Plan development. We believe this renewal will be a significant contribution to help address the shortage of flexible, multi-purpose venues in Vancouver with an extended operating season. As identified in Culture Shift, blanketing the city in arts and culture strategy, the importance of spaces and places is critical to part of the health of our arts and culture ecosystem. By extension, these spaces support concerts, shows, and festivals that add to the rich diversity of our cultural products in the city throughout the year. The challenge of a lack of medium to large venue spaces is one that we've identified in successive work, such as the Tourism Vancouver Master Plan in 2013 and the Tourism 2030 Scenario Report, which was completed in 2018. We've also consistently encountered the articulation of this need for flexible outdoor event space during our participation in other engagements, such as the Northeast False Creek Strategic Plan development and the discussions around what would happen to the Plaza of Nations site, as well as other engagements such as the Granville Island 2040 plan development. Another specific example of how the PNE, and by extension the PNE Amphitheatre, will be a venue that can support additional space that might be used by citywide conferences and meetings that are more and more seek to add activation and event space to their programming that allows the delegates to experience other parts of the city and to have different types of experience in their programming. Our organization has been thinking a lot over the year and a half about our response to COVID-19. Due to the global health pandemic, tourism revenues have fallen to $4 billion in 2020 from $14.4 billion in 2019 in Metro Vancouver. Prior to COVID, tourism and hospitality were one of the province's most vibrant economic sectors and one of the largest employers of small business generators. Cultural institutions and events are an important part of our city and add to a rich Vancouver tourism experience. Our attention is specifically focused on how we might rebuild tourism demand in ways that allow for the industry to thrive sustainably. This infrastructure project is one where the City of Vancouver can create new opportunities for the PNE to better host events that we believe will be of equal value and desirability for both visitors and residents alike. We look forward to working productively with you to explore how we can support this positive infrastructure development that will support the cultural products and events in Vancouver and help rebuild our economy in a way that will be embraced by residents and enhance the experience of visitors to our city. Thank you very much for your time.
Great, and thank you so much for yours. No questions to you, but very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. So we are moving on to speaker 11, Susan Stewart.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Susan Stewart, and I am speaking in support of the amphitheatre renewal. I was born and raised in the city of Vancouver, just south of the PNE, and have continued to live in the city pretty much my entire life, which is a year or two shy of 60 years. I've seen many changes in the city itself and have remained a huge supporter of the PNE and what it offers the community and those that travel from afar. I've been going to the fair since a very young child and have numerous and fond memories. My husband and I still go to the fair multiple times a year. We go to special events in Playland, we purchase prize home tickets, we support the annual agriculture auction, and we've attended other events on site throughout the years like Cirque du Soleil, hockey games, Craft Beer Week, and the Hopscotch Festival, to name just a few. I've only spoken before Council once, which was just over 10 years ago, when it seemed Council was struggling with approving the Hastings Park PNE Master Plan. I noted with interest that listed on your agenda today is the amphitheatre renewal, to which now I'd like to specifically speak to, since I would estimate that I have experienced over 30 concerts in the amphitheatre. The experience is always fantastic. It's a great location and outdoor venue, but it does need to be updated. It needs improvements to accessibility and seating, better washrooms, and would benefit from food and beverage outlets that were not run out of a tent. Covered seating would certainly help with the enjoyment of a show on a rainy Vancouver day. After all, rain does happen here. We find it troubling, as everyone else in the province, to read and hear how COVID has impacted the PNE business. So we did what we could by coming to every drive-through last year to support them and their various partners. The amphitheatre renewal moving forward is a real bright light in terms of the kind of long-term financial stability needed to secure the PNE's economic recovery. I believe the timing is critical and we need to move forward as soon as possible. The PNE needs this venue, as does the city and the region. Performers and guests need this venue. I know there have been some smaller projects completed on site related to the master plan, but redeveloping this venue will be transformational. It will be a real sign that Hastings Park's PNE are moving forward positively and have a bright future both financially and event-wise. Moving forward with the amphitheatre renewal will allow for the possibility of excess funds generated from events at this new venue to help fund other parts of the master plan and continued growth. While I have never worked at the PNE, we know of family and friends and colleagues that had their first job there, and some who take their annual vacation so they can continue to work there during the fair. Each year, I always love seeing the youthful faces of new staff, as well as the familiar smiles on staff who have been there for years. The PNE feels like home and offers so much economically to and throughout the community, and is just a great place to go given its diverse range of activities, events, and general fun. So I not only encourage, but also urge Council to approve this project today and provide the PNE with the funding and green light to make this venue happen, and happen soon. It's been about 15 years since the master plan was first introduced and consultation began. Since approved about 10 years ago, what should be considered scarce resources have been spent on more approvals, more consultations, etc. It's time to get the shovels in the ground and build it so the Vancouver community finally sees something tangible rather than just the possibility of something. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. There are no questions, but really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thanks. So we have two others on the list. Council, speaker 12 is Jeff Tanazawa.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to everyone. My name is Jeff Tanizawa, and one of the partners of a live entertainment company called Sakamoto Promotions. We produce and promote concerts right across Canada in venues from as small as performing arts centers up to NHL arenas. I've been in the concert industry for almost 3 decades, Now, and during this time, I've also produced numerous shows at the PNE, including the Pacific Coliseum and Forum. I'm happy to know that some of my peers have chosen to speak today in support of this project as well. And being one of the late speakers, most of the things I was going to speak about has been mentioned and discussed, so my statement will be short. As others in the industry have mentioned, it's been a really difficult past 18 months. We've all learned to appreciate more than ever the importance of being able to gather and enjoy the things we have in common. And concerts play a huge role in bringing people together. And I know once all the restrictions are lifted, everyone will be able to get back and appreciate this and more in the years to come. I'm a huge supporter of the PNE, and I think this is the right time and location for a new amphitheater. This new venue will help support the local industry, artists, vendors, jobs, tourism, and drive economic impact. Having been involved with shows at the PNE Coliseum and Forum, I am aware that they are very conscious of their communities, so I know the PNE will design the amphitheater with promoters, the artists, audience, and surrounding neighborhood in mind. Thank you for your time, and I hope to see Council supports and approves this project today so it can start to come to fruition. Thank you.
And thank you. No questions to you, but thank you so much for speaking to us. And that moves us on to our final speaker, Steve Canafari.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead.
Oh,
Up to 5 minutes.
Yes, first of all, I want to thank you and the Council for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Steve Canafari. I live a few blocks away from the PNE and I lived here for 50 years. And my family, in fact, has been here for over 90 years. So I believe we have a very long history with the fair as neighbors, as also as guests. I echo and support what all the previous speakers have mentioned, but I just want to add a little bit of a local resident perspective. So I want to start by saying, how excited I and actually many of my neighbors I've talked to are for the amphitheater. The last 16 months have been hard for a lot of people for a lot of reasons, but I think it's also taught me specifically a few lessons. And one is it's really solidified in my mind, the void that this city faces when the PNE is not vibrant, active, and it's not basically operating on all cylinders. And it's tough, and it's really opened my eyes to the value and what it brings to everyone. So I fully support the amphitheater for a number of reasons. I think first off, I feel the PNE leadership is very experienced, responsive, and personally, I found them to be really attentive to concerns when raised by neighbors. And I'll give you a specific example, because I know a lot of people talk about noise impacts in the neighborhood. Well, first of all, if anyone remembers the demolition derby, we're light years, ahead of where we used to be in the neighborhood. But the PNE, up until even 2 years ago when they had concerts, they would have people, sound engineers in our neighborhood. I live just to the east of the Fair on the Hill, measuring decibel levels for shows. And if the shows were deemed to be above the threshold that was deemed appropriate, they would actually within minutes have the speakers turned down. To me, that just demonstrates how they're responsive to the neighbors, how they're proactive, and just shows me that they're fantastic stewards of the property. And believe me, that's something that we wouldn't want to see 20 years ago, I'll be honest. The PNE's evolved over the time, and I think they're under really effective leadership. The next thing is the PNE support of local arts groups. And I think a new facility like this will only enhance, the ability to open up opportunities for many cultural and arts groups that probably, for profit and nonprofit, those groups that don't necessarily have access to these facilities. I give an example. I mean, there's, Theater Kids and Cert Kids is a program they run on the fairgrounds. The fact that they're able to get a facility and work with the PNE has opened up so many opportunities for local kids in the community that without the PNE and the support, it just wouldn't have happened. And I think this amphitheater could open up so many new opportunities for so many disadvantaged youth and others. And the other thing that I find odd is I always have to go to North Van or West Van or Surrey or Deer Lake or other areas to enjoy wonderful events. What a fantastic opportunity to have these events in the heart of the East Side. And that's what I consider the PNE, the heart of the East Side. And a new facility will make it easily accessible for all. The next reason I support this is the PNE is a huge supporter of youth employment, for both local youth and new immigrants. The PNE was my first job. It was my kids' first job. And I hope it'll provide that same opportunity for future generations. But it needs to be financially viable. And this project will help with that. And when I say financially viable, the PNE does a fantastic job of running on a fiscally responsive manner. And I think this is an area where they've excelled. And I have full support in them paying back the loan from the city on this. The next reason I support this is I think PE does a fantastic job of maintaining both the park and all their facilities. We've seen in the last couple of years some of the issues that other parks have encountered, and I won't get into that across the city, but it says a lot to me about the PE leadership that even through a pandemic, they've been able to maintain a safe, clean, secure destination for so many people. And believe me, in the height of the pandemic, a lot of local residents used the PE as a venue to get out of their house while staying and adhering to local health orders. The fact that the PE was able to provide us with a safe, accessible area, to me, was fantastic. And I think that this facility will help accelerate greening in the park and continue to provide a safe, welcoming space for many. Now, the last point I want to make is, economic vibrancy. And I know that you can debate it all day long, whether or not we need more economic activity or less. But in my personal view with the PE, I find that the more balanced economic vibrancy, and this space will provide that, will benefit all of Vancouver as well as the local neighborhood. We all love parks, we all love green space, but as a taxpayer, I appreciate the fact that the PE pays its own way. They look after the grounds, their staff look after the grounds, they maintain security. This is a burden that the city or the Parks Board don't have to take on. The PE looks after this and they do a fantastic job. And my feeling is that with this new amphitheater, their ability to expand events and expand the greening of the grounds, I think it will become a focal point for this city that we can be proud of for generations. It'll become a gem. And I think it'll become a more modern, updated, accessible location for all. So I really, really want to emphasize that I support the investment in the amphitheater. And I truly ask Council to please support this proposal as well, because it'll benefit all residents of Vancouver. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today.
Great. Well timed. Thank you. You don't have any questions, but I appreciate all the time you've taken to come and speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is it. Council, in terms of our speakers list, I remind you that we decided to hear speakers before questions to staff. So now you do have an opportunity, if you wish, to ask questions of staff. Just put yourself on the list if you would like. Councillor Dominato, go ahead. You first for up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair. And sorry, my camera's not working right now. I'd like to ask staff and perhaps our CEO to comment on the work around the daylighting of the stream, which is something that's come up at the board a number of times. I know Councillor Weed raised their question around timing around that, and I know it's something that I'm also personally very interested in, and how that'll work with the amphitheater renewal.
Paul, are you going to direct that, my city manager?
Sure. So I think Shelley is on. Shelley, if you're okay to take that one, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. And can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Thanks so much for asking that, Lisa. I think if I could start by just saying, I think that there is, a bit of a longstanding maybe misinterpretation about the PNE and our position on the stream. It is something that we actually absolutely want on the stream. We think it is going to be a vibrant, transformational piece. It has to happen. We understand, how important the diversity of that habitat is going to be, and how important it is to our neighborhood to re-daylight that historic creek. So we look actually very forward to having it happen. Now, I think in terms of putting the projects together, one of the things that we have learned over the last 10 years is that moving a project as big as the Hastings Park PNE master plan forward is a huge beast. And we have not been able to get momentum in moving things forward until we can do it like small pieces at a time. The only thing that is, there's nothing holding the stream back. The only thing that we are working on right now is making sure that we don't hold one project back so that to accommodate another. In terms of planning for the stream, the city's engineering department is going into a fairly significant planning stage of watershed planning and doing the work that needs to be done through their Rain City strategy to ensure that the stream is properly planned before it goes into construction or goes into development. we know for sure that we're not going to do anything with the amphitheater that is going to inhibit that in any way. So we'd like to see that move forward as soon as it possibly can. We just don't want to, we're hesitant to put them together because we've seen once they get paired together specifically with very different groups of people working on them, they both get bogged down. So as far as the P&E is concerned, we're happy to have both move forward as soon as they possibly can.
Great. Councillor Dominato, is that good?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. You have more questions to staff, so I'm not you, but Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead. You have to raise your questions to staff. You have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I actually am very conscious of the hour and the time of the day, and I do have an amendment I'd like to bring forward. I know we're closing in on the end of the day, so I'll see Councillor Boyle's on there, so maybe I'll wait after.
Okay, no problem. Councillor Boyle, yeah, we have till 5, but as Councillor, as you know, we have booked this from 6 to 10 as well. So, but Councillor Boyle, go ahead with questions.
Thanks. It was a great presentation, and I only have one question, which is that I had asked before about the role of natural gas in the larger master plan redevelopment, and I'm just wondering, specific to this amphitheater, in the redevelopment of it, if the plan is to use gas as an energy source, or if we're looking at low emission and electric options.
Yeah, I can answer that. It's a good question. For the amphitheater, it will be fully electrified. That was included in the renewable energy strategy. I believe that aligns with the city's policies on new buildings to have passive house standards or net zero emissions. So it will meet those standards. The part that is related to renewable natural gas is for existing buildings, just to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in existing buildings. And that was contemplated for buildings included in the playland footprint right now. So this amphitheater will be fully electrified, and renewable natural gas would be considered for playland facilities.
Okay, well, in the context of this amphitheater discussion, I'm thrilled to hear that, and I'll leave it at that. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Weeb, over to you for up to 5.
Yeah, mine's a follow-up question to Dominato. Recognizing that we heard that we don't want the projects to happen simultaneously with the daylighting of Hastings Creek, I'm just wondering, from a city and engineering and park standpoint, where that project is at and how we could advance that project quicker. I see that Dave Hutch is on the call.
Yeah, Dave, it's Paul over here. Dave, if you're able to speak to that.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor. So I think it's important to recognize that the section of the daylighted stream that we're discussing here is actually right in the middle of the entire stream complex. So it's downstream from the Sanctuary Pond and upstream from Burrard Inlet. And so as Mr. Brody explained in his presentation, it is a fairly complex system that requires more study. And so we'll be working closely, I'll be working closely with my colleagues in engineering to, of course, understand the broader upstream watershed, what the inputs can look like, how the sanctuary pond will feed into this, and then ensure that we're setting aside the appropriate corridor to allow this stream to pass through, to thread through between the amphitheater and the festival plaza. So I think, as noted, scoping, planning, and schematic design of the stream, we have $300,000 in the current capital plan to undertake this, I think is sufficient. And we'll be able to scope out and determine what the costs will be, and moving into detailed design for the next capital plan, and consider the construction of the stream at that time.
Okay, so a quick follow-up. So you don't think it's appropriate to put the two projects together? You think that we can separate the projects and do them as quickly as possible as we see funding and as the information between parks and engineering comes to fruition?
Yes, I think the planning, scoping, and schematic design should advance with the amphitheater project, but the construction of the stream will need to wait until we understand more about the system. So I think it's okay to separate the implementation of these two projects.
Okay, and then one follow-up, one question on the amphitheater. Can you talk about how we will be able to make it so that nonprofit groups can come in and for the smaller scale events? And just wondering, will there be a granting process, or what would be the availability to make sure that there's an easy fest plan for a smaller group to come in and utilize the event space?
Shelley, do you want to take that?
Sure, thank you. Councillor, one of the reasons that it is so difficult for smaller arts and culture groups to utilize the venue right now is that everything is temporary, and it's a significant cost to set it up. And then if we keep it set up, there's a significant security cost that goes along with that. So there's a lot of up and down with some of the infrastructure. So by making a lot of that permanent and secured in a way that it doesn't have to go up and down, that will in and of itself lower the cost for accessibility for some of the local arts and culture groups. The design idea is that there will be likely some permanent seating, but there will also likely be some seating that is not permanent. And that will allow us to move things around in such a way that we can accommodate groupings around a stage that are much smaller without making it look like the venue is completely empty. So there's definitely design considerations being done to ensure that a group that comes through with 1,000 people or 2,000 people looks like they still have, a great local, a great full show without making it look like it's, quiet in a 10,000 person amphitheater. So combinations of permanency and flexibility with potentially removal of seats is going to be critical moving forward.
All right, that's exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. And final questions, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I'm actually happy to move the recommendation, and I'd like to propose an amendment also, Chair Carr, if I could. I'm very conscious we have a long agenda today, so I'm trying to be efficient.
Yeah. That sounds fine. No one else was on the list. Go ahead. Motion is being moved now, and go ahead with your amendment if it's been circulated.
Yeah, it has been circulated, so I'll let the clerk bring it up, but I'll just speak to it and say, I think that many will agree that this is a fantastic project. There's very little not to like about it. It has a strong business case. It's electrified. It's supported by the cultural community. It's supported by the resident community. It's really well articulated and planned, and it speaks to a need that is well identified through a number of planning initiatives, whether it's the music strategy, making space for arts and culture, and others. It's outdoor, it's magical, it's a fantastic space. We've heard that. The need in the midst of a pandemic, how important outdoor gathering spaces are, has only exemplified that. And the human need to connect. I think the only thing that is not fantastic about this project is just having to wait for it. And the fact that it's 5 years away. I am very conscious and cognizant that there are some infrastructure dependencies that were noted in the report there. But I'm also very cognizant that this is a significant need. And as one of the speakers said very eloquently, that the events and the music and culture sector is the hardest hit, first to close and last to open. And I hope that I don't want us to sort of be in that same situation, that we're not trying to boost the industry as much as we can when there is a need. So the amendment, which I'm not seeing come up on screen yet, is just
we're not seeing those screens. None of us have got access to those screens. So you have emailed it to all of us. Councillors, do you have it in front of you?
Sorry.
In your emails?
Yeah, so hopefully, as long as the public can see it, and I know council has it on their email, I'll just sort of speak to it. So it just really adds some language, which is just a bit of a request and a plea to staff. I know they're endeavoring to tighten the timeline, but to try to continue to do that, recognizing how important it is. And so the language there, just to be clear, is an additional language on clause B that says, and further, that staff endeavor to expedite the project with the goal of delivering a completed new venue earlier than the currently projected, should say ED 2026, recognizing this is an important economic and cultural stimulus project that meets the identified critical void of a lack of performance space in Vancouver. So really a plea to staff and sending that signal, hopefully from council, that we're hopeful there might be some opportunities for efficiency on the timeline.
I'm going to move us to the amendment queue. Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Dominato, can you just advance yourself? I've got it, Councillor DiGenova there. Councillor Dominato, great. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova, to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a point of information through you to staff and maybe you as well, but I had understood from staff that they were trying to endeavor already to do this. That, I mean, it would be great to be able to move it forward, prior to sort of the projected dates, but I'm one of those people who likes to, you know, under promise and over deliver, not the other way around. And I'm
Okay, I
just
think
wondering
we've got,
if staff could maybe let us know
yeah, we've got your
if
question.
they already have this. Well, it
Yes.
is my time, Chair.
But you've stated the question, and and it is a point of information at this point, not a comment section you're in. So, I mean, that's by your own volition. The point of information I will direct to the city manager to direct as he sees fit.
Thanks, Chair Carr, and through you. Yeah, I can certainly confirm that we're also, as staff and working with Shelley and her team at the PNE, also very anxious to move this project forward and looking at every opportunity that we can to expedite it, both through kind of procurement phases and permitting and construction, so across the entire kind of scope of the project. So we understand Council's interest to move this forward and share that, but are happy to take any additional direction that Council may get from that as well.
So also, just a follow-up point of information through you, Chair. I'm just wondering then, is this something that I understand staff is already doing?
Chair, I can confirm that yes, we are looking at opportunities to expedite the project, absolutely.
So I just wanted to ask the Chair as a point of information, Chair Carr.
Okay, no problem. Great.
I mean, I'm happy to support this. I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, no, yeah. Great. Okay, Councillor Dominato to the amendment.
I was waiting for an answer from you, Chair, and then I'd like to speak to you.
I didn't, I'm sorry.
I had asked you as a point of information, Chair. If staff are already doing this, is it proper to put it as an amendment?
I didn't hear that question.
Sorry, you told me to be brief, so I tried.
Yeah. So, are you asking if it's in order?
No, I'm not, because I'm happy to support it, but I was just told yesterday, so I'm a little bit confused. If staff's already doing something, I can't put something forward that reinforces that.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to just make sure we level set here.
Yeah. I did hear the city manager state happy to receive I'm sorry, I don't have the exact words that he used, but to receive instruction from council on this motion, any further instruction. So I didn't hear him say we're already doing this and the wording is unnecessary. So I'm going to say that the wording is okay.
I'm not asking if it was in order, just trying to understand. And I also have a point of information for the mover of the amendment, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby, I'm just wondering where you would be hoping that staff would look to reallocate funds for this, or where they would look to expedite this, because I too, share a hope that we will get there sooner than later, but I also don't want to get hopes up without having a source of funding.
Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Kirby Young, for an answer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm glad that we share the same hopes on this, Councillor Adriane. I think many of us do. I think there's a healthy budget attached to the project, and I think we have some amazing staff. So I wouldn't presuppose to identify the areas. I think the city manager spoke to some of the possible ones in speaking to opportunities, and so I would look for them to identify where they think the biggest time opportunities are.
Thanks very much. I'm not quite sure why I'm no longer on the queue. I will try and keep my comments brief there, Chair Carr. But I just wanted to say that I wholeheartedly, and I'll speak to the amendment at the same time as the motion, I wholeheartedly appreciate and really want to thank everyone on the PNE team, as well as I want to thank our staff. For coming together and finding a way forward here that also does to all of the speakers who came from either event production, who come from industry, who come from the experience of trying to protect workers, people who are thinking about our youth and the nostalgia, the heritage of the PNE, the character that it brings. And as someone who lives in Hastings Sunrise, I very much appreciate having the PNE in my neighborhood. I think that they're good stewards of the community, and I appreciate how they also work within Hastings Park. I mean, it's often been said that it's a fair in a park, not a park in a fair. But at the same time, I think that it's really important that we look for ways to keep this sustainable, just as we do throughout our other city facilities and park board facilities. When we look at restaurant opportunities and ways to serve the public, but also to have that space. Um, for people to make sure that it's economically sustainable. So just wanted to offer my thanks, and I will wholeheartedly support the amendment, as well as I will the motion. But just wanted to ask those questions. Thanks very
Okay.
much.
Yep, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Dominato, over to you.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you, Chair. Happy to support the amendment. This has certainly been a conversation of the board, as well as the P&E team and city staff about opportunities to expedite this project, recognizing that we would like to condense the time frame. And so happy to support the additional clarification in the recommendation for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I see no other councillors on the list. So quick, if you could move us to a vote on this amendment as proposed by Councillor Kirby. Okay, that is a unanimous vote with 2 members absent. And we are back to our main queue. Councillor Kirby Young, you still have some time on this queue.
Yeah, I'll just succinctly say that it's a fantastic project, and I just really respect and appreciate all the work that has been done on this. And it is a magical place for Vancouver, and I think that this will just build on that legacy. And just the idea of seeing some additional concerts outside, and the weatherproofing, the extended operational seasons to sort of more year round, I think it's just going to be phenomenal. So I will leave it there. So thank you to everybody.
Great, thank you. Councillor DeGenova, did you do your
No, I am
comment?
not on the queue. That is an old queue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Dominato?
Thank you, Chair. And similar to my colleagues, I'd like to thank our staff, P&E team, as well as city staff on the work to move this ahead, as well as the P&E board. Many in-depth conversations that took place at the board, which includes a number of community members who sit on the board and represent the P&E. And I would say that across the board, there was a view of that this is a fantastic opportunity, not only for the P&E, but Hastings Park, but for the city at large. That um, uh, we've obviously have a significant and really robust business case that was undertaken. But that aside, council heard from a number of speakers today about the opportunity that this presents for year-round events, outdoor events, and not just the large-scale concerts. We've had conversations with the VSO, with Ballet BC, organizations that would love the opportunity to be in a space that's outdoors, that's covered, and the fact that this space has flexibility to accommodate smaller numbers and much larger numbers. And you heard from residents, people who are neighbors to Hastings Park, and the enthusiasm around that, as well as employees of the P&E who spoke today, and the representation from the union, that this is really a win-win-win all around for the organization and for the city in terms of supporting arts, culture, and entertainment. And so I think it's fantastic. I'm thrilled that it's come to council at this time, and look forward to opportunities to certainly expedite it, as well as undertake the work around the daylighting of the stream. So thank you to staff and the team.
Great, thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, you are up next. But councillors, I just want to alert you all that our IT staff have corrected the issue around the orange cone. And if you could all refresh your orange cone, you will be able to see the motion now with the highlighted amendment in it. So perhaps you want to do that before we get to voting. But meanwhile, Councillor Swanson.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Who's still on there? Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. So it's that suspend button. Test, test, test. Allison, can you hear me? Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Audio is resolved.
our business back in order, and I'm just reminding council we are on item 7, which was held by Councillor Kirby Young, and I see that we do have Councillor Kirby Young on the question queue, so it was held 4 questions. So,
Point of
Councillor,
privilege,
yeah.
is Councillor DiGenova. I had to join by phone for now, but I was on the queue as well. Am I still there?
You still are. You are on the queue after Councillor Kirby Young. Great. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, you have up to 5 minutes for questions to this item.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'll just repeat that because I know we had some audio difficulties. The question that I had with respect to this and looking at the grant and the proposed upgrades was noting that there were 4 funding partners, the city, BC Housing, CMHC, and the owner, Kenstone Properties. And I had posed this question I had to staff. I know it took them a while to pull the answer together, but I'm still looking for more clarity based on the reply that came back as to why, given that these are a lot of structural repairs and what the lease dictates in terms of the lessee, as to why the owner is only paying 28% of this, and there's so much public funding going into essentially shoring up a private asset on major structural repairs.
Yeah. City Manager, if you could direct that, that would be great.
Certainly, and I see that Celine Mobilis is on, so I'll maybe defer the question to Celine.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor. Celine Mobilis, Managing Director of Homelessness Services and Affordable Housing Programs. Yes, as noted, this is a partnership to not only make the necessary improvements in the building, but we've also secured a housing agreement to maintain affordability. So the main purpose of our SRO grants are to create partnerships to secure these buildings in nonprofit ownership and to maintain affordability.
And maybe, Councillor, if I can just add to that, I think it's one of the fundamental challenges, or the fundamental challenges with SROs, is it's not possible for any building owner, whether they're private, nonprofit, government, to operate these buildings at $375 a month. Those rates are just not sufficient. So this is the type of stuff, in order for us to secure shelter rate housing in SROs, there does need to be additional subsidy put into the system. And with this grant, that's what the city would be securing, is those 103 units at shelter rates for a long-term lease. So that's a very significant public benefit that's being achieved here.
Councillor Kirby Young, you may be on mute.
Thank you to the city management staff. I really appreciate that the goal here is to keep these for the SRO use and not into the private realm. Having said that, I guess my explicit question I feel like I'm not getting clear on is, does the lease require that structural and significant upgrades like this are borne by the other partners? What does the lease say?
So I'm not sure if you can speak to the terms of the lease with between Atira and Kenstone.
I don't have the answer to that question. We're not privy to the lease between Atira and Kenstone. We do know that Kenstone has made upgrades to the building. They have had structural consultants and other work done on the building over the years, but we're not privy to the actual lease terms between Atira and Kenstone.
Okay, and conceivably, if we look at all the sort of the monies that are being invested by the different supportive levels of government in these structural upgrades, at some point, are we not better focused in either securing affordable units in other market developments or building others? Because it just seems to me like we're propping up owners that have buildings that are in disrepair and that have had violations with respect to public health and safety.
Celine Mobilis here again. I think it's very true. Our long-term goal is to replace SROs with self-contained social housing. But I think, again, just the age of the building and the kind of ongoing maintenance and repairs that are needed, it is an important stock in preventing further homelessness. So we do want to invest in the stock to keep it going on an interim basis. And these types of partnerships where we're able to make some investments to improve livability while at the same time securing affordability is an important part of that strategy.
And again, Councillor, just to add to Celine's comments, I mean, the grant that's recommended here at $350,000 is roughly the cost of one modular housing unit. So this is a very modest grant to secure affordable housing for over 100 units. There's absolutely no way that we could replace these at anything approaching the cost that the public partners here are investing in maintaining these units.
And what about the responsibility of the owners to provide buildings that are at a reasonable life safety standard? We just overlook that?
Well, I think what we're getting here, though, Councillor, again, is shelter rate rents. So it's not possible for the owners to be able to invest in their buildings and maintain shelter rate rents at $375 a month. Again, I think that's the real key here is it's not possible for anyone to operate buildings charging rents at $375 a month.
Okay, and that
Those
is
are
it
not
for.
market rents.
Thank you, City Manager, and that is it for Councillor Kirby Young's time. Councillor DeGenova, over to you for 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. I also had some questions to staff about this, and just wondering in looking at and sort of in my experience and background in non-market housing, I understand that grants that are given, you know, often by municipalities can go, or for instance, when we look at public benefits and how that is dispersed, if we consider the burden that a nonprofit may bear, if, for instance, the private partner in the development had to pay more, that those costs could eventually trickle down to the nonprofit, would that be a concern if the financing structure were to change on this deal? That a TIRA or a nonprofit partner could pay more? Thank you.
Yeah, City Manager.
So just to make sure I understand the question, Chair. So the question is, if the city didn't put in the $350,000 grant that's been recommended here, what the result would be?
Or if there was more cost that was needed, like for instance, to bring the units. Just to follow up on Councillor Kirby Young's question. But if the developer had to put more in, or the private partner that was not a not-for-profit had to put more funds in, could that somehow be downloaded to a not-for-profit that was operating shelter rate units?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Again, as Celine indicated, we're not privy to the lease between Kentstone and Atira, so we're not sure in terms of what the distribution of costs between the two parties would be. But ultimately,
I'm not asking specifically about that because I heard you say that. I'm asking about, is that a concern that you have when you for instance talked about shelter rate rooms, and you can either make an investment in that or you can invest in the building. It's hard to do both at the same time. I'm looking at it overall. Would our staff say that that's a concern, that any extra cost that would be downloaded above and beyond keeping those shelter rate units could actually compromise those rents, and in fact could compromise the relationship or a lease agreement between a nonprofit and a private partner?
Yeah, we don't. It may ultimately, you know, Atira wouldn't necessarily be able to operate the building at a loss indefinitely, for sure, and so rents would have to go up, or they would have to exit the lease, presumably. But again, I'm speculating there.
And I know I read the report and I feel that it's very thorough. But can I ask, is Atira supportive of this? The staff recommendations and report?
Celine Mobless here, yes.
Of the lease?
Yes, BC Housing.
Since they signed it, but yes.
Yes, all partners are aware of the report before you today, and the recommendations are being put forward and are supportive.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all my questions.
That's great. Thank you very much, Councillor DeGenova.
So if there's anyone else on the queue, I'm prepared to move the motion, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay. So the motion has been moved, and I'm going to move us to the main queue to speak to it.
Point of privilege, may you add me to the queue wherever I may fall? Thank you.
Yeah,
Chair.
Great. Okay. Councillor Swanson, did you? Yes, okay. Everybody's on that queue now. Councillor Kirby Young, however, is first. Although as mover, Councillor DeGenova should come first. Kirby Young, would you mind if we switch that?
problem. Yeah, no
Okay.
problem.
Clerk, could you switch Councillor Kirby Young and DeGenova for me, and we'll move forward Councillor DeGenova to speak to the motion, her motion first, or the motion she moved. It might take a second because the list got populated.
Thanks for indulging me. I will be on WebEx in a few minutes there, Chair. So thank you. I am timing myself here, though.
Councillor DeGenova, oops, you were on. I'm just going to wait for 1 second while the clerk just switches the order. I believe it was Councillor DeGenova, Kirby Young, Swanson, and Dominato. It'll just take 1 second for that to happen. Great. Okay, Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thanks very much. I appreciate the questions that have been asked, and also appreciate the fact that when I consider the staff report and the fact that we don't have the information specifically in the lease agreement that Atira and the developer in this case entered into, I am aware though that there are units at stake, and those are the most affordable housing units in our city. While we continue on a conversation with people about whether or not SROs or SRAs, as are referred to in the bylaw, are the appropriate or the best way to address this, they are much needed shelter and housing in our city, and I think that our staff have done an excellent job through the bylaw and considerations to what would have to be done to alter that, for there to be penalties put against rooms that were altered significantly, and that's all for the reason of ensuring affordable housing, and affordable housing that's funded amongst several different levels of government. That being said, without knowing that and being on the other end of it myself, not in this situation, but it's one of the reasons I chose to run for city council, was to try and apply some of these principles to making housing more affordable across the board. But I have seen deals, pro formas, fall. I've seen cities and municipalities give grants to a developer, which weren't passed down to a nonprofit. I've seen all sorts of charges that have unfortunately hindered affordable housing. So for those reasons, if staff is comfortable with this, not only the grant that would move forward with the nonprofit, but I assume that this is a part of a larger pro forma that hinges on this being able to work. I wholeheartedly support it, and without having the proponents here to ask those questions of, it would be difficult for me to support anything else at this time. So I am mindful that we have to make sure that private owners are paying their fair share, and I was very clear about that when it comes to cleaning costs. I don't see any extra cleaning costs in here. I was happy to see that. Thanks, staff. But at the same time, I do think that it's very important that we consider what we have to lose here and what's at risk. And for that reason, and without having that information from Atira, I wholeheartedly support this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor DeGenova. And next on the queue is Councillor Kirby Young. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes. Oh, I'll reset your timer.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm fully cognizant and aware of the sort of the connection and the tension between the building condition and the necessary investment of these grants to provide at least barely livable conditions in terms of life safety and sort of, kind of core basics for people that desperately need these homes. And I don't diminish that in any way. Having said that, I think at some point we have to start calling this out, because what is happening due to these factors, because we are afraid of the loss, is that we have these landowners that are benefiting, who are sitting on pieces of land that are going up in value, that are substandard buildings and providing substandard quality of living to people. And this model is perpetuating that. I'm not saying that there's an easy way out of it and that we shouldn't try to sustain these units while we replace and provide better and new, which does require significant investment. I absolutely acknowledge that. But I think we have to call a spade and call out the fact that people that are really benefiting are the landlords. This is not turning these into, incredibly more livable units. They're not going to be self-contained. They're not going to have, phenomenal extra benefits. This is just basic core dignity and decency in terms of living conditions, so that people have basics like heat and hot water, and sort of the infrastructure is there. They don't fall through the floors. And it's honestly galling and upsetting that you do have folks that are sitting on this that have a major asset with land and their buildings are being invested in because of this paradigm. And I think that we have to be really honest about calling that out. I realize that there could be punitive harm by not advancing this to the people that are already harmed the most. But we've got to find a way to kind of move ourselves beyond this paradigm that benefits these landowners of just honestly substandard buildings and living conditions. And the reason I pulled it is because I felt it was really important to kind of daylight that and raise that, and I feel really strongly about it. So those are my comments.
Thank you so much, Councillor Kirby Young, and on to Councillor Swanson.
Okay, so I know what this is about. I've, walked up 6 flights of disgusting stairs, dodging rats and garbage to take food for people who couldn't go out because the elevator was down. And I have called news conferences about rats and SROs. And I actually helped a tenant haul a mattress up to City Hall as a present. We wrapped a bow around it for the previous mayor because it literally had mouse tunnels in it, even though the landlord was supposed to replace it and didn't. So I know how bad the conditions are, and I've heard that they are bad and saw the article in the Tyee about the Atira buildings. That said, right now we're in the position of what do we do for this 100 residents? Do we let things get worse for them? Or do we fork over the dough to help things get a little bit better? It's really crucial right now when we still have probably over 2,000 homeless people that we preserve the SROs and make them as habitable as we can. Yes, there are some solutions. We don't have those levers right now. We need higher shelter rates. We need vacancy control in the SROs so they won't sell for so much. And we need more federal and provincial money for housing, or we need a mansion tax so we can get the money and build housing ourselves. But right now, we don't have those, and we can't wait. We can't tell 100 people you have to live in really deplorable conditions because we don't have those. So I'm going to vote for giving the money to Atira.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I really appreciate what Councillor Swanson had to say and what Councillor Kirby Young had to say. It's a really tough file. I just want to reflect that I'm also quite familiar with SROs and also recognize that a lot of these privately run SROs are attractive to investors, including this one that we're referring to now, notwithstanding the operating arrangement with Atira. This is an investment property for someone. And what we've also seen in downtown east side SROs as certain players who are coming in, investing in these properties and fixing them up, and actually, because the SRA protection doesn't really apply to the rents, it really only applies to the style of the housing unit and the size of the housing unit. And we see them turned into kind of hipster hotels or executive hotels or whatever you want to call it, and rented at significantly more than the shelter rate provides. So the fact that we're retaining shelter rate housing is an important distinction in this, and that we're preventing a community from displacement, and recognizing that even though I'm reluctant to see us put money into the pockets of these kind of investors, this is ultimately improving the lives of folks who are living in, frankly, a really substandard housing in the first place. So if we can provide a little bit more dignity and just a little bit more comfort and like a little bit more livability, I'm willing to hold my nose and vote in favor of this, recognizing that we have bigger systemic changes that we have to pursue. In the meantime, I will support this grant.
Thank you, Councillor 5. Councillor Dominato, 5.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll be brief in light of the comments of my colleagues before me, is that initially in reviewing this report, the concerns that emerged for me personally in reviewing it were the role of the property owned landlord in undertaking the financial responsibility for maintaining the building in a good state, and that contribution. And also that the staff report noted some violations, and I did ask a number of questions offline, not as part of this forum, that I won't get into, to ascertain the nature of violations and to address my concerns and reservations with respect to ultimately the property owner's responsibility for maintenance of this building. But to that point, to me, there is the greater good in all of this, in that, and Councillor Swanson, really articulated this around, and also our City Manager Paul Mockery, about the ability to deliver shelter rate housing. And while I know that many of these SROs are not in the best state, it is that this grant and the other grants from other levels of government allow us to maintain shelter rate housing for residents in the city. And as the city manager noted, it would cost us far more to go and actually get another 100 units at this time. And so from my perspective, I think there is a challenge with this paradigm. I want to ensure that those improvements are made for the benefit of the residents who are living there, for a better quality of life. And so I'll support the report for that reason. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato. And that is it for speakers to this. Council, all these recommendations have been moved by Councillor DiGenova. However, we are going to divide the vote, because for the grant portion, which is recommendation A, we need a 2/3 majority vote in order for that to pass. So we'll vote on A first. B and C are basically subject to A anyway, so we can vote on B and C together. Correct me if I'm wrong, Clerk. We can do A as the first separate vote, and then B and C. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair Carr, that is fine.
Great. Okay. So, Clerk, then if you could take us to a vote on A first. And Councillor DiGenova, do you need a vote assist?
Oh, is somebody going to put these up on a screen for us to see?
All right. Good. Absolutely good point. Councillor Swanson, I'm wondering, Clerk, if you can project those onto, I'm sorry, we are, this is a point of privilege, and we've been asked if the text for A and then B and C can be put up on the screen.
Chair Carr, it's just coming up on the screen in a moment.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, can you see that now?
I can, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk. So we can, you can move us to a vote now. Thank you. Councillor DiGenova, do you need a vote assist? Clerk, could you please check to see if Councillor DiGenova is on the line? She hasn't voted.
We're just checking, Chair Carr, if you could just give us a moment.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, and we, okay, and that does pass. Yeah, that passes with no one in opposition. All right, so we are on to now a vote for B and C, and we'll wait a moment to have that in front of us on the screen. Clerk, I don't have the voting results disappeared for me. Okay. A number of you haven't voted, but I'm wondering if you can vote, because I think there was a temporary disappearance of the vote, so please make sure you vote again. Okay, and that passes unanimously as well. Thank you, Council. We are now finished that item and moving on to item 9 of the original agenda. And this item has been held because we have a speaker to it. So, and so I'm going to first ask if there is if the speaker's on the line. Clerk? We will have a chance to ask questions, of course, to staff on it.
Chair Carr, sorry for that delay. We've been having a little bit of issue with the Crestron machine. Yes, we do have a speaker on the line for this, the registered speaker.
Okay, okay. But first, we haven't had a chance for staff, for councillors to ask questions of staff. So if anybody is interested, first ask questions of staff. I'll move us to a question queue, and you're welcome to do that. Councillor, did you know, are you on the queue for this particular item?
I'm not.
Okay, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I wonder if staff could just retell us what's the reason for not for only having privately owned scooters as part of this recommendation.
Thanks, Councillor. We've got Lon Leclerc's on the line. I'll defer to him to get the overview on that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. So this recommendation that's before you is in response to the province's enabling of us to legalize electric kick scooters on city streets. Currently, they're not legal to operate on anywhere on the streets. The cautious approach that we are taking is a result of the experiences that we've seen in cities around the world, in particular where e-scooter rental has created safety concerns both for operators and those around, and for accessibility issues on sidewalks. So what we are proposing, and I think we're uniquely positioned to benefit from a partnership that we have had for many years with the hospitals, is to permit privately owned e-scooters in our city in limited locations, which is on local streets and on separated bike lanes. This is similar to the successful pilot that we did for skateboards. And once we get information from that pilot, we would then consider whether or not to allow e-kick scooter rentals. In particular, most of the experience of cities that have had high injury rate on these devices have been as a result of people using the rental ones, and it's particularly high for the first-time user. And so this is a cautious approach that we're recommending related to these devices.
Okay. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, that's good. Thanks so much.
Okay, great. There are more questions, so on to Councillor Weeb. You have questions up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, my first question is there are multiple small businesses that are currently renting kick e-scooters. I'm just wondering, have we seen a large uptake in injuries, and do we have hospital records to justify the not going with private rentals?
Hello,
Manager
Councillor.
Darlon Leclerc.
I'm going to defer to our manager, Scott Edwards.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott Edwards from Engineering Services. With regard to the rentals at this point, the rental shops that are operating at this point would be able to legally operate or suggest that those that are renting operate on private property. At this point, the legislation, both provincially and for the city, hasn't changed yet, so they shouldn't be operating on city streets from a rental point of view. So the information that we have at this point is quite limited. The health professionals have reached out, though, and although I don't have those stats, it is something that has been a concern that has been flagged by Vancouver Coastal Health to city staff.
So we do have a report, we just don't have anything that we can provide to council for information on this report we're voting on today.
I don't have the information from Vancouver Coastal Health on this. We've been working closely with them. It is a new industry, of course, as you're aware, and I think that what we've been drawing upon as a staff group is comparators to other cities to try and draw comparators to a much broader data sample. And what that is suggesting when we start looking at Canada-wide stats or North American stats is published data from groups such as the CDC that actually suggests that there is a marked and separated difference with regard to the safety of these types of devices, particularly when it's in a shared fleet or rental. It seems as though the first number of times that one operates it, and that's why we're proposing, not that we wouldn't be able to suggest that a shared or rental fleet wouldn't be possible in the future, but for now, we're just taking a cautious step-by-step approach.
And I understand the shared fleet, and I do question the rental fleet. A follow-up to that, how would we be determining a bylaw if someone had leased a scooter instead of owning one? How do we determine that they don't have the financial means to buy it and they've leased one? And who would be writing that ticket, and what would the cost of that ticket be?
Scott Edwards again. I think that the idea of leased or rented is something that would prove to be challenging to enforce with regard to how we would ticket someone with that. We know that there are a number of personal or privately owned and for personal use scooters. I've seen them myself within the city as a resident. With regard to those, I think that the ticketing itself is something that we would have to bring back to council.
So there's no ticketing component to this. We're just making it illegal for kick e-scooters to be on streets if the person does not have the financial means to purchase. Is that correct?
The ticketing itself, we do have measures within the ticketing bylaws. I don't have those in front of me. I apologize for that. With regard to those that either want to own and or rent, I think that one piece of information that we did learn from other cities is that the per trip cost for these e-scooters is amongst some of the highest when we start comparing it to sustainable forms of transportation where people can actually rent. Even our existing rental for bikes downtown would be much less. And of course, from an equity point of view, the Mobi system in partnership with Shaw, that's at $20 per year for unlimited trips. So the cost per trip is actually can be quite reasonable when we start comparing to other modes. So the
But
equity
we're
not
sorry, but we're not comparing our own fleet as a competitor to this fleet and requesting not to have this to be in competition with Moby. That is not a concern of ours, is it?
That's not a concern as part of this report at all. No.
Okay, and so did when the small businesses came and applied for their business license, did they get any confirmation from city staff on what proposals were coming forward with their business model, recognizing it's difficult to get a business permit here in City of Vancouver? So I'm just wondering what
And
conversations have been had
that
with
is
the
it for your time, Councillor Weeb. You're over the 5, so sorry about that. Councillor Dominato, up to 5. Councillor Dominato, we can't hear you. Councillor Dominato, we really can't hear you, so you want to try again with your sound?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I can hear you now.
Hear me?
Yes.
So,
Oh, but you are breaking up. Yeah, maybe you can turn your video off. Councillor Dominato, I'm going to put you on at the end of the list and see if you can't figure out something around maybe your video. Would you like IT to call you? You can nod your head. I can see your head on the screen if you would like IT to call you. Clerk, I wonder if you can just maybe connect IT with Councillor. Thank you. And Councillor Dominato, I will add you to the end. Councillor Bligh, over to you.
Thanks very much, Chair. So yeah, just a couple of follow-up questions. Can staff remind us in the report and other provinces across the country around are choosing to make helmets mandatory on e-scooters? Could you just confirm BC's position on that?
Yes, as part of the regulations for British Columbia, helmets and speed limitations, amongst other regulations, would be part of that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Just an obvious question needs to be stated, perhaps. E-bikes, of course, are legal on the same roadways and managed transportation corridors that are similarly being recommended here as part of the pilot. Is that correct?
E-bikes don't have the same limitations at this point. They are an allowed vehicle within the City of Vancouver in a broader context. So what is new and what the province is piloting are the e-kick scooters specifically. So yes.
No, I understand that, but what I'm just trying to get at is that you are likely, if we were to not move ahead with e-scooters, we are likely to see e-bikes on the same roadways that are being recommended here.
Yes, e-bikes and skateboards and e-kick scooters, a variety of types, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Just a quick question related to Councillor Weeb's questions. If these were rented by a business, the liability, if anything were to happen, would be on the, perhaps there would probably be an indemnification type waiver by the person renting them and or the business versus the City of Vancouver. Maybe you want to just comment high level in terms of how those things are usually structured.
I think I'll defer to my colleague in legal services with regard to this.
Good evening. It's Grant Murray with Legal Services. I think it would be unusual that a business would seek to indemnify the city for any rentals that they created. They would typically ask that the person sign a waiver so that they wouldn't sue the company that rented it to them. But it would be very unlikely that they would use their negotiating position to create an indemnity or any insurance for the city. That's largely not their interest because their interest is in making money.
Right. So I guess if there was a waiver signed by the user of the e-scooter and something were to happen and that basically means the business is no longer responsible for what happened, that e-scooter user could look elsewhere.
Yes, they could look elsewhere.
Okay. Okay, that's great. Just another quick question back to staff. We discussed this at length last year, and just could you just remind the public and council just the difference in the decision here and last year? As I understand it, sort of the main difference is that this is not endorsing the use of a privately held, owned, managed e-scooter shared program amongst the public. This is just for private use. And I seem to remember comments last year in that debate that that was the preferred approach because it was just a bit more of a modest or cautious way to introduce this and dealt with many of the accessibility concerns that were raised by the public.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so a lot of concerns that are being cited around accessibility and safety and what have you were staff are feeling more confident that they're satisfied or at less of a concern given that we're not using the shared e-scooter model at this time.
That's correct.
There. Okay.
And we do. I mean, there's the general hope is that right now there's not very good instruction to e-scooter users because they're not permitted anywhere. By kind of giving them a place to operate, we can test them on our transportation network on local streets and separated bikeways and enforce that. And by doing that, we can test the kind of relative safety of that device on our network.
Okay. Do we have any idea? Do we have any idea how many e-scooters are currently illegally in use in the city? I mean, I don't know how you would know, but I don't know, maybe you do.
Scott or Paul, do we have an estimate? I know there's lots. We see them everywhere.
So it's Paul Story here, Director of Transportation. We've picked them up in a few counts around the city, and particularly on bike facilities, and they tend to be about between 1% and 5% of the number of bikes on those facilities. So it's still a relatively small number, but it seems to be growing.
And just one quick question: do we know how many? But you are out of your time.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Yeah, so I'm reading through the risk management and transportation report from the City of Toronto from April of this year. And as folks may or may not be aware, the City of Toronto opted out of their provincial e-scooter pilot and actually went so far as to ban all e-scooters in the City of Toronto. And they cited a number of issues around first party and third party indemnification and liability. But the other big highlight that they had was around their infrastructure. Things like potholes, cracks in the road, streetcar tracks, obviously unique to Toronto, volume of construction projects. And I'll quote from the report. It actually says, existing infrastructure, for one of the reasons they ban these is existing infrastructure design and minimum maintenance standards do not contemplate e-scooters and their particular features, such as small wheels and their device geometry. And as a result, they felt that it exposed the City of Toronto to too much liability and risk. So how is our infrastructure different in supporting these e-scooters, and how are we not at the same level of risk?
Thanks for the question. So the reason we're recommending moving forward but cautiously is those are the sorts of things that we want to evaluate. What we have that a lot of cities in North America don't have is a pretty broad system of good quality protected bike lanes that are in pretty good condition. So between those protected bike lanes and access to local streets, kind of following the same sorts of places that we allow skateboards today, the thinking was it was worth a trial to really understand what it was going to look like in the context of Vancouver.
If I could just add in terms of the infrastructure maintenance too, the winter cities have a much bigger challenge in terms of maintaining smooth pothole-free streets. In addition, Toronto has a streetcar system which actually puts a lot of tracks in the way, even when you try to design a crossing for a separated bike path at a streetcar track. It's a challenge to do that safely.
You know, I cycle extensively through the city, and I think most cyclists could probably count the dozens of surface flaws on separated bike lanes, which are also quite narrow. And I know when I ride on them, I'm often overtaken by e-scooters who are weaving in and out of bike traffic. So I guess the question comes back then to, are we confident that our infrastructure, given that these companies aren't indemnifying themselves or the city, sorry, for any risks assumed, are we confident that our infrastructure does not put us at significant liability risk? Maybe that's a question for legal.
Sorry, it's Grant Murray. I don't know, though, you can be confident that it wouldn't put us at some level of risk in all circumstances. If somebody gets seriously injured, they're very likely to point a finger at the city, and it's difficult to meet the standard, provided that we met. My understanding is that it would generally be, if we were not negligent in the way that the streets were prepared, we could escape liability. But that can be a high level of maintenance, and it may be difficult to do that in all the circumstances.
Okay, thanks, legal. And I guess back to transportation then. Why doesn't this recommendation contemplate any standards, like mechanical standards for e-scooters? That's one of the things that's highlighted in the Toronto ban, as that there were no mechanical standards for the size of wheels or the traction of wheels, and which actually makes the devices a lot more sensitive to uneven surfaces, which I contend are quite ubiquitous on our road and bike networks as a cyclist. Why aren't we contemplating any mechanical standards?
So maybe I can answer that just quickly. We're operating under the province's pilot program, so they've laid out the standard of what they're accepting as an e-scooter under the pilot. So we're kind of working with their definition.
Their definitions are liability. That's what I'm picking up. Okay.
Yeah. So they limit. They basically want it to operate like a bicycle, and they limit the speed. So it's only e-scooters that can't travel beyond 24 kilometers per hour, and some other things like that.
And that's it for your time, Councillor Fry.
Yep.
Right, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I've got my audio fixed. Yeah, a couple of quick questions. Just staff, do we have the province is a 3-year pilot. Was there a rationale given for the length of time to pilot this?
I'm not aware specifically of why they chose a 3-year pilot. It takes a bit of time to roll out a system and then to gather the data and then to evaluate it to see what needs to be done. So 3 years seems reasonable from that perspective.
Okay. I noted in the report recommendations, a report back in early 2023 with sort of interim findings of the pilot, and I'm curious, in light of comments around that there's some jurisdictions that have pulled out of their pilots and that high injury rates, whether you need direction to be reporting back sooner, or if you still think, or if there was something that you were emerging, there was suddenly quite a number of collisions or injuries, you would come back anyways to council without any direction.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. And then the other two questions I have are not to the mechanical regulation, but if this is supported today, is there some thinking around kind of low cost education and awareness materials, whether it be on social or others, as to sort of alert people to sort of rules of the road around using e-scooters on the road, but as well contemplation around signage, because we obviously have areas that have steep grades, and so I can see potential for risk there. We do that with our cycling maps, right? Where you've got grades, and so I'm just curious if that's something that's contemplated as both that signage on the road as well as sort of educational tools and awareness, because of people with disabilities, pedestrians, recognizing that you have to take care when using a scooter, just as you do when driving a motor vehicle, just as you do when you're using a bike.
Yeah, so the plan would be to go out and do a social media campaign. You put good information on the website in terms of what the requirements are and what people should be looking for in an e-scooter, and try to get the word out that way through news releases and things. The other, the signage in a few places is a possibility, but if we were to kind of look at all the places that they would be allowed through this program, it would end up being, really costly. So probably what we do is see how the messaging was working through the first rollout, and if we were seeing specific issues in a couple places, we might look at what else we might be able to do there to educate people.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thanks so much, Councillor Dominato. And next, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Kirby Young, you may be on mute.
Sorry, double muting happening today. Sort of lifting off the premise that safety is obviously critical, but we also want to recognize that people are adapting and micromobility is here and it's here to stay. They're flying off the shelves. I visited a number of e-scooter stores recently. I'm looking at the memo that was attached as part of this report. It was about 2 years old now. And I'm wondering why staff aren't sort of providing additional updates and perspective on some of technology advances with things like the shared services. Because, for example, a lot of the challenges are raised in the report. My understanding is now that whether it's speed can be controlled on shared devices, not on a private one. Or, for example, concern about riding on sidewalks. Well, they can have devices that recognize if you're, going up a higher level speed and they go into alert mode, the devices, or they come with helmets. It's not just a recommendation, or you can set up no ride zones, use geofencing for specific parking areas. I'm wondering why we're not getting some of that updated information back, because it seems to be, 2 years is a lifetime in terms of how the mobility has evolved and micromobility. So where's the updated perspective going to come in?
Hello, Councillor.
Yes.
Scott Edwards again from Engineering Services. With regard to the information, you're right, 2 years is a lifetime. And in fact, with regard to the e-kick scooters, that's almost its entire lifetime. We are trying to continue to gather information, whether it's from the International Transportation Forum or some of our colleagues in Europe. And many of those studies are just continuing to gather information. So we don't have a lot of new information on that, but the information that we do have is actually quite comparable, and we'd be happy to include that as part of the report back. At this point, the data that we have is very similar to what we presented in that memo in 2019.
Okay, there seems to be a bit of a disconnect in terms of what I'm hearing, because we can cherry pick out some examples like Toronto and understand that they definitely had some challenges with their implementation, but then conversely, I also understand that Ottawa is moving full steam ahead and had 600 units, is now doubled to 1,200. Calgary and Edmonton, who may have paused slightly during the pandemic, as everybody was trying to understand what the impacts of the pandemic meant and touching surfaces, and actually leverage that as an opportunity to try to use COVID and people's changing patterns to get people into different forms of transportation as an opportunity during COVID, during that moment in time. So isn't there an opportunity for us to sort of really shift patterns here as people work from home and before they get back in their cars, and especially because they've been very nervous to get back on transit?
Absolutely. I would agree with you, actually, that I think there is an opportunity here, and we're seeing that already with the personally owned, like many people have either gone to a store or gone online and purchased these, and we are seeing people use them. The statistics that you mentioned earlier are where we're seeing the discrepancy is the difference between those that own one, and they're typically not getting the same severity of accidents or frequency of accidents. It's the shared or rented where we have concerns, and that's why we're just proposing a cautious path forward. We're not suggesting that it's not something that we would consider in the future. We're just saying that this is an opportunity for us to learn it as a first step.
I appreciate the effort on safety, but would staff agree that meanwhile, it does limit sustainable and affordable choices for people, because unless, yes, you can get 3 or $400 ones, but apparently I'm told after doing research, they don't go very far. The range is short. So you're looking at $1,200 or $1,800 to buy one. I'd love to have one. It would get me out of my car. I'm not a proficient cyclist. I'd love to be. But are we not really limiting this for the next several years and foreseeable future to people that simply have the money for it?
I'm afraid I had some trouble with your audio. I think I picked up most of it, unfortunately. I'll try to suggest that I think that with regard to limiting some.
Go ahead. Do you think you have enough? If you don't need me to recap, go for it.
Where I think there's an opportunity actually is in the availability of these with regard to the equity and affordability piece. I think there's a larger discussion we'd like to have with regard to that, because again, information from other cities suggests that there are some differentials in with regard to that. And it's not just the financial piece. I think it's the outreach, it's the engagement, it's how we're actually seeing people participate in some of these programs in other cities. So there's a lot of opportunities. And again, it lends itself back to, at this point, the suggestions that we're seeing from other cities is that a cautious path forward would be one that would be prudent for us. We do have some very high demand areas, the seawall being one, and Parks Board has expressed concerns about that as well. So it's not just about commuting, it's about the recreational activities, and it's not just the riders we're worried about, we're also worried about the other users, such as the pedestrians and those that are walking along the seawall. So again, it's just a cautious path forward.
That's okay. Actually, I think that we are out of time, Councillor Kirby Young. So I gave you a few extra seconds because of the little bit of breakup there. But thank you. But there's still more questions. Councillor DiGenova, over to you.
Thanks so much. I think I'm going to ask one that hasn't been asked yet, but the electric unicycle. I've seen lots of people kind of bombing around on those throughout, town. I've seen them in bike lanes. I've seen them in playgrounds, on fields, on sidewalks, on streets. I'm just wondering, if we're so concerned about liability here, why would staff be coming forward with this and not including electric unicycles in that as well?
Yeah, so we're operating under the province's guidelines about what we can allow. We'd actually, when we started thinking about this, we were thinking it might apply to more micromobility devices than just the e-scooters. But the province, as they rolled their pilot out, they decided to just focus on the e-scooters. So we need to operate within the bounds of their pilot program.
Okay, so then I have a question. It's more of a liability question. So a question for legal, through the chair, is would we face the same type of liability issues with an electric unicycle, which may in fact, I don't know, have more of a probability, is how it's been explained to me, to get into either a collision, just because of the way that the steering operates on those? I mean, this is just what I'm told. So just wondering how we would be moving forward with a pilot on one type of electric vehicle use, but not another. Even if the province wasn't doing it, I'm not supposing the province is picking up our liability bills here.
Sorry, it's Grant Murray. My understanding, as was stated earlier, is that the province has particularly targeted electric kick scooters as the pilot project. We could not allow electric unicycles on our roads under the pilot project. If we allow something to be on the streets, we're more likely to face liability than if we say that it is illegal. If it's illegal, the likelihood is that the person who was riding it would share in some of the liability, and as a result of that, it would be unlikely that we would ever be tagged for all the liability.
And who would be issuing those tickets right now to electric unicycle riders and electric scooters? Would that be VPD?
So I don't believe that that those are currently ticketable offenses, so there wouldn't be anybody issuing tickets.
So if it's not a ticketable offense, but it's not legal, where does it fall in the legal
Well,
realm?
it's illegal. You could prosecute anybody for it. You just wouldn't issue it pursuant to a ticket. There's a variety of methods for enforcing bylaws. One of them is tickets. One of them is the standard long form prosecution, which has been a tradition of the city for many years. We only introduced tickets 15 years ago.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. And that's it for questions. Council, we do have a speaker on the list to this, on the line, sorry, to this item. So, clerk, if we do have the speaker, And it looks like it's Chris Schaefer. Is Chris on the line?
I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Oh, if we can hear you perfectly, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Chris Schaefer, and I'm Vice President of Government Affairs at Bird Canada. Bird Canada, as you may know, is a shared micromobility company with both e-scooters and e-bikes in its fleet. Bird Canada is proud to be a Canadian-owned and operated company with shared e-scooter operations in cities across Canada for several years now, including Calgary, Edmonton, Ottawa, Windsor, to name a few. Just so we're on the same page, I would outline a shared e-scooter pilot is where a company like Bird Canada or another shared e-scooter company provides at no direct cost to a city shared e-scooters to be available for rent through a smartphone app by the public from the public right-of-way. Now, as I did via email with each of you, I sent an email earlier this week, I wanted to share with you how a shared e-scooter pilot, in my mind, differs considerably from the personally owned e-scooter pilot in front of you this evening. I believe there should be more concern about permitting a privately owned e-scooter pilot as compared to a shared e-scooter pilot. Now, I'll point out some similarities and differences. Similarities first. In terms of management of the public right-of-way, a personally owned e-scooter, presumably that rider would lock it up like they would a bike to permitted municipal infrastructure when they were in a store shopping or whatever they were doing. A shared e-scooter can also be locked up. There is lock-to models of shared e-scooters where the rider renting a scooter locks it to permitted municipal infrastructure like a bike. So in that respect, a shared e-scooter and privately owned e-scooter are the same. They're both locked up at the end of a ride. However, there are fundamental differences I'll point out. So to start, helmets. Shared e-scooters can come attached with a helmet like you have for your Mobi bike share system. Privately owned e-scooters, a helmet is sold separately. A rider would have to purchase that helmet separately from the e-scooter, which they may or may not do, and they'd have to ride with that helmet on. Shared e-scooters come attached like your Mobi bike share system with a helmet. Speed. Shared e-scooters can be set at a desired maximum speed that is consistently, almost uniformly set at by cities at 20 kilometers an hour maximum speed. That is not possible with privately owned e-scooters that you will be permitting if you vote on that tonight. Privately owned e-scooters travel that you buy at a store travel at a variety of speeds, sometimes upwards of 40 kilometers an hour. Good luck controlling the speed of privately owned e-scooters. A shared e-scooter program, city sets the speed maximum it's set. The entire fleet operates and goes no faster than the set speed, usually 20 kilometers an hour. Geofencing. Shared e-scooters can be set to respond to no park, no ride, and slow down zones. So the scooter would, for example, on your seawall, you could create a no park and no ride zone so shared e-scooters would not be able to operate. As they entered that seawall geofence, the scooter would remotely, safely slow down and come to a complete stop. The rider would be unable to park along the seawall. They'd have to take it out via the geofencing. None of that is possible with privately owned e-scooters. You have now and will have privately owned e-scooters riding the seawall. You can't control that. You can with shared e-scooters. First-time riders. Shared e-scooters come equipped with a beginner mode, which allows for gentle acceleration and limits the top speed to a lower speed than the maximum speed for new riders. You can have that set as a mandatory condition for as many trips as you would like. That is not possible with privately owned e-scooters. Sidewalk riding. Scooters, shared e-scooters I'm talking about from companies like Bird Canada, come equipped with sidewalk detection prevention technology that can detect and stop sidewalk riding in real time. None of that is possible with privately owned e-scooters that you're voting on tonight. Equity. The privately owned devices, someone would have to purchase their own, which can be expensive, various models. The shared e-scooter model, we operate in cities across Canada with an equity program that provides 50% discount on rides to equity-seeking groups in cities across Canada. We're proud to do that. Those are fundamental differences between a shared e-scooter model that staff are not recommending City Council adopt as compared to privately owned e-scooters where a city lacks sufficient control. Those are the end of my comments.
For your time, actually. Sorry, you are out of time, but you do have questions from councillors. So if you just want to stay on the line to answer the questions, that would be great. First, Councillor DeGenova, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for the information, and I was taking some notes. I'm just wondering, when it comes to the electric unicycle, do you think that when we look at liability and how we're moving forward, to consider liability and what we're allowing to move forward on our roads, should that be something that's considered also at the same time as this?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. I can't speak directly to unicycles. They're not part of our fleet, but I'll answer the question in a slightly different way. The city of Vancouver already permits people to ride their personal bicycles. There's a bike share program you're well aware of, and skateboards and what have you are all permitted. Staff are proposing the permission to operate or allow folks to operate privately owned e-scooters. In my mind, if you're going to permit the privately owned e-scooters to operate in Vancouver, there's no difference between the devices. In fact, the shared e-scooter device is built to a standard that is much higher than the ones you'd buy off the shelf and come equipped with all those features I mentioned that really set them apart from personally owned e-scooters and give cities dramatically more control over a shared e-scooter fleet than they'll ever have over privately owned e-scooters.
Do you think that this is equitable, this model, right now as it sits?
I would say, through you, Chair, thank you for the question. I would suggest that while there are various models of private owned, like you can go to a store and buy the Porsche model of an e-scooter or the Ford model of an e-scooter, it's going to cost a resident money to do that if they wish to participate in that pilot. They have to buy the scooter themselves. The beauty, like a lot of cities do, is look at providing options for both. So you can purchase your own private e-scooter from a store, or if you can't afford one or you don't quite want to make that purchase right away because you want to test out whether you like to ride an e-scooter, a shared program allows you to do that. And also shared programs come, usually we do this ourselves, but it's often mandated in agreements that we offer, like I mentioned, an equity program where nonprofits and residents living in poverty below the poverty line can rent an e-scooter from a company like Bird Canada at 50% discount. So there is that equitable component that I think just allowing private, personally owned e-scooters, you're missing out on the full equity picture that a shared e-scooter pilot in conjunction with a private, personally owned e-scooter pilot would provide.
Okay, and that's close to my time, so I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. And Councillor Fry, over to you for 3 minutes, up to.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to ask you a little bit about liability and third-party, first-party liability, and what kind of waiver a user. I know we're not contemplating the shared model, but since we got you here, what is the liability profile on users and the use of these shared scooters?
Through your chair, thank you, Councillor. It's a good question. So I can tell you a few things I know in terms of our participation in shared e-scooter pilots across Canada for the last couple of years. For example, Ottawa's first season of their first year of their pilot last year, Ottawa staff reported, again, not my information, Ottawa staff's information, zero, for lack of a better word, tapping of the municipal insurance pool as a result of the shared e-scooter program. I can tell you that, in cities across Canada, including Calgary, they had Alberta Health Services actually look at the data in terms of injury and risk, liability and what have you. And across e-scooters, bicycles, cars, and motorcycles, and they found in 2019 and 2020, this is Alberta Health Services data, that bicycles, cars, and motorcycles had significantly more injuries, fatalities, and ICU and surgery related as a result of bikes, vehicles, and cars compared to e-scooters. E-scooters had no fatalities and no ICUs, and so just paled in comparison to the risk that riding a bicycle, a vehicle, or a motorcycle in the cities presented.
I just have limited time, so maybe if I can focus
Sure.
this a little bit more. If I was to jump on a bird and bomb it down the street, and I hit a pedestrian and they fell over and broke their arm, or how does the liability on that work? Who's responsible? Do you guys pick that up as part of the terms and conditions of my use of your product, or am I liable, or in the event that I can't pay, how's that work?
Through you, Chair, great question. Would be identical to the manner in which your Mobi bike share system operates. So no different there in terms of how that system works in conjunction to liability or in relation to liability. If the bike share provider, your Mobi bike share provider, they're negligent in their maintenance management of those bikes and somebody is injured or injures somebody else by riding one of those bikes, there's liability that can rest on the part of the Mobi bike share system provider, operator. That's no different than it would be for us. So what I would argue is if a city like Vancouver is comfortable with the liability profile of their shared bike system, they ought to be comfortable with the liability profile of a shared e-scooter program.
And that's it for your time, Councillor Fry. Well, you have 7 seconds, but okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bligh, over to you for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks, Chris, for coming to speak to Council and for your email earlier this week. I just wondered if you could comment on do e-scooter shared programs happen in municipalities, in cities where privately owned e-scooters are not allowed on the road or are not permissible?
Through you, Chair. It's a great question, Councillor. Thank you. So in, for example, in Calgary, so provincially in Canada, BC, Alberta, Ontario, and Quebec have permitted shared or permitted scooters of two different varieties, personally and shared e-scooters on roads. BC, it's private, personally owned e-scooters and shared scooters potentially, depending on whether a municipality wants to proceed in that direction. Alberta, it's only shared e-scooters, so personally owned e-scooters are not permitted on roads, and for the very reasons I outlined in my presentation and email. Quebec is only shared e-scooters, not personally owned e-scooters. Again, the province, for the reasons I outlined, all the control that the city has over a shared program, they only permit shared e-scooters. Ontario is similar to BC in terms of approach.
So knowing that this council, and this is our sort of second major public discussion about this, I would say, you know, clearly there's perhaps a desire to move a little slower, a bit more of a conservative approach, making sure that we can manage and sort of mitigate any of the concerns that were raised by a number of our speakers last year. I'm just wondering, given Toronto's done the outright ban, from your perspective and sort of in the view of a long-term plan, is it better to at least do something to sort of test the waters if we're going to take a bit more of a conservative approach to managing or initiating this? From your perspective, I hear you're a big, you know, you believe in what you sell and or in what you are speaking to, and you've obviously done this a lot and you understand the intricacies, so I appreciate all of that. But is it better to do something, dip our toes in the water, if we're not comfortable with the public shared program yet, knowing that that would give us perhaps more information to be able to manage it in the long run?
Through you, Chair, it's a great question. I'll try to be brief. So I have the concern I have is that because the city will lack all of the elements and control that you would have over a shared e-scooter program that you don't have with personally owned private e-scooters. My concern is that the pilot actually is at risk because you're going to get all the negatives that come with personally owned e-scooters. You know, they can ride at high speeds, they can't be controlled, they can ride on the seawall, you can't stop them.
You have maybe 2 or 3 seconds. You can wrap it up, please. Sure.
I'll wrap it up. Sorry about that. So that's the concern I have about why,
But that is happening
where
anyway.
the council
Okay.
might be heading at.
But that is
That is
happening.
it for your time, Councillor Bligh. Yeah, it's
Okay.
just 3 minutes for.
Oh, 3 minutes. Thank you, Chair. And I can't see my time. Thank you very much.
Sorry
Thank
about
you, Chair, for the question, for the answers.
Great, thank you. All right, and those are it for your questions. Thank you so much for taking the time and to answer all the questions.
Thank you.
Council, we are at the point of needing a motion and proceeding with debate. Councillor Fry.
Chair, I wanted to actually refer this back to staff. I just sent one in, and happy to speak to that. I don't know if that has to go to an amendment queue or.
Well, there's no motion right now, so it hasn't been moved. So a motion for referral. Staff, I'm just going to check with our clerk first. A motion for referral can just stand on its own. I'm just waiting for a response. No, we need a motion first, Councillor. We need to have the recommendations moved and then they can be referred.
So moved, Kirby Young.
Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, thank you. Then, Councillor Fry, you can, I'm going to move us to first of all, to the actual main motion queue. So you can move a referral at this point, which is an amendment, new motion. So I am going to move us to amendment Q1. You may, have you sent it in, by the way?
Yeah, I have, yeah.
Okay. And
is that 3 minutes or 5 minutes?
No. Now we're in the main discussion of the main motion. You have 5 minutes.
Sure. Okay.
Just 1 second. I'm just going to get you on the queue. I'm going to make sure that clerks have your motions so that it can be posted for us. And just 1 second. You may go ahead now. But although it's not up, and clerks, are you posting it up? Okay. Clerks have confirmed they have the motion. You may start speaking, Councillor Fry, and yes,
Sure.
and it's now on the screen. Go ahead.
Sure. So I've been thinking a bit about this issue and reflecting on some of the concerns we've been hearing from other Canadian cities. Obviously, Kelowna's reconsidering their pilot. Edmonton's struggling with theirs. Montreal has banned shared scooters. And as I mentioned earlier last month, Toronto Council voted unanimously to opt out of their provincial pilot and outright ban all e-scooters in that city. So I've gone through the staff recommendations on that. And in the decision, city transportation staff recommended that Toronto not opt into an e-scooter pilot, quote, because there are not adequate protections for e-scooter riders and non-riders. It's noteworthy that Toronto also determined they would prefer to invest in other forms of micromobility, starting with their public bike share instead. It's also noteworthy that from a consumer protection lens, owners of private e-scooters are out of pocket for the items that they have bought, but they can no longer legally use on city streets in Toronto. So there's lots of concerns on the e-scooter file, obviously from the accessibility community, in particular around shared dockless scooters impeding access, but also from seniors and pedestrian safety advocates. And we even know from our bird presenter earlier that private e-scooters will lack any sidewalk detection protection. But for me, the biggest singular flag on this particular file are the liability concerns. We know that e-scooters do have a significant risk profile, about double that of bicycles. And we know that the majority of reported injuries on e-scooters result from falls, specifically riding on uneven surfaces. In a recent US study, the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, researchers found that e-scooter riders sustained more injuries per mile than bicyclists and were about twice as likely to be injured because of potholes, pavement cracks, lampposts, and signposts. So anyone who rides a bike in the city knows that our protected bike lanes offer up all sorts of manners of cracks, bumps, potholes that are rough enough on bike rims and suspensions, but would present a pretty serious risk of bailing if you were actually on a stand-up scooter. We also know that this provincial pilot does not address liability or insurance issues. In fact, under the BC Negligence Act, the city could very well be left financially responsible if an uninsured rider is injured or injures someone. In the report from February 2020, the Canadian Medical Journal chronicled the extent of soft tissue and head injuries from e-scooters and warned that reports of injuries are a wake-up call for cities to ensure they have the appropriate infrastructure and policies in place before allowing e-scooter rentals. We don't have the policies in place or the infrastructure. And just as scooter rideshare companies have been indemnifying themselves through terms of service waivers, with this pilot, the province is downloading all of the liability onto us at local government. For our city, the act of codifying the use of e-scooters on our streets assumes that risk. It means that in that sense, the city's infrastructure has not been specifically designed for electric kick scooters, and the city will not be hiring additional staff to enforce the rules of this proposed pilot. So with all that, I fear that these facts put the city at real risk under the Negligence Act. And I think Toronto's outright unanimous ban last month should serve as a cogent and clarion wake-up call for our city. And so I propose the following amendment: that the council refers this item back to staff to work with direction to negotiate an agreement with the province in order to indemnify the city of Vancouver from any potential or actual legal liability, and for the remainder of the province's 3-year electric kick scooter pilot. And I did vet this with legal, and this is a lawful amendment, in case anybody was wondering.
Great. Okay, thank you, Councillor Fry and Councillor DiGenova to the amendment.
Thanks. I won't be able to support the amendment, and I want to be really clear that I also won't be supporting the main report. I feel that, you know, when we make global headlines, we should be doing that as a creative city, as a fun city. And I am concerned and, you know, appreciate the effort, Councillor Fry, but that e-scooters may be old technology by the time the province comes back with something on this. Also, I just feel that, you know, and it's not about this amendment, it's about considering leveling the playing field. We talk about equity. Right now, it's more equitable for somebody who perhaps wants the opportunity to rent an e-scooter the same way that you could a Mobi bike, but it's not as equitable if they want to purchase their own, or if they perhaps need to have specific ID or requirements that we don't have any say over a private e-scooter or a private rental services that rents e-scooters. If the city had an agreement specifically with a share company, then we wouldn't be in this dilemma. So I think that I look at that. I also look at the fact that we see people riding around on electric unicycles, and I don't see this included in that. And they're in just as much of a position, Councillor Fry, to your amendment, to have those collisions with people as people on e-scooters. So for that reason, I can't support this. I think that this is just sending staff back to do work. We have to consider how much work we put on staff. Is this something we want them to go and work with the province on when nothing may come of it? Or does council really want to give direction here as to what we want to see? And I think maybe postponing this would be best. I'm not going to amend the amendment, but I'm not going to be voting for the referral. And I certainly I'm concerned with the report right now. I appreciate staff's efforts in it. I understand that, you know, this is what the province has done, but I wonder if we can also, you know, look beyond that. Right now, I think not ticketing people, not enforcing this, it basically says, why would you follow any of the rules that we set, because we're not enforcing them anyways on electric unicycles or on other modes of transportation that may be electric and just as, you know, quote unquote dangerous. So for that reason, I won't be able to support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Bligh, over to you, up to 5.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just have a point of information through you to staff, and I'll let you know what that is. You can decide if I can ask it. It's just to find out from staff, to Councillor DiGenova's point, how hopeful they would be that the province would sort of offer up an agreement such as this that's being referenced in the amendment that would indemnify Vancouver, the City of Vancouver, from any liabilities.
City Manager.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, hard to say. I would suspect they would be unlikely Again, this initiative is being rolled out by the province as a pilot that municipalities can opt into. I expect their response would be just don't opt in. But I'm not sure. We can certainly ask the question though, and pursue the issue.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, so I mean, I appreciate Councillor Fry's concerns. I think that there's that the research is there and that he's made a good case, but I think that it's also sort of a position that one would take, and I certainly have a different position on this, and more so around process. I mean, we sent staff to go and understand what it would mean to take a bit more of a conservative approach, and we did not endorse a shared e-scooter program last year for that reason. Then they went and did that work. Because of that direction that we provided staff, the province came back with 6 municipalities that could opt in, and to our city manager's point, we're free to opt out, but to have staff go and work on something that's likely not to deliver anything in any short order, then we're just better to vote against the staff report, in my opinion, versus sending them down a bit of a rabbit hole that just would, I think, end up being too good to be true. And it's just not on the table with the other municipalities. And if they were to grant that to Vancouver, then why wouldn't all of the other municipalities want that as well? And we're in a very different conversation. So, yeah, I mean, I would recommend just voting against it if it's not something that we're all comfortable with. I'm going to pause my comments there and speak to the main recommendation, depending on what happens with the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby Young. To the amendment, the referral.
Wow, so much to say and hot topic and a lot to cover. I will probably speak as vociferously and passionately as Councillor Fry, but from an opposite direction, and I appreciate his comments. I will say that I think there's, you know, I'm a big fan of sort of connected logic, and challenges and concerns that I've heard raised here by Councillor Fry and others have been about more than just indemnification or liability, and this amendment to me just simply speaks to shifting the buck for liability, but doesn't deal with the broader issues about how council feels about actual use of e-scooters on our streets, whether those are shared or whether they are private. So, you know, I mean, I think that there's a challenge there in terms of the referral piece. So I won't support the referral. When we had this transportation report come forward last year, July 6th, I think it was, so just shy of a year now, I did attempt to amend it. Staff or council will remember, to ask that the pilot include both shared as well as private. And that was a split vote, very close at council, but it didn't pass, wasn't supported. But the majority of council at that time, to Councillor Bligh's point, did give council direction to move forward with this. I think we've learned a lot since then. I think that there's a lot of reasons to get a more fulsome trial, as well as a lot more protections with the technology that the shared ones provide. But I think a referral, honestly, just around liability is not actually dealing with the real issue, which is how does council want to handle this? If we ultimately, and I don't want to speak too much, I know we'll get to other stages, don't support going forward with the pilot, they're here. They're here to stay. They're flying off the shelves. You know, here's a flyer that I picked up. Was at the EV store in Chinatown, visited a whole bunch of them, and they can't keep this stuff in stock. And there's everything on here. There's sort of more mobility assisted ones. There's scooters. There's Vespas. There's e-bikes. There's everything on here. But I'm going to save some of my other comments sort of for the broader picture. But I have a real issue with purporting to be concerned about affordability and only enabling private, and you're looking at $1,200 to $1,800 for decent sized scooter. That's basic sort of market research. And with the wider wheels, the ones that are not as responsive to potholes in the road, that provide the stability that, you know, overcome some of the safety issues. So I have a real problem with purporting to be concerned about affordability and not doing shared. I have a real concern with wanting to do more sustainable alternative modes of transportation and not supporting shared and more micromobility. I would point to things like TransLink, who have identified support for micromobility as an important part of an interconnected network, and that first and last mile and getting people on and off. And this is, I honestly think, a moment in time to actually positively shift behavior. We have a pandemic, it's shifting everything, and we either take that moment or we don't. But we're looking at, and I knew this, you know, a year ago when we didn't support a shared one, we're looking at 3, 4, 5 years out. It's not the kind of city Vancouver was. It's just not leading. But, you know, last comment, quickly for time on this amendment is the province doesn't indemnify us on our bike share. I'm not sure why we would expect them to indemnify us on the e-bike share. So I'll try to keep my comments for the moment just focused on the referral amendment, which I will not support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, go ahead to the referral amendment.
Yeah, and thank you, Chair. I'll be brief. I appreciate the considerations that were raised by Councillor Fry, because I do think it's an important conversation that we have to be having as a government entity in terms of liability and indemnification. And as a cyclist myself, I do know the conditions of some of our roads and what it's like to ride on them, and that we do need to think about the care and safety of our citizens, particularly when we're looking at new regulatory frameworks around our roads and new devices. That being said, I'm not going to support the referral. I would have actually preferred to have seen this as an addendum or an additional recommendation to the report that staff, in tandem with undertaking a pilot, explore with the province the opportunity for shared indemnification, and that was something that is something I'd be prepared to support as to have those conversations and to have staff well undertaking a pilot, because I do think it's a worthy conversation to be having, because I think it is important that we're thinking about our own liability, because it can be costly to us as a city. So that's my perspective. I won't support the referral for those reasons, but I do think it's a really important considerations, and I would be supportive of staff exploring it while undertaking a pilot. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a quick clarification to Councillor DiGenova's point earlier, that unlike the electric unicycle example, as soon as we approve this as a bylaw, we are in fact codifying this as a law for the City of Vancouver, and at that point, we assume liability. Were we to codify in bylaw the use of electric unicycles, then we would also thus assume the liability. But currently, because they're not codified, they're not legal, there is no liability on the City of Vancouver, because you're basically using an illegal device. So that's the distinction here, because that's where we, under the provisions of the Negligence Act, which is a provincial statute, we are exposing ourselves to liability at the City of Vancouver by codifying this into bylaw. So that's the point, and that's why I consider this sort of a downloading of the liability from the province to the city, and we do have, as has been mentioned, serious deficiencies in our own road and bicycle network that these devices are not designed for. They have very specific parameters around the surface that they can ride on, and for those of us who ride bikes in this town, and we know that there are lots of pieces that are tough on bikes, but would be disastrous on a stand-up scooter. So I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Carr. Like others, I've been doing a lot of thinking and reading on this issue. I absolutely share the concerns Councillor Fry outlined about a shared e-scooter program, particularly in all of the real examples we've heard from other municipalities about discarded scooters, or the way scooters are left kind of scattered across sideways and creating real accessibility problems. I will say, though, I'm comfortable with the cautious pilot that staff are proposing. I think it found a good middle ground. As others said, we gave some direction to sort of dip a toe in and explore this, and I think staff have found a decent balance. I'm interested to see what we can learn from it. I have my own cautions around it, but I'm comfortable with what's before us. I would also be comfortable with adding some kind of request similar to some of the language in this referral that suggests that either concurrent to this pilot or after the pilot, if the pilot turns into a permanent program, that we seek an agreement with the province around indemnification, or that be a conversation that happen at least. Yeah, as I said, I don't think it is worth referring back for that reason. And I will also just say, while I'm speaking now, that I think the expanded use of e-scooters is yet another very good reason to expand protected and separated AAA bike lanes or active transportation lanes across the city. We do have deficiencies in our active transportation network, and we should continue to improve them because we need more people to be using all sorts of active transportation options to get around, to make better use of the road space that we have, and to allow more people to move more easily and with less gas around the city. So I'm comfortable with where staff have landed. I'd be nervous for us to add a lot more to it, and I don't think we need to refer it back entirely. I'm hoping we can thread this needle and keep moving forward cautiously and thoughtfully. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. Just a point of information. It came up from Councillor Fry's comments there. Point of information to staff, when this becomes a bylaw, who will be enforcing this? All of the different powers that could enforce this.
I'm not sure if, thanks, Chair, through you. I'm not sure if Kramer is able to answer that question around enforcement, or if Lon or the transportation team is able to speak to that.
Thanks.
Lon, you are muted. Lon, I can. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we would look to our usual enforcement options, which are generally park rangers, VPD, and bylaw officers. Initially, though, we're going to be very much focused on the communication piece to ensure that people are using them in the locations that we're saying that they're legal.
Okay, thanks. And Chair, I know we're on the referral right now, but I'm just wondering, another point of information, is VPD here to answer as to what level of enforcement they'd be able to offer if these were on the roads?
City Manager, do we have anybody here from the VPD?
We do not.
Okay.
A point of information, then perhaps the City Manager, or to, through the City Manager, to delegate through you, Chair, have VPD said that this would be something that they could enforce? They felt confident about enforcing?
I would confirm, or sorry, defer to Lon and engineering team whether there's been discussion with VPD. VPD does enforce all of our other traffic-related bylaws, though, so bicycling included. So I don't expect that there would be a significant difference for them, but again, would defer if the staff have any other comments on that.
It would be good to know sort of if they've confirmed.
You've got 10 seconds, so Lon, did you want to respond to that?
No, just to say that again, the whole hope is that people would operate the devices in locations that we feel are the safest, which is the local streets and
That
separated.
wasn't my question. If I
Sorry,
could
you're out of time, Councillor DeGenova. Sorry.
All right. If I suppose I have more time after the referral if it doesn't go through. Thank you.
Okay, and that is it for speakers to this referral amendment or motion. So, Clerk, could you take us to a vote? And again, Council, we are voting on the referral motion or amendment that Councillor Fry put forward.
And I'll need a vote assist. Unfortunately, my panel is not working.
That's fine. Just to tell me, would you voting?
I've stated it clearly in opposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, if you could give me Councillor DeGenova's voting.
I just got back on. Thank you. I voted.
Okay, and that amendment by Councillor Fry has failed, with Councillors DeGenova, Swanson, Weeb, Boyle, Dominato, Bligh, and Kirby Young in opposition. Okay, we are back to a main queue. Councillor Fry, are you still have a bit of time? Well, I think you do on this queue.
Yeah, no, I guess that's fine. I'll be voting in opposition to the recommendations and consistent with the unanimous decision from the City of Toronto Council there. I think there's certainly work to be done on the liability side of this. So, and I do worry about the increased risk to the City of Vancouver at a time when we probably can't afford it. So I will be voting against this recommendation. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. And Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I put an amendment forward.
Okay, I'm going to move you to the amendment queue. So just 1 second, and I'll get you on that queue. I'm just making sure that that's up. Clerk, do you have that amendment?
Yes, we do. It's just coming up on the screen.
Thank you. I see it. I think we all see it. Does it come out?
May I speak to it?
I'm just making sure that we have got it up. Okay, and just 1 second, Clerk, do you have the actual language that is the amendment? And councillors, I'll just use this moment as they get it up to make sure that whenever you send in amendments now or motions that you're amendments in particular, that you're very clear about striking out the language that you do not want and adding in highlighted color the additional language that you are adding to make it very, very clear for staff. That is agreement of all the chairs that we moving forward are going to be requiring that.
And that was done.
Great, good. But I've got your timer stopped, Councillor Weeb, and I just think it's important for council to actually see see what it is you're proposing. Okay, clerks, is it all up there now? Okay, everything's good. There you go. Councillor Weeb, go ahead.
Yes, the amendment talks about removing section 6, and section 6 below talks about allowing for rental and lease. And the reason I brought this forward is multiple. First, I think that there's an opportunity for us to gather more data for this pilot project to make sure we are meeting the needs of the community. One of the things we've heard is the accessibility concerns. As the liaison person disability advisory committee, they were against the shared mobility devices, but did understand that we should do an approach that was cautious, and we recognized that we needed the data, and we did it slowly. So I think this still encompasses that by just allowing for rental and lease. Why I think that we need to ensure that lease is involved. I think that accessibility and affordability is a big component of this. I think it's unfair that we have discriminatory policy that does not allow people that cannot afford to purchase a scooter to be allowed to ride a scooter. The next one is supporting of small business. I think it's critical that a bunch of businesses and hotels have put on their websites that they're looking forward to starting this. Multiple hotels have comments saying, looking forward to being able to rent scooters in Vancouver once the province and city of Vancouver move forward with policy. I think it's critical in our hotel strategy, recognizing what's happened with COVID, that we support small business and our tourism and hotel industries with this pilot. The next one's on micro mobility. It is critical that we start to look at how we're going to move around the city differently. If we banned cars because of the dangerousness, we should. I mean, they're one of the most lethal things that we have, and yet we continue to give them ample space. And I think one of the things I appreciate Councillor Boyle talked about is by expanding micromobility, it's been proven that we will expand mobility lanes. We will see more AAA lanes. We'll see more slower streets. we'll see more ways for us to travel around the city in smaller electrified modes of transportation, which this is. We've talked about our streets and do we have the infrastructure in place? I do think we have the infrastructure in place. I think our bike lanes are great. We do allow skateboards, which do have smaller wheels. As for the insurance, I think that one of the things we've talked about is we indemnify it and what would happen to the city if an incident happened. I remember the first thing that happened when I was elected is that we had the snowstorm and there was an ability to open up Trout Lake. Legal said that we couldn't do it because it would put us in a situation if someone broke their ankle. What did we do? We opened up Trout Lake and had one of the most amazing weeks we've ever had in the city of Vancouver. And guess what? Someone did break a leg. And they talked about that they would be okay, that their leg was broken because the amount of fun others and them had. We cannot continue to be a city that is scared of the future and is scared to have fun. I think this is a small ask, and I'm really hoping that council will support it.
Chair Carr, I think you're on mute.
I'm so sorry, I was. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair Carr. As I said in my comments to the referral, I think the balance that we've achieved is a good next step, and so I won't be supporting this kind of shift in the other direction as well. I heard pretty clearly and have read elsewhere the increased safety concerns around rentals, and it makes sense to me that if you are a first-time user, a periodic user, you're using a device you're not particularly used to or comfortable with, that the risks of injury to yourself and others would be higher. You know, recognizing that this is a pilot, I'm comfortable with the balance that we have achieved or that's being proposed by the staff here. Of course, as we move beyond a pilot, looking at these issues around rentals an important next step, but I don't think that we need to go there quite yet. As I said, I'm comfortable with the balance that staff have achieved, so I won't be supporting this amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby Young, to the amendment proposed by Councillor Bligh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I am going to support the amendment from Councillor Bligh. He and I have had a number of discussions on this kind of growing and developing topic of micromobility, and I think that the spirit of the amendment is to try to progressively move us towards more of an equitable framework around this and around micromobility. And, you know, I'd mentioned earlier when we talked about it with respect to having a shared service, but this is sort of opening the door towards it. I would echo what Councillor Reeve said. I don't want to be a city of no. I want to be a city of how do we do this and how do we embrace it? And we had a conversation this morning, and quite an inspiring one, about the Jericho lands and looking at the vision and guiding principles for that site. And one of the principles was around having a car light type of development. Well, if that's what we want to do, we need to provide alternative options for that. If we are so resistant to new technologies and change, I actually don't think that that's going to fulfill some of those goals. I actually think it's regressive to sort of stand against, safely and thoughtfully planning how to implement these alternative forms of transportation. And again, I sort of go back to the point that, you know, made earlier, that it's happening everywhere. These things are flying off the shelves, and there are stores already. I won't name them because I wouldn't want to, you know, freak them out in the middle of a council meeting, but in significant locations in Vancouver that are doing this. It's their model. And they're renting them so that people can, you know, tool around the seawall easily and enjoy it. So this is happening. So we have a chance to shape the change and guide the change in a thoughtful and a good way, or to let it happen organically without positively enabling some of that behavior and the usage and how it works. And I think that that's a much more proactive and a better way to go. I think that, you know, I would also emphasize, and I think Mike picked up on it, and to Councillor Boyle's comment, that if you create critical mass of alternative usage, you have sort of a social collective mandate and a will to continue to expand in public space. Look at the amazing response we've had to redistribution of public space and patios and that. And I think if we got more people out seeing these and using them and enjoying it, it might be very similar to patios where people are like, well, you know, before we were resistant and oh my gosh, we're giving up parking spaces. Now people are like, this is amazing. We can't give it up. We have a patio culture. You get all these people tooling around on other alternatives. They'll be like, wow, this is great. You know, I wasn't so sure about biking. I wasn't as confident. I live sort of pretty far away from some places. I would jump on one of these as opposed to a bike just because of distance and usage. And I think other people would be like, oh, wow, this is a great alternative. So I actually really want to encourage that kind of positive change and move it forward. And that's sort of the city that I want to. I think the spirit of what Councillor Reeve is proposing here is a really good one. And I'm going to support it for that reason. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young and Councillor Dominato. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I also want to support Councillor Reeve's amendment. While I, appreciate and prefer the shared models that have been talked about, like Bird was talking about, given what we have before us, which is a more cautious approach, I do think it's more equitable to enable the use of leased or rented scooters because, as has been pointed out, the sheer cost of owning one. I agree with Councillor Reeve around the benefits to small business. I also think it is an opportunity in the context of, as we now, post-COVID welcome visitors back to our city to support tourism and people visiting our city in a different way. I do think it needs to be done thoughtfully, as with any kind of introduction of a new sort of micromobility device and street regulation. But I think both my colleagues before me have already articulated a number of good reasons for moving forward with inclusion of leased and rented scooters in the context of this pilot. And I think we can learn a lot from it. And so I'm happy to support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Domino. Councillor Bligh.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll just be really brief as well. I am actually going to support this. And I think it stays within the realm of a cautious approach or dipping the toe in, and that this is the direction where this industry is going. But it does give us more information, especially as it pertains to those that may pick up an e-scooter and try it for the first time and risks associated with that. So there's a risk to everything we do. We know that whether you're riding a bike or an e-bike or a skateboard or even picking up one of the electric scooters that are road legal, you need a driver's license, but it doesn't mean you've ever ridden a motorcycle. They're on our streets as well. So of course there's risk to everything that we're doing. I think this is an appropriate level of risk at this particular time. And we need to work and partner with businesses that are already doing this, because that's sort of the downward pressure from what's happening in other parts of the world, especially as we start to open up and we see more tourism in the city. And so I'm comfortable that this still stays within a moderate approach at the end of the day, which is why I'm going to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I'm just going to take this opportunity to ask my point of information that I'd asked before, that I don't think I got an answer entirely to, as to enforcement. Now we're talking about micromobility. I need to know about the overall staff recommendations, because they're included in this amendment. This is adding to them. So if I could please ask that point of information as to how confident the VPD were that they would be able to enforce any bylaws related to micromobility, including scooters, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, City Manager.
Thanks, Chair Carr. So yeah, we haven't specifically asked the VPD that question. I mean, these devices are illegal presently. So, with respect to enforcement, VPD could technically enforce under the Motor Vehicle Act against these operators today. We don't have any statistics on the extent to which they're doing that, but they certainly have the authority to do that. But yeah, we haven't looked at kind of the details. Again, it's not, given the number of the devices that are on the streets now, for VPD to be enforcing against all of those operators, I would suggest is probably not that practical.
Thanks. Okay. I don't see anyone else on the list, so Clerk, could you take us to a vote, please? And Council, this will be a vote on the amendment as Councillor Wiebe has presented. Okay, that does pass with myself, Councillor Fry, Swanson, and Boyle in opposition. Okay, and so we are back to the main queue.
Point of privilege?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Maybe there's a problem with my email, but usually I can put two and two things together here. I don't see Councillor Wiebe's amendment emailed out. I did see it on the screen. I was just wondering if we could have a copy of the amended motion emailed to us, please, Chair.
Yes, Clerk, if you could send a copy of the email, a copy of the amended motion to Council as we go through. We are now in the main queue discussing the amended motion.
Might I just suggest, sorry, as a point of privilege, I'd need to be able to see it and review it, and it is 8 p.m. and I know often we've been taking a 5-minute break around then, Chair, but I don't know if that's possible.
Do you need it by the time we vote? Can we have some there are councillors on the queue to speak to it. Do you need it just by the time? It'll take them a few minutes, they said.
As long as I have it before I have to vote. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so I will, before I ask for the vote, I will ensure that everyone has a copy of it emailed to them. But meanwhile, I do have Councillor Wiebe on to speak to the main motion as amended.
I will be supportive. This is already happening in our city. I am part of a men's group, and it's been interesting to hear how many people use these for dates to be COVID secure and to head down there. It's a lot of 20 and 30-year-olds, a lot of young families. I think it's a great opportunity for us to look at what options we have to be traffic or car light in the future. So I will be supportive, and I look forward to seeing the information that comes back to this council.
Okay, thank you very much. That is, go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young to the amended motion.
Sorry to be late to the party, Chair. Yeah, I'm struggling with this one because, obviously I'm supportive of e-scooters, and I had a motion on the deck, and that turned into an amendment to the transportation report to enable and include shared e-scooters in the pilot. I actually think that there's more controls, as we heard, with those than there are with private ones, and I think it will give us better data. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, I'll try to succinctly wrap it up by saying that I'm much more of a believer in shaping positive change than knowing that things are mushrooming around us and kind of doing the ostrich and putting our head in the sand, so to speak, and not positively shaping that change. So I will confess that I am struggling with this one because while it's a step forward, I really struggle with sort of the disparity between having some integrity around the principles of affordability and more sustainable options and voting for something that is really only for people that can shell out a bunch of bucks to get a decent e-scooter, or not providing sort of alternative transportation modes. And it's difficult for me to reconcile those principles there, as well as sort of, as I said, the ability to kind of develop smart policies around it. So I'm weighing that, and if I don't vote in favor of it, it's because I think that there's a real contradiction between those principles and setting something up only for people that can afford it, honestly. And I think we're missing an opportunity. I really struggle when it's $1,200 or $1,800 to get a decent scooter, and somebody else isn't going to have the opportunity to do that. It just seems inequitable, fundamentally, especially when we have all these other key significant reports that we're considering trying to get people out of their cars. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato to the motion as amended.
Thanks, Chair. And in light of the hour, I'll be brief in that I recognize that this is, a cautious approach and baby steps. We're responding to the enablement by the province to have pilots, and I personally support more of a shared model from the perspective of equity. I think it is more equitable, and that point has been made by a number of colleagues already in terms of access to a micromobility device. For if we have a shared model like we do with Mobi, you don't have to shell out and buy your own, and that's quite the investment for many people. I think is out of reach. That being said, this is a pilot to see how we regulate the roads with e-scooters, and I would like to see what that looks like. And I think that there's an opportunity for staff to, because it is a 3-year pilot, and to get it underway with including the proposed by the amendments that were passed by Councillor Weeb, to try it out, and they could even report back sooner than early 2023 with sort of what they're seeing, what the observations are, and there could be an opportunity, potentially a year from now, to say, let's look at a shared model in addition to this. And so for me, it's not the ideal. I would like to see a shared model right off the top and pilot that. But if it will get us there, and we could use the data and information gathered from trying this out this way, I think there's an opportunity for staff to come back to us, or for council to give direction, a year from now, and around a shared model. So from that perspective, I'm likely to support the report as amended, but I just wanted to reflect that in my final comments.
Okay, thank you so much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova to the amended motion.
Thanks very much, and I understand that this has been a problem. And in saying that, trying to align things with the provincial pilot, especially in trying to communicate that with the public, when we look at the fact that that requires communication with the public, it requires us to make sure that people understand and know the rules. I'm not confident that that's what will happen here. I'm also concerned about the equity. And I'm also, to be very blunt, I'm concerned that we have a bylaw in front of us. And I think Councillor Fry said it very well. This would be a bylaw. It would need to be enforced. And considering I don't have the information from the main section or department or area that would be enforcing it, which would be VPD, as to whether or not they felt that they could enforce this, how they'd enforce it, how much they have been enforcing it, because we've all seen these electric scooters on the road right now. It would have been really great to have that information. I don't have that. And, to some of the other comments, I felt that we were taking a more careful and cautious approach, but for good reason. Still considering the fun of it. I've talked to councillors and mayors and other municipalities that say, well, we have these, why don't you? And actually, usually it's jovial, but it's a little joke, like, oh, people come to our municipality because we have all these fun things. It's not necessarily just about e-scooters, but I think we have to get on with it. And, forgive the pun, but I feel like it's going at a snail's pace, forget an e-scooter here. So for that reason, unfortunately, although I did appreciate some of the amendments that came forward, I think that they're looking towards offering more equity, more opportunities, more accessibility, considering they're tied directly to implementing these bylaws that we don't even know if they can be enforced at this time, or to what degree they'll be enforced. I think that that's the worst thing that I could do, is to approve something that I'm not sure will be properly enforced. I went through that whole thing when it came to the city of Vancouver. Let's not wait for the province or the federal government. We'll have our own text amendments, the zoning bylaw to allow for, cannabis to be sold. And then we actually saw more people taking advantage of it because we couldn't enforce it. People were actually bragging to the media about the tickets they had and how they weren't going to pay them. And then there were others who did pay $30,000 and did follow the rules, and it wasn't fair to them. So I know that cannabis is not the same thing as e-scooters, but I really have to look at this through the lens of what can we do and what can we expect. of enforcement. And since I won't be out there with a ticket book ticketing these people, I'd need to understand that before I could vote for this and really believe that we had something to move forward with. So for that reason, I won't be able to support it, but I do appreciate the work that staff has undertaken. I don't take that lightly. I know that there's been a lot put into this, and I do hope that we'll continue the conversation and perhaps look at e-scooters and other modes of transportation that may come on board before 2023. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Bligh to the motion as amended.
Thanks very much. And I just want to speak very briefly and thank staff for responding to Council's direction last summer and finding a way for us to be able to move forward with understanding more about what are the risks and how are we set up as a city. I would say we're pretty well set up, to be quite honest, with our existing infrastructure around that has been the focus of bike lanes, but of course that's being expanded in terms of their use and what types of modes are used on those bike lanes. So I'm quite comfortable with where we've landed with this today. And I think it's just important to talk. I mean, I really appreciate the conversation about equity, but there was two pieces, and I think it's really important that we don't forget about those that came to speak to council, and myself with very elderly grandparents in their 90s that still live on their own and get around. That, you know, we have an issue around safety and accessibility when it comes to just sort of going gangbusters with a full share program without really knowing what does that handshake look like between the city and a share program like Bird, Lime, or others that came and advocated and lobbied our council to get their support. So I think at the end of the day, this is absolutely the responsible next move, recognizing that we're not suppressing something here. We're just actually acting, I think, in a really cognizant way and making sure that we can truly be responsible and potentially liable, that we've done everything in our everything within our means as a city to make sure that we're mitigating risk to the public when this starts to grow even more than it is already. And that equity, you know, we respond to equity in many different ways. We've looked at transit, accessible transit for low-income folks and the all on board. We look at equity around electrifying vehicles and that kind of infrastructure, which has been well beyond price range for many, many people that live in the city. So I just want to, you know, make sure that we're not sort of creating a false narrative here around equity, and that really the concerns that I certainly heard last year that rang true was safety and accessibility. And making sure that we're fully set up so that we can, like I said, do a proper handshake with the share model when it comes to be. And so I really do appreciate the work of staff getting us to this point, and happy to support. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And you are the last speaker. So
sorry, Chair, it's Paul Mokry here. Sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify, because I think what we're hearing as staff in this discussion and what we're reading as the amendment may not be aligned. So the way we read the amendment is that this would permit rental. We understand that scooter share services are in fact just rentals. It's just a type of rental model. So I would suggest that if council is not interested in enabling scooter share models like Lime, that may be worth clarifying in the motion.
Thank you, City Manager. Yes, I just want everybody, that you're absolutely right, that what the main motion as amended, everybody should have had it. I just want to clarify first, it was emailed to you. It is on the screen with the highlights removed because they've now been accepted. But the clarity you need to really be clear on is Appendix A, but without the proposed Section 6 of the draft bylaw. That proposed Section 6 of the draft bylaw was to limit the pilot to only private e-scooters, not the shared or rented e-scooters. So now, now it's the situation that what that Section B means and Section C is that this is allowing a pilot with both privately owned e-scooters and the rental e-scooters.
Point of order.
Paul, is that correct? Is that your read of that?
So this would allow, yeah, as we understand it, this would then permit people to operate scooters that they have bought and own themselves, or that they rent, either from a brick and mortar type establishment, or it would conceivably also include a scooter share service that they're renting from as well. That's how we would read the bylaw.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Chair.
I'm sorry, Councillor Bligh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
Point of order.
Yes,
In that the decision was made by this council July 6th to not move ahead with an e-scooter, which would be a shared pilot, in which case we're within the 1 year time limit of being able to bring the same type of motion or amendment. I'm sorry, Councillor Reid, but if this is the case, we may be in violation of that part of the procedure bylaw where we can't make a decision within the 12 months of a previous decision where this council said we can't move ahead with that type of, in this context, rental or share model of an e-scooter.
Okay, just a second. Thank you.
And I'm looking for the section of the point of order, just in case that's the point of
order. Yes. Thank you. It'd be good to. No, I'm sorry. You can't do a point of anything while there is a point that is being a point of order that is on the floor. That has to be resolved first. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Excuse me, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Bligh has raised a point of order, and so we have to deal with that before any other point is allowed on the floor. And so it is a point of order, Councillor Bligh, that you are dealing with. Is that correct?
That's right. It's 8.7 of the procedure bylaw.
Yes. 8.7, subsection E, is it?
I feel like
the resolution previously passed is still in force.
Actually, I think it's 8.14. Yes, 8.14 subsection B. That the motion is made within 360 days of the date the motion is defeated.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to actually call for a break right now, and City Manager, perhaps you and I and the clerk can confer on this. So shall we ask for a 5-minute break?
Point of privilege.
Chair.
Yeah.
Maybe in the legal. I'm sorry. There were several
point of information for me.
While there's a point of order, there can't be any other points until it's resolved. Okay. So a 5-minute break, and then we can reconvene. Thank you. process regarding reconsideration. So we are going to need another 5 to 10 minutes to verify this. So just
Can we have a time to be back, please, Chair?
yeah, let's say 8:32, 8:40.
Thanks.
8 minutes. Thank you. I just want to make sure that the clerks are back and ready to go. Sorry,
Councillor Carr or Chair Carr, this is the clerk. And David, are we ready? Yep. Anytime you're ready, we're ready to go.
Okay, and we've got quorum?
We have 6, right? I'm counting 6.
That's good enough.
We have 7, so we're good.
Okay, so thank you. This has been quite complicated, the most complicated one that we've seen. So the point where it was raised is correct in terms of the fact that this, which was raised by Councillor Bligh, is correct in that this particular motion under section 8.14B of our procedure bylaw does conflict with the July 7th motion. The July 7th motion, which was, I will read it for you. It was an amendment to a report and the amendment was by Councillor Kirby Young, was to insert the language, including both privately owned e-scooters and a shared e-scooter program trial, similar to municipal e-scooter share programs operating in cities such as Edmonton and Calgary that provide for cost recovery for municipalities through fees charged directly to operators, as well as give consideration of best practices for scooter parking and safety. That lost. And because of that, it puts this motion into conflict with it, and I will have to call it out of order. However, Council has a choice here. There could be a motion of reconsider, because this is within 365 days. This where we are right now is within 365 days of that amendment having or motion having lost. Somebody who voted in the majority on July 7th has to be the one to put forward a motion of reconsideration. And that is a reconsideration of that July 7th motion that failed. And that was to proceed with privately owned e-scooter programs. So we have to reconsider it. Those people who voted in the majority at that time are Councillors Bligh, Boyle, myself, Fry, Swanson, and the mayor. One of those named councillors are the only people who could put forward a motion of reconsideration. Yes.
Point of order, Chair, not to cut you off, but just would it be possible to put forward a motion of reconsideration for Councillor Reeves' motion tonight?
We can, there are a number of steps, excuse me, there are a number of steps. This is the first of many. So if you want me to go through them all first and see if that will help.
Maybe just order of
procedure. Okay, so, excuse me, I'm just, Councillor Dijanova, you are not to speak right now. I'm handling a point of order that I'm going to be dealing with in a very focused way. So the order of this would be the motion of reconsideration for the July 7th of last year motion that failed. If that reconsideration motion passes, then we can go back to the main motion tonight as amended. However, it then, because it has language that is actually, by the way, if reconsideration fails, this whole motion is out of order. But if it passes, then we would have to amend or reconsider what is on the floor right now, because it is inconsistent with the motion of July 7th last year, specifically in that the only piece of the July 7th motion from last year that would keep this motion in order is section B of the final approved motion, which was Council directing staff to advance the design of a pilot program with the province to test and advance blanket reduced speed limits and micromobility devices. So we could have a motion to reconsider the amendment to just go back to that, to be consistent with the B from July 7th. And so that's the process, and then we can at least have a motion on the floor to deal with. Otherwise, it's going to, we don't have a motion at all. So, Council, we are back to my first point, which is I need either Councillors Bligh.
Procedure.
A point of procedure. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
I have the floor. I have the floor, Chair, and I'm just.
This is a point of procedure, and I've been called on by, I understand, the chair, and I'd like you to call other councillors out the same way you do me, Chair Carr. Thank you. May I ask my question? Because Councillor Bligh just rudely spoke over me, and when I tried to call a point of procedure, you yelled at me, yet you did not stop her. I'm trying to understand that.
Just a second. Actually, Councillor DiGenova, we are in the middle of a point of order.
Oh, I thought you were done. I'm so sorry. I'll wait to be called on by the point of order to be over for my point of procedure.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, Chair Carr, just as we're resolving this point of order, and I want to just address you appropriately with the right kinds of procedure points of whichever, but if I'm free to speak, I'm just wondering.
It's your point of order.
Okay, in the past, if an amendment has been ruled out of order based on the nuance of the language, and since I voted in support of this amendment, but regardless of that, it is possible to rule it out of order and have Councillor Weeb resubmit with clarifying language. We've done that, I'm sure, in the past, versus having to go back and try and reconsider decisions from a year ago, or even reconsider the motion that it sounds like you're ruling out of order. So if we were to do that, is that the simplest way to deal with this?
I believe that the clerk and legal staff, city manager and myself came up with the simplest legal route to go. And that is to reconsider the motion of last year, which puts this motion into conflict, and then move from there. Okay, it would be a reconsideration of because we're going to end up there anyway, a reconsideration of the amendment put forward by Councillor Weeb. Yes, if we could do it that way, and if it did have, I believe, clerk, I believe that if we just skipped to fast forward to having a reconsideration of the amendment, so that it would not be in conflict, would that work as well?
Thank you, Chair Carr.
Just a second, excuse me. I'm just listening to the clerk respond. Excuse me, listening to the clerk respond. Go ahead, clerk.
Yes, thank you. So the motion as amended, which is on the floor, the amendment, when it was put, passed, and it did not have point of order called on it. So we are with the main motion as amended, which is considered to be the same as the July 7th motion, and therefore, due to 814 of the procedures bylaw, we can put a reconsideration on the floor. And if that reconsideration passes, then we are back to the main motion as amended, sitting on the floor, at which time somebody could call a reconsideration for the amended piece, if that is council's will. And then you would be back to the main motion, which is essentially the staff's recommendation. And as the city manager had indicated, the the amended piece, council may not have understood the entire implication of that with the types of motorbikes that could be used. So to get back to your question, the first piece would be to reconsider the main motion that's sitting on the floor, which is considered to be the same as the July 7th motion. So essentially, we'd be reconsidering the both. If that doesn't pass, then your only choice is to rule the main motion as amended out of order. Does that answer your question, Chair Carr?
Well, more importantly, it doesn't answer Councillor Bligh's question. We're still dealing with a point of order on the floor.
Point of order still.
Yes, we are. Same one.
Okay, I thought you came back with a ruling. Is this the ruling on that?
No, there is a process. There's a process around this that is related to the ruling, and I'm explaining that process. Okay. And so, Councillor Bligh?
Point of order.
Councillor DiGenova, I am going to deal with this point of order and the complicated steps to deal with it. And then when we're finished with that, I can go on to your point of order, but I would ask you to refrain from interrupting.
I thought it was a ruling, a point of order. That's what I see in my procedure bylaw. And I'm calling for another ruling, a point of order right now.
I'm satisfied with the two options, Chair, to rescind the decision from July 7th, 2020, or rescind the motion that Councillor Weeb moved tonight, which I think the latter would be simpler. And if he chooses to, he can resubmit with new language that does not have that motion out of order. And so I'm happy to cede the floor now so you can deal with all of the other points of order, because I'm now clear on the two decisions. But your ruling, I will respect either way.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, but we have to proceed along this path. I'm just, as it stands, my position is I'd have to rule it out of order. But I have offered council an opportunity through the reconsideration of the motion of July 7th to move us forward. So
Chair Carr, I also have a point of order that is germane. So could you let me know when I can bring that up? It's Councillor Kirby.
I'm just going to confer with the clerk on this.
Because it might be helpful, Chair Carr. Chair Carr?
Around this one. I have offered an opportunity to resolve this point of order, and I'm going to proceed with this. So hold your other points of order, Councillors Kirby Young and DiGenova, until we go through this process.
Councillor Carr, my question and my point of order is related to this current process, and so
if it's a point of
information,
parliamentary procedure around this process,
yes, that would be appropriately placed. It's a point of procedure, if I may.
So I'll just wait in the line.
Councillor DiGenova, will you please stop interrupting? At this point, I'm dealing with another councillor who has asked for a point of parliamentary procedure. After I finish dealing with Councillor DeGenova, please do not interrupt. So Councillor Kirby Young, point of parliamentary procedure.
Thank you for that
on this process.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification. It's a point of procedure to clarify this process. And what I heard the clerk say when you were providing your explanation was that this amendment from Councillor Weeb had already passed, and that the challenge as to whether or not the request for rulings whether it was out of order did not take place prior to the vote. Therefore, the vote has already happened. That was my interpretation. So my clarification is that we can't consider it out of order since it was not brought forward prior to the vote, and the clerks just stated on the record the vote had already happened. So that's what I would like clarification on, please.
Yes, and the clarification on that, we discussed that at length amongst the staff I was conferring with, is that it would have been better if it had been done then, but because that language is part of the main motion, it still is subject to around of the point of order of whether or not it is in order on the basis of whether it conflicts with the motion of July 7th. So it is still a legitimate point of order in terms of the conflicting nature of this whole motion, which has had an amendment embedded in it now that creates the conflict.
So follow-up point of information, just for my own understanding, if I might, to be clear. So
yep.
You are now, since there's a point of order as to whether or not it was out of order, have you now, and are you obligated to rule that as out of order as the first step? Is that step?
Yes, but I have a choice as a chair. I can simply rule it out of order, the whole thing, or I could offer an opportunity to enable council to consider moving forward with a process of decision making that could result in it not being out of order. And I've chosen to take that route because I think it's more respectful of the work that council has put into this motion tonight.
Chair Carr, if I may, if I may, because I have the floor and I really want to move us along, is that
I'd like more, because that was